guessing maybe a few more here on main event Saturday as we roll into our one and only time run. Actually, the first 5 pair coming out of the seed lanes getting a free run here this morning. Joe Samelik, the Gia, left-hand lane, taking on Jimmy Johnson in the Plymouth Belvedere. Once again, we need race cars in the seed lanes, white and purple. We need you in the lanes. All right, our opening pair, wheels straight up in the air for both of them. Red light, green light. Johnson runs 588, 116 miles per hour to 564, 121 miles per hour. Shelby Nelkett, Ford Mustang in right-hand lane, take on Joel Young. Joel was out of the event yesterday in the no-box side with his father's Camaro. Went home and fixed his own Camaro, and he's back here this morning. Kind of one of those events, you do what you got to do to try to make it happen. Wheels up for Young, 009 light, 24 green. For Shelby, 614 to a 612, 111.94 miles per hour. Couple pickup trucks come up in the bird box here. Travis Mardlin taking on the team out of Wonderland Marine West. The Mitter family in the left-hand lane. Andrew. Three down, red light by 10 for Marlin, 45 green for Mitter. And the finish line, 646, 105 to a 7 flat at 97 miles per hour. And we have an issue. The Ford Mustang back here. I think this is the car they put a converter in last night, maybe. So Toby in the truck, 598, 111.94 miles per hour. Ford Mustang maybe breaking a U-giant or a drive shaft or something back here. So just getting rolling into time runs here. Ready to go back at it here. A little cleanup taken care of. Hopefully the Ford Mustang, Jacob Eccles, can get that car fixed and back around come eliminations time. It's the Camaro Roadster coming into the burn box. Craig Eberhardt out of Langsburg, Michigan. Going to race the no box racer out of Winnebago, Illinois. It loves making burnouts with that 57 Chevy. Brett Williamson. Of course, this being the 32nd annual event, a lot of history here, and actually the driver in the right-hand lane, Williamson, he follows big money bracket racing like nobody I've ever seen before. He knows the history of the sport. He knows the history of this race. He follows everything from back in the early Moroso 5-day events, and he's not a 60 or 70-year-old that attended any of these. He's a young kid that knows what it means. He is as good as they get on the bottom bulb, and he'll be going after the World Super Pro Challenge here this afternoon. Turned it red there by 4. Eberhardt is 1 green. 5:47, couple hundred quicker than Craig was out here yesterday. He was running some 49s. 57 went 579, 118 miles per hour. Carla Duffy, Andy Wingo make their early time run here. Both white and purple. White and purple have been called. Andy with a big red light there. Left-hand lane Carly, 021. She runs 484 at 142.22 miles per hour. The C-Tech Performance. Firebird, Pinckney, Michigan. That's Dustin Loins. Keith Grubaugh from St. John, 69 Chevy Chevelle. Retired truck driver. He'll be in the no box 32 later on. Dustin, a former national runner-up on the NHRA side with a C-Tech car. Went all the way out to Pomona, representing Division 3, and made it to the final round out there, finishing number 2 nationally. Been about, not good at these dates here, probably 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago now. $24 for Lawrence. Keith is 004 green. And a 577, 118 miles per hour to 657, 103.34. Next pair roll up. This is Todd Schmitz, Coldwater, Michigan, 69 Chevy Camaro. Taking on the Dragster, left-hand lane, Casey Kovac. Think. So we run through time runs here. We got some names that don't pop up here, but going by memory, I think Casey is part of the large contingent of Canadian drag racers here with us this weekend. Green light's a pair here, 009 for the Dragster. Left lane 482, 142 miles per hour, and a 597, 113.98 miles per hour for Todd. He had an 022. Josh Cole, Romulus, Michigan, 86 Chevy S10 pickup truck. In left-hand lane, that is Nick Lakeys. Nick had been on a little bit of a semi-retirement plan from drag racing and reappeared here a few weeks ago, like literally maybe 2 weeks ago with this car. And he won the first day out. And an 016 and an 018 for reaction times, 476.0, 144, to 622.9, 110.70 miles per hour. Chantel Lawrence, Super Sport 69 Camaro out of Traverse City, Michigan. And Ted Barnes, the Datsun, another Canadian car here in the left-hand lane. Pretty cool ride that went a bunch of rounds yesterday. Good looking launch there for the Camaro 16 red. Steering wheels out there with a 614 under 10 to a 659, 102.41 miles per hour. Evan Davis, Charlotte, Michigan, Dragster. Running the Motorstate side in Scott Erickson's Undertaker. Scott went maybe to the round of 8 or maybe even the semifinal round in the No Box 32 yesterday. East Jordan, Michigan, 69 Chevy calls the Undertaker. If you haven't been with us the last couple days or you're online for the first time during the weekend, we've had a couple drivers that have been standouts here for the last 2 days. Tyler Bohannon, the Louisville, Kentucky Dragster, won opening night and then went all the way to the final again last night before he was defeated by Cody Height in his Malibu. So Cody picked up the win last night, and Cody was in the semifinal on opening night. So those two guys, they have made a bunch of runs down this track during the last 2 days. Andrew Sturt backs up his Canadian 63 Chevy Corvette Roadster, and John Erskine, Freeland, Michigan, 69 Camaro in the left lane. .023 to a 006 reaction time for Sturt. Right lane 550, 126 miles per hour, and a 623, 109 miles per hour for John Erskine. Dan Ide coming up next. Little Chevy 2 Nova. Taking on the blower car, backing up the right-hand lane, big block Chevrolet Dragster. Dragster with a 27 green light and a 450 with a 4. 154 miles per hour. 602, 113 in the left. That IROC Camaro coming up left-hand lane, taking on the Chevrolet S10. 15 green for the pickup truck there. 026 left-hand lane for the Camaro on a 568, 120 miles per hour. Gray lane 708, 94.18. Chevrolet Monte Carlo against the Malibu here in the left-hand lane. This is Terry Stewart. We didn't really do a long distance deal, but Stewart came, he lives right beside another motorplex, and it's the Texas motorplex where Terry Stewart lives. Up here racing with us at Mid-Michigan. Wheels up, 26 green in the left, 19 green in the right. 553 to a 624. It's a little switch of the computer here, and we will continue on rolling through our time run session. Couple colors called here this morning. Both white and purple have been called to the lanes. Is the Mutchler family Chevy S10 coming up in the FTI lane. Evan Mutchler, Grass Lake, Michigan. Steve Parkett in right-hand lane, Elmira, Michigan, 87 Buick Regal. Evan left-hand lane, he's a world champ. On the junior dragster side, reigning WDRA world champion over there in the left lane, jumping in the seat for the first time this weekend. His dad actually drove the truck to the winner's circle last night for the No Box 32 shootout. .020 reaction time in left lane for Evan, and he will run a 622, 110.86 miles per hour to a 657 for Steve in the Regal, 107.10 miles per hour. Brave family Chevrolet Camaro coming up the right-hand lane, taking on Bob Kelly, Grand Rapids, Michigan dragster. Bob went to a final round last weekend up at Northern Michigan Dragway. Double O's a pair here, a 005 for the dragster, Bob, and he runs 506.8, 134 miles per hour. Bray was 007, puts up a 692.5 at 98.80 miles per hour. It's Alyssa Martin and Jeff Alexander head up the starting line, two no-box racers here. Actually, the no-boxers have been killing it here. Last night we got down to the final 6 door cars that were left in competition, and 4 of them did not have a delay box in them. 16 green and left-hand lane for Alyssa. She'll run 607, 113 miles per hour to a 6 flat, 114.48 miles per hour. Jordan Crow and Steve Williams back up from their burnouts here. Spitzer car to Macomb and Jordan, Corchester, Ontario, Canada. One of the many American chassis dragsters on the grounds. Canadian runs 462, 149 to a 492, 139 for Williams. Another Canadian car, Dylan Hayes out of London, Ontario. To make his time run here on the Motorstate side, FTI Lane Kyle Yacko, Trenton, Michigan, Dodge Daytona. There will be a 50-50 drawing today. Lisa Gramlich will be out selling 50-50 tickets. Yesterday's winner picked up $772. She'll be out there throughout the day. You'll see her run around at the bucket and the tickets in her hand selling 50-50 tickets. They will be sold here throughout the day. Jeff Sanchez and Toby Croning on the line. The S10 out of Lowell. Sanchez with the 66 Chevy 2 Grand Ledge, Michigan. .008 red light for Jeff with a Chevy 2. Finish line 6:19, 109. Toby ran 6:01, 111.66 miles per hour. Jason Hicks, the Oldsmobile out of Lansing, Michigan, and Hitches and More. Taking on Trevor Deeks, London, Ontario. Dragster in the right lane. Jason and Trevor being real careful here. A 19 to a 55. Trevor runs 455, 151 miles per hour the 8th mile. Left lane 688, 99.62 miles per hour. Pete Brown. Brown Boys Racing, Chevy Monte Carlo. In Dom Cianciarelli. Laval, Quebec, Canada in the left-hand lane. It's a 2020 Dan Page chassis dragster. Both drivers turn on the red light. Pete just misses, one red. Dragster runs 443 to 156 miles per hour. Right-hand lane of 524, 132.45 miles per hour. A couple of Chevrolet Novas here. Frank Piltz, Cadillac, Michigan, 1970 Chevy Nova, and the 1962 Chevrolet for Daddy Dave Lorenz out of Benton Harbor, Michigan, driving Little Red. So 50-50 ticket sales going on out in the pit area. Lisa's riding around the golf cart selling 50-50s. And you're saying, well, where's the 50 going? And it's going toward the Mid-Michigan Motorplex Bracket Finals team. They decorate the grandstands and do different things, and that's what the money's used for. Left-hand lane, Lorenz runs 5500, 124 miles per hour. 597 for Frank and 115.59 miles per hour. Ed Nemick, Ray Lane, went a bunch of rounds with his Corvette last night. Of course, he is a former winner of this event 10 years ago. 2015, Ed Nemick went to the winner's circle with a Corvette. Mike O'Rourke, South Rockwood, Michigan, 1986 Chevrolet Camaro. An 015 to an 026, 523, 133 miles per hour for Ed. Mike runs 550, 126.26 miles per hour. Kyle Stockwell be in the left-hand lane, taking on the 69 Chevrolet Camaro. Kyle with a 002 reaction time, left-hand lane. He's going to run 610, 110 miles per hour. Bob in the Camaro, 559, 123.38. Is Mike Kane comes up to the starting line, right-hand lane. Big Dodge Challenger out of Apex. In left-hand lane, the Eden Farrell, Kalamazoo, Michigan S10. Both drivers in the 20s on React here. Aiden runs 595. Mike runs 604. Craig Vandersloot coming up in left-hand lane, Kalamazoo, Michigan. He's going to race Kyle Kidder in the right-hand lane with his Chevrolet Nova. Kyle used to have a Camaro. This is a Nova he's racing this year. Vandersloot picked up the former Gilman Swain Dragster. This is the car that raced for $1.1 million a few years ago, made it to the final round. Now Craig Vandersloot sitting behind the steering wheel. I think this is his first run of the weekend. '22 red to a 008 green, left lane 454, 150 miles per hour, 656, 102.08 miles per hour. Andrew Heinig and Warren Smith, two no-box racers that know how to get it done. Warren won the first night, the Righteous Ride. He won the no-box 32 competition. Temperance, Michigan. Andrew from Harrison, Michigan, little Chevy Vega. He went down to the round of 8, I believe, last night in the no-box. $599.0, 113 to a 6073, 113 in the left. Will Steckley, Milverton, Ontario, Canada, former IHR World Champion, went deep in eliminations last night. Turns at 002 red, racing Fred Squires of Defiance, Ohio, 565 at 122, and a 623 at 109.95 miles per hour. Jim Davis and Michaela Hemmerline come up for their time run. Michaela left-hand lane, the Olds will be out of Unionville, Michigan. Cummings and Davis Chevrolet Camaro, Berrien Springs, Michigan. Jim went some rounds the first night. I think maybe went 4 or 5 rounds. 018 reaction time for the Camaro, and he's going to run a 5080, 138.91 miles per hour. Red light for Michaela, and she runs 624 at 107.74 miles per hour. Mike Zednick and Austin Bennett. Greenville, Michigan for Austin in the left lane. 1970 Chevy Nova. Bennett's got a few different entries out here racing. And Mike from Petoskey, Michigan. Liz Dragster. Working our way through the purple run stickers. Both drivers in, tree fires. 18 green for Mike. And a 492, 138 miles per hour. Austin was 30 green, went 638, 106 miles per hour. Rick Needham Jr., Hamilton, Ohio. Dragster in right-hand lane. Car owned by Ronnie Wilson. Taking on, here's BJ Bennett, Greenville, Michigan. This is their 66 Chevy 2. A red light for Rick in right lane. BJ is 22 green. Dragster with a 5047, 135 to 641, 105.37 miles per hour. A couple Mustangs out up to the sideline here. Danny Angel and Steve Tennant. Danny in the left-hand lane. Wheel standing machine. Tennant out of Muskegon, Michigan. Ford Mustang. Attention in the pits. We now need red. Red run stickers to the stadium lanes, please. Red. We're finishing up with purple. We will take red to the lanes. Both drivers bring them up in the air. 003 green for Danny Angel. He will run a 617. Steve runs 611, 111 miles per hour in the right-hand lane. He had a 22 green light. Eddie Hall and Richard Briscoe. Couple experienced racers here on the line. Richard out of Oakley, Illinois with a dragster. Eddie from Vicksburg, Michigan. Oldsmobile Cutlass. There's perfit on the deck lid there. .004 to a 003 reaction time there. 485, 140 to a 604, 115 miles per hour. It's Aiden Lutzke and Kelly Smith head to the starting line. Both these drivers have cashed in here in the last month on the no box side. Aiden won a runner-up in a pretty big race up at Northern Michigan Dragway, and Kelly Smith down at US 131 a week ago. 1 week ago today, matter of fact. Won a race for $10,000 to win. .003 for Kelly Smith, 014 for Aiden Lutzke. And it'll be a 630, 104 miles per hour to a 649, 103.96 miles per hour for the Camaro. Brandon Lang, left-hand lane, Monte Carlo out of Milan, Michigan. Here's another world champion sitting on the starting line here, Jeff Jaquish. Racing Wisconsin on the Artie Cat. Went and competed at the WDRA World Finals down in Montgomery, Alabama last fall, and the snowmobile bike competition. There wasn't many snowmobiles in it. Obviously the tracks up north here sent a few of them, and Jeff represented the Mid-Michigan Motorplex, went down there, won the event. claimed his first ever world championship. 0:45 and 0:30 the reaction times here. The wind light coming on over here in rain lane 571 to a 587, 123.52 miles per hour. Here's a guy that, if you didn't know him before last night, they figured out that dude in that convertible Impala. Yeah, take him serious because he was mowing them down last night. He's racing up against the McCurry family Chevrolet Camaro of South Lyon, Michigan. This thing was standing it straight up yesterday during time runs. Later last night, it wasn't quite as high, so I don't know if they toned it down a little bit. We'll see. Yeah, actually, it toned down a bit. Still a good ride. 0:11 and 6099. There you go, Kenny Hansen, 002 reaction time, 8:43 at 78 miles per hour. Wouldn't it be something if Ken Hansen won the 50 grander in that convertible Impala? Joe Bauman coming up in the left-hand lane. Bauman family Chevrolet Camaro racing Alex Scheel in the right-hand lane. Alex went some rounds on the no box 32 side yesterday. .009 there for Bauman and his Camaro. Got in front and run 6020, 112.99 miles per hour. Railing 654, 104.67 miles per hour. Scott Hornline and Troy Stone. Vintage Trailers owner, a little red or a little white S10 pickup truck out of Elkhart, Indiana. And Scott Hornline from Freeland, Michigan, right-hand lane with his rear-engine dragster. Skin Event t-shirts on sale over there at the Souvenir Building. Get your 32nd annual World Super Pro Challenge t-shirt or sweatshirt. I think they have some of them as well, maybe. Hornline runs 482, 143 miles per hour to 604, 112.83 miles per hour. Ted Dunham backing up. Another one of the Canadian entries. I'll bet you, we did not count, but I'll bet you there are 30, 40 racers from Ontario. I shouldn't say Ontario. They go all the way over to Montreal from the country of Canada racing, taking on Courtney Grisette. Vermilion, Ohio. Here's one of the fastest cars competing. Young lady with a Mullis chassis and a blown big block Chevrolet. Was dialed yesterday about a 412. .005 red. There you go. 413, 170 miles per hour in the 8th mile for Courtney. Ted was 009 and ran 567. Roy St. Dennis, Oles Cutlass. Yet determined. Is it Roy or is it Austin? Roy? All right, Roy. He's a past winner of this event. Been a while. 2004, Roy St. Dennis won this race. Taking on Emma Helsel. Emma went to the final in the no box 32 yesterday with a Nova. Left lane 524, 131. Emma with a 738 at 91.93 miles per hour. It's a little mopping going on up there behind the Nova. Looks like maybe a little water or something came out of it. So all three colors have been called. All three colors have been called for time runs. Well, now a little lacquer thinner going down, so it was not water we were looking at behind Emma's car. It's had a little bit of an oil leak there on the starting line. Still be a pretty quick cleanup. Skylar Drews and Ryan Pachaki going to make their time run here. Ryan with the 1972 Ford Maverick out of Wayland, Michigan. Going to run down the Motor State side. Skylar Drews, DeWitt, Michigan. Oldsmobile Calais. Skylar has been in the final of the World Super Pro Challenge. He working on some memory here. Skylar may have raced Tom Artikas Jr. in the final back in 2022 with his Dragster. Now racing this Oldsmobile Calais. .585, 116 the left lane to a 590, 713 for Pachaki. He had an 016 green line. Craig Skinner and Gene Reynolds. In their time run here, Trans Am out of Adrian, Michigan. Gene from Roseville. Racecraft chassis dragster. Red light for Skinner by 003. Gene is 6 green. He runs 469 at 146 miles per hour. 654 for Craig, 104 miles per hour. Neil Swain. Neil can say, I've got the only Jeep racing in the OG 50 this year. CJ9 out of Portland, Michigan. He'll be up when we call the No Box 32. Good racer, taking on Zach Unks from Eagle, Michigan. It is rear engine dragster. Sponsorship coming from Shaheen Chevrolet and Cadillac in Lansing. .013 for Zach in the dragster, and he is going to run a 497, 137. Jeep ran 567, 119.96 miles per hour. As Steve Vandersloot and Tom Artikas Jr. come up to the starting line here. Vandersloot, the Corvette Roadster, Plainwell, Michigan. Just mentioned Tom's name a few minutes ago. He's the 2022 champion back when he had the Barracuda. Now he's driving the Dakota Sport Truck. Only racer to win it without a delay box. He was a no box entry, made it through, and pulled off the win back in 2022. .003 for Artikas, 011 for Vandersloot, 506, 138 miles per hour to 645 at 105.28 miles per hour. Jason Preston and Scott Barron coming up. The 1969 Roadrunner out of New York. We're going to call it Lackawanna. 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 I've been skipping that for 2 days, and near day 3, going to take a shot at it. Lackawanna. Bunch of good dudes from New York with their Roadrunner actually came up yesterday and said, you know what? We were at the 3rd Super Pro World Super Pro Challenge, which would have been, back in 96. And made the return here from New York this weekend and mentioned this place looks a little different than it did in 1996. Jason Preston, Six Lakes, Michigan, local boy that is had a pretty good couple days, made a bunch of runs. If it wouldn't have been for Bailey Ferraro ruining his day yesterday, he told me. Jason 009 green runs 477, 143 to a 647, 104 per mile per hour for the Roadrunner out of New York. Ernie Goodson and Vance Brown, the other half of the Brown Boys Racing Monte Carlos. Charlotte, Michigan. Big Ern from Hartford, Michigan, backing up the Undercover Dragster. So Melissa Burns and Art Reed out there on the starting line. Reed in left-hand lane. Kokomo, Indiana. Works down there at Cone Trans and Torque Converters. Melissa also Kokomo, Indiana. Both racers Muncie Dragway regulars. Art Reed with an 016 reaction time and a 492, 136. Melissa 488, 140 miles per hour. Amelia Reed in left-hand lane, Chevrolet Camaro, young lady out of Kentucky. And Keith also from Lake City, Michigan, 67 Chevy 2. .015 for Amelia, red light for Keith. Camaro runs 617, 110 miles per hour to a 586, 119.14 miles per hour. It's Bug McCarty and Louis Taylor come to the line. These two drivers both stood them way up yesterday. Bug toned it down. I think Louis toned it down. Louis hadn't been doing wheelies and kind of caught us off guard with his Camaro yesterday. Yeah, they both tamed them down. Funny when you put $50,000 on the line, they get a little more serious about trying to win the race. 595 for Bug, 113 to a 567 for Louis at a 004 reaction time. Derek Gilman backing up his dragster at Grand Rapids, and James Vanderbrook, 18-year-old driver with Chevrolet Chevelle at Fife Lake. So John Boss and Shauna Stone ready to make their hit here. Elkhart, Indiana, Vintage Trailers Dragster. John, left-hand lane, Kent City, Michigan, 68 Chevy Camaro. Sean and Ray Lane will run 448, 154 to a 632, 107.43 miles per hour. There's Blaine Anderson coming up. Eau Claire, Wisconsin, 68 Chevrolet Camaro, and CJ Yeager out of West Salem, Ohio. The four-door Nova, I believe. .002 and .003, the reaction times here. Anderson left-hand lane, 599, 114 to a 707, 95 miles per hour. Mark Daniels, IROC-Z Chevrolet Camaro and right-hand lane, taking on the truck. Today being driven by Evan Mutchler. Duffy Girls Racing Dragster in the left-hand lane, taking on Tim Stout's S10. As we're rolling through time runs, all three colors have been called. About a 2.5 hour process to get through the time run session, a little more than that probably today. Left lane 485, 142 miles per hour to 669 for Tim Stout, 100 miles per hour. The Barnes Racing Datsun out of Canada, left-hand lane. And Mike Unks from Eagle, Michigan, Shaheen Chevy-sponsored Camaro. Mike Unks with a red light by 10. Ted Barnes, 009 green light. Camaro runs 562, 127 miles per hour to 662, 102.08 miles per hour. Craig Eberhardt in the Roadster, and Josh Cull, the Chevy S10. Eberhard runs 549, 120 miles per hour. Left lane 622, 110.51 miles per hour. It's the wagon of Jeff Burtis going to go down the right lane. Hemlock, Michigan, 1980 Chevrolet Malibu wagon. And it'll be the Schmitz Racing 69 Chevy Camaro left lane. '26 green for Jeff. Todd is 14 red, 595 to 580, 117 miles per hour. Insurance van, Dragster in right-hand lane. The Motor State side, Steve Smith, Insurance Man sponsored car, a company that he owns and runs down in Shelby Township, taking on Rob Lutzke, Kent City, Michigan Dragster. Well, no extra charge for the carryout service there for Rob. We got his groceries out of the intake manifold. .005, .002. 481, 142 to a 463, 148.53 miles per hour. Tyler McCurry, Scott Allen next. Scott with that El Camino out of Mesick. Tyler from Shelby Township, Michigan, 2008 chassis Dragster. Tyler is 27 green, right lane 480, 142 to a 6 flat, 114 miles per hour. Eric Doobie, the Doobie Duster in the FTI lane, and Andrew Sturck, the Ford Mustang out of Orangeville, Ontario, in the right-hand lane. '26 green for Andrew. Doobie turned it red. 627 on 109.72 and a 716 and 93 miles per hour. Jason Jenkins, Ford Mustang, up against Mike Kozlik's S10. Mike's 017 green light with his truck, and he runs 628, 111.19 to 717 and 94.11 miles per hour. Tyler Clark and Dave McChesney take their turn at the starting line here. Clark out of Traverse City, Michigan, red Chevrolet Lumina. Dave McChesney from Saginaw, Plymouth Duster. Green lights for both. Dave is 16 green. Tyler's 007 and a 565 with a 9. So a 630, 107.79 miles per hour. Fierro in the right-hand lane. Andy Wango out of Gaylord. He's going to race Joe Samalik, the wheel stand in Advance Auto Parts sponsored, and Lee's Off-Road backed Gia. Bringing him up, carrying him out there for Joe. Andy's red by 24, 539, 130 miles per hour, and a 565, 121.09. Paul Wolf, left-hand lane out of Michigan. Cheryl Dragster, Rich Van Els, the Seabright Machining Chevy Camaro. Rich had a pretty good evening out here last night, going 6 rounds with the Chevrolet. The red light by 002 for Paul. Rich is 36 green. 5 flat for the drag, 235 miles per hour. Rich runs 575.5, 119.17. Sam Manuel and Dustin Loins. Pinckney, Michigan. Firebird up against the Nova for Sam. Sam's out of Adrian. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree fires. Red light for Sam by 008. Dustin's 19 green. 577. 119 miles per hour and a 703. 96 for the Nova. Keith Grubaugh taking Scott Erickson, the Undertaker. Chevrolet Camaro. Keith Chevelle from St. John's. Double 001 light there for Scott and his Camaro, 553, 125, 655, 103.67. Kyle Yacko back up in the left-hand lane, Trenton, Michigan Dodge Daytona, and Terry Bauman right-hand lane, the Chevy 2 Nova. Terry was out here last year celebrating her 50th year of drag racing. Kyle picking him up big time there. 0-11 reaction time. And a 612, 111.60 to a 640, 107.21 for Terry. Little Chevy 2 of Jeff Sanchez. Racing Jason Hicks, Oldsmobile Cullis. Double 0-1 for Jason here. Jeff turned on the red line, run 618, 109.78 to a 687, 99 miles per hour. David Lanning, the Lanning Electric Chevy S10. Going to run down the Motor State side. And Rick Laputri driving Alan Hodder's Tri-City Fire Protection Chevrolet Camaro. Kind of a tribute car back to the maybe the Levi Garrett colors back on the Pro Stockers. Little red light for Rick by 006. David is 9 green. 604 for the Camaro, 113 and 652, 104.46 miles per hour. Clint Bailey and Jason Mikula. J&M Racing Chevy 2. Eagle, Michigan. Clint from Clare, Michigan, 69 Dodge Dart. Mikula 17 green, and he's going to run 591, 114 to 626, 108.43 miles per hour. Brian Kiefer coming up, 55 Chevrolet in the left-hand lane. Switching cars here this afternoon for the 50 grander, taking on Jeff Alexander's Monza in the right lane. Kiefer with an 078 reaction time. Jeff Alexander is 11 green, right-hand lane, 6 flat, 114.53 to a 605, 113.09 miles per hour. So next pair coming up. There's a car that has won the 50 grander. Jason Jensen won this event with this car back in 2017. Now his son's doing the driving. Taking on Nolan Blanchard, Benzonia, Michigan, 84 Chevrolet Monte Carlo. Finish line here, a 599, 112 miles per hour. Counter was 004 green. Nolan ran 622, 109.13 miles per hour. It's Craig Vandersloot and Mike O'Rourke Jr. going to be in the right-hand lane. O'Rourke with a Firebird of Westland. Craig back up the Dragster in the left-hand lane. Craig out of Kalamazoo, Michigan. Both drivers in, here we go, treeing away down. O'Rourke wheels way up in the air there, 20 green. Craig in left-hand lane runs 456, 150 miles per hour to 594, 115.80 miles per hour. Pete Brown and Alyssa Martin coming up. The less 10 up against the 84 Chevy Monte Carlo out of Eaton Rapids. Both drivers in, here we go. Tree fires, Brown's 25 green. Alyssa's a 27 on react. Pete runs 523 with a 9. That's a good run. 132.39 to a 6:07.0. 113.70 miles per hour. Comes Jeremy Bargo in his wheel standing pickup truck out of Barberville, Kentucky, racing Ricky Adkins, the Mini out of Milan, Michigan. Certainly one of the more unique entries on the grounds. Went to the Final Four Thursday night. Trying to remember what day it is. We're at Saturday. Thursday night he went to the Final Four. We're at day 3. This is the day that they all showed up for, though, the 50-grander. Here, Bargo, pick him up. 13 green, 1 red for the Mini, and a 479.7, 145 miles per hour to a 612, 110.40 miles per hour. Here's another car that has won the event. The Rally Nova, left-hand lane out of Team Micas. This is Corey Micas sitting behind the steering wheel. Of course, Steve won it only 2 years ago, back in 2023, and what truly went down as one of the greatest winner circles ever in bracket racing, that's for sure. Very popular win. Now Corey's sitting behind the wheel. Hopefully Steve's here. Mike O'Rourke in his Camaro right-hand lane out of South Rockwood, Michigan. .011 to a 007 reaction time here. Finish line, it'll be a 5:49 and a 5:82, 117.55 miles per hour. Couple of beautiful Chevrolets here. Brett Williamson and Tom Bueller. Bueller with that red 67 Camaro out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. And the 57 Chevy out of Winnebago, Illinois, Brett Williamson. Car that many people don't know because it has a hood on it, but it uses a stack injection system on the Bel Air Chevrolet here. And if you don't know what you're doing, that's not the easiest way to go drag racing. I can assure you, been there, done that for a short amount of time. All right, here we go. Tree down, wheels way up for the Camaro. 15 green light, 019 for Williamson. 578, 118 miles per hour, and 622, 209.80 miles per hour. Brett will be back around for the No Box 32 shootout later. Matt Gramlich and Kirk Cheney come up. Kirk in the right-hand lane, rear-engine dragster. Matt left-hand lane, the Diamond Chassis Gramlich Family Racing dragster. Kirk backing up with that blue dragster right-hand lane. Actually is an incredible motorcycle racer. Actually traveled the country in the wintertime doing some stadium ice arena racing in the wintertime, and he's very good at it, and actually expands bigger than the ice arena. But he also has a couple race cars that he drags out every year about this time of the season. Lives about an hour away, and very, very, very competitive human being, Kirk Cheney. 003 for Kirk. Left lane, Matt. Runs 476, 143 miles per hour. Kirk with a 490, 141 miles per hour. So next pair, back him up from their burnout, Jim Hamilton, longtime drag racer from Fraser, Michigan. Got him a dragster with a big block Chevy and a baby blower sitting on top, taking on the Scoggin Dickey Race Shop sponsored Ultratech Race Fab car of John Parks, Cadillac, Michigan. John actually owns that business up there and builds race cars for a living, and he is one of the best at it. If you want a good one that is detailed from head to toe, you kind of compare it to the West Coast Chopper deal. You won't find a more detailed, nicer car than the one coming out of Ultratech. And he's also the title sponsor for this year's 32nd Annual World's Road Challenge. 017 green light for Parks. And he's going to run 435, 159 miles per hour. Jim went 442 with his dragster, 158 miles per hour in the left lane. This is the Chevy 2 out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. Looks like I had to look behind the car, see who was standing behind it. Tom Jones is standing behind it. That means Stacy Bueller is doing the driving. Jason Jensen, left-hand lane. There's a driver that won the 50 grander with that Malibu we talked about a little while ago. Jason, the 2017 winner of the OG 50. Red light for Stacy by 005. Jensen 7 green, 448, 153. 614, 110.53 miles per hour. Don Vincelli out of Montreal. Backing up in the right-hand lane. I believe that is one of John Park's cars. It's an American chassis car, but I believe that come out of the Chrome Works shop. I think maybe John Pizzo out of Canada had this car built. He used to say Armando's Pizza on it. Taking on Andy Christopherson, Chelsea, Michigan, 63 Chevy Nova, driving for the Payton family. Car affectionately known as Mater. The only reason I know that is the car used to sit in my garage for a few years, and now the Payton family campaigns it. Right-hand lane, Don with a red light on a 450, 153 miles per hour to 608, 112.09 miles per hour. Our next fair roll-up, Jim Johnson, Lansing, Michigan, 1965 Plymouth Belvedere. He's racing Donnie Hagar, certainly one of the most decorated bracket racers in America 2 years ago when he won the $1 million drag race without a delay box on board, and also won the WDRA World Championship the same year. Had an incredible season back then. Still a super, super competitive young man. Jim Johnson, right lane, 589, 116 miles per hour to a 632, 107.09 miles per hour. Stan Jones Jr., Byron Center, Michigan. VP Racing, fuels-backed 69 Chevy Corvette. A multi-time winner this season already. Take on Michelle Taylor. Michelle, the Malibu, don't normally have her husband and crew roll up here with her, except for earlier today I found out that they have they put this car on kill. They took the all the timing advance or the timing retard out of it, and they've loosened it up. Michelle said, I want to go faster, so quite frankly, they said, no clue what's going to happen right here. This thing could flip over, it could hit the wall, we have no idea, and as typical, nothing happens. And it runs 538, 127 miles per hour. It looked as smooth as glass going down through there, but they're not going to walk up here like that and watch her again, I can tell you that. 591 for Stan. He was 35 green, 116 miles per hour. We were hoping for like a 4-foot wheelie and a 490 run. It didn't happen. Corvette coming up in right hand lane, Will Crawford, Westland, Michigan, and Joel Young back up with his Chevrolet Camaro. .038, 014 reaction time. Will with an issue here, going slow in the right-hand lane. 82 miles per hour. Something going wrong with the Corvette Roadster there as he just kind of cruising down through the shutdown area. Here's a little wheels up action coming at you here. Kelly Smith in the truck and Chris Fleener, Portland, Ohio. 86 E28 Camaro car that leaves as good as you can leave. Leaves like a super stock car. Out of the Fleener Trans camp there in Ohio. Pick him up, carry him out there. Smith is 006. Chris is 13. A 579 to a 629 run. 105 miles per hour. Brett McKay. Coming to right-hand lane, Gallatin, Tennessee. 68 Chevrolet Camaro. Taking on Travis Mardlin. His S10 out of Calva Auto Repair. Brett went deep in eliminations for the 50 grander 2 years ago, I think. Oh, maybe it was last year. You know what? I think it was last year. Because Chase went deep 2 years ago. Brett went deep last year in eliminations. 588, 117 to a 703 at 96.90 miles per hour. Here's one of our favorite cars, Chuck Bohannon. Louisville, Kentucky, 66 Chevy 2 wagon. This car knows how to leave the starting line. Taking on, that is Jeff Westinghauser in the left-hand lane, and it is Chevy Camaro. See, the first to run yesterday, Chuck, we have a video right from behind it. The left rear of the bumper was dragging on the pavement on the first time run yesterday. And it was Chuck's birthday yesterday. Didn't go up quite as high. 002 reaction time. Right lane 637, 105.17 to a 651.3, 97.68 miles per hour. And Jason Hemmerline and Charlie Hama head to the line. Jason in the Camaro left-hand lane out of Unionville, Michigan. Charlie came up to the tower and seen us last night out of Durant, Iowa. Charlie's father, the man that maybe started all of this crazy big money box racing, because he invented the delay box out of digital delay. Middle-aged crazy Oldsmobile Cullis out of Durant, Iowa. Charlie Hama, sponsor of the Thursday event out here. He's 009 on Riyadh. Right lane will run 482, 146, so a 504 for Jason Hemmerline at 142.06 miles per hour. He is Dan Ide, the Chevy 2. They come up in the left-hand lane, taking on the Bernsteiner Dragster in right-hand lane. Kind of rolling through time runs here. The stage lane's about half filled up. Guessing about another hour or so remaining of getting cars down the track before we roll into eliminations this afternoon. Eric Pavicic coming up out of Polo, Illinois in the right-hand lane. It's a race tech car, and Warren Smith, Temperance, Michigan. Ford Mustang calls the Righteous Ride. Little Chevy Nova coming up out of Defiance, Ohio. Eric Squires going to make a time run, taking on. Is that Kaylee May? It is Kaylee May. Greentown, Indiana. Dragster in the left-hand lane. Her first run of the weekend. I think she has not been here. Wes May's wife. Of course, Kaylee's family, the track operators down there at Muncie Dragway. The West Main left-hand lane, little red light start by 007. Steve 10 is 004 green, 612.0, 111.48 miles per hour. The Bowman Racing Chevrolet Corvette Roadster in right-hand lane, taking on Billy Swain's Attitude Adjustment Cavalier left lane. So Bauman right lane, the Corvette. Billy Swain, the Attitude Adjustment car. Been battling this machine, but they think they're close. See what happens here. Wheels up. Yeah, that looked pretty good. 005 reaction time. And a 554 to 127.58 miles per hour to a 525, 129.49 miles per hour. Mike Newman, Oakville, Ontario. Chromeworks car in the right-hand lane, and Steve Williams from Macomb making his final time run here. Don't forget, concession stands open. Need something to eat or drink this morning. They are serving up hand-dipped ice cream over there. You get some ice cream. The Mid-Michigan Motorplex Souvenir Building open. With the event T-shirts on sale for the 32nd annual Ultra Tech World Super Pro Challenge. Newman runs 479, 142 to 493, 139. A.J. Buchanan runs a 583 of the Mustang, 117 miles per hour. Doug Foley over in the left-hand lane. That truck, 587, 115. It's Brandon Lang and Jim Davis making their final hit before we go to eliminations. .041 there for Jim Davis, and he's going to run a 5:05, 139 miles per hour to a 5:89, 123 and 57. Danny Angel, Bailey Ferraro going to run here. Danny in left hand lane, the Ford Mustang. Bailey backing up with a Dragster. Ferraro 001 red light. He turns it loose this morning, 435, 159 miles per hour. Left lane 616, 110.17 miles per hour. Craig Eberhardt and Chase McKay. The Roadster in left lane. Taking on the Dragster out of Gibraltar, Michigan for Chase. Chase, a former runner-up of the OG 50. Obviously a good feeling to make it to the final, but obviously the goal to get your name on the back of the event t-shirt and go down as one of the winners of one of the longest running big money bracket race in the United States. Green lights. 13:24. McKay runs 4:38 at 158.75 miles per hour. Craig Eberhardt 5:49, 127.58 miles per hour is Thomas Whitaker and Jared Ledford. Come to the starting line here. Jared, a former IHRA world champion, backing up with his Dragster. Thomas Whitaker, big money winner last weekend. I think he won a $6,000 to win event up at Northern Michigan Dragway a week ago. .443, 155. Thomas a 5:31, 130. Left-hand lane will be Mark Daniels, the Chevrolet Camaro, taking on Jeff Jaquish. The wheel standing S10 out of Racine, Wisconsin, right-hand lane. Watch this one. Oh, somebody changed something. He tied it all down and spun the tire. 6 flat, 114 to a 582, 119 left-hand lane. That thing maybe was in the lead for the wheel stand contest yesterday. Looked like a different truck. Aaron Vale and Ken Hansen coming up. Here in the right-hand lane, the Fortville, Indiana Trans Am, Napa Auto Parts store owner. Dan Ken Hansen. I said it earlier. Don't be fooled. Even though Ken does drive it to the racetrack, he is very, very, very capable of winning. He actually is a WDRA division champion. He won a bracket finals on the WDRA side of that car. Aaron with an 0.23 reaction time. Ken is 0.31 for reaction time. 616, 110.41 miles per hour to an 840 at 79.38 miles per hour. Rear engine Dragster in the left-hand lane, taking on the Chevrolet Camaro of Aiden Lutzke in the right side. Aiden Lutzke, the Chevrolet Camaro, being the no box 32 out here later on, taking on the Dragster here, Casey Kovac in the final time run session. Triple O to a 003 there. 482, 142 to 648, 104.37 miles per hour. Steve Height, Livonia, Michigan, 85 Chevrolet Monte Carlo. He's racing Eric Paterka from West Bloomfield. Eric's first race of the weekend here with his Dragster 2024 Diamond car. .471 for Paterka, 147.73 miles per hour, and a 580 for Steve, 119 miles per hour with Monte Carlo. Maddie McCormick and Jared Bennett here in right-hand lane, Comstock Park, Michigan. 66 Chevy 2. Maddie McCormick left lane with the Dragster. So we have been told from the state lanes, final call for time runs, final call if you're not in the lanes. You are about to be too late. Final call for time runs. Final call. Need to be in the stadium lanes. Left-hand lane, a 439 for Maddie McCormick, 159 miles per hour to 634, 107.06 miles per hour. Cal Stockwell from Kalamazoo, the Chevy Malibu, taking on the Malibu, actually Malibu in the left, Malibu wagon in the right. Cody Height, left-hand lane. Old Ugly Betty got her picture taken last night. Friday night, $10,000 winner. Cody Height, Farmington, Michigan. Also former World Super Pro Challenge winner. He won it back in 2020, and he's got a weekend going right now, trying to roll into here to Saturday with that Malibu. Kind of looking, I think the results last night, and Cody's last two reaction times in the final and semifinal were 001 and 002. Stockwell in right-hand lane, 606, 111 miles per hour to 632, 107.64 miles per hour. The S10 of Andrew Taylor. Going to run down the Motor State side, new racer. Young man out of Scotty Taylor's racing team. This is his son. And Kurt Harrington, the familiar Chevrolet Chevette out of Middletown, Indiana. Wheels up for Kurt, turning on the red light there. 008 for Andrew in the truck. 609, 111 to 636. 108.10 miles per hour. It's Jeremy McCormick. Burns out across the center line with his blown dragster. Aiden Farrell, Kalamazoo kid in the S10 right-hand lane. Once again, event t-shirts on sale. Event t-shirts on sale over at the Souvenir Building. Get your event t-shirts while they're still available. Also, we will be doing that McCarty and FTI drawings a little bit later, giving away some cash. Left lane 430, 161 for Jeremy right there. 592 for Farrell. He was 11 green as well, 115 miles per hour. Kyle Kidder. Dom Ciantorelli, Laval, Quebec, Canada. Age car. We appreciate all the Canadians racing with us this weekend. We know there was a conflicting event going on. And those of you that chose to skip that and come to the OG 50, we don't know how much we appreciate that. And thanks for coming to all the Canadians. So a couple of events going on this weekend, more than a couple. There is a race in Ohio and a race in Iowa, but they really haven't messed with the attendance here at the 50 Grander. We got racers from both of those states attending and skipping their hometown states to come to the OG 50. We really do appreciate that. Dom in left-hand lane, 442, 156 miles per hour. Kyle runs 657, 102.35 miles per hour. It's the challenger of Mike Stokes, Beulah, Michigan. And run down the right-hand lane. Taking up Andrew Mitter, Howell, Michigan. S10 pickup truck, Team Wonderland Marine West. Stokes is 007 green, and he runs a 544, 125 miles per hour to 646, 105.96 miles per hour. Is the Roadster and the Camaro head to the line. Steve Vandersloot out of Plainwell, Michigan, left lane. Bob Russello, LaSalle, Michigan, 69 Chevy Camaro in the right-hand lane. Win line left lane 507, 134 miles per hour. Vandersloot, quicker ride there. 558, 123.94 for Bob and the Camaro. Courtney Grisez back up in right-hand lane, taking on Darren McChesney, Orangeburg, Tennessee. 73 Duster, Courtney out of Ohio. With that blower dragster in right-hand lane. 413 earlier. An appreciation to all those racers that have traveled to Mid-Michigan this weekend. Courtney, an Ohio racer. Darren from Tennessee. A very, very, very good support to this event from all over the country. Little red light by 002. Courtney right lane. 411 with an 8. 171.52 miles per hour. And a 623 for McChesney, 109. Dave Lorenz, a little red in the right-hand lane, taking on Clint Bailey, the Dodge out of Clare, Michigan, in the left lane. Dave at 23 for React. Little Red in right lane, going to run a 5:48.7, 125. Clint left lane 626, 108.25 miles per hour for the Dodge. Next pair, head on up the start line. TJ Jordan's wheel standing Ford Mustang in right-hand lane out of Bellevue, Ohio. Racing Art Reed, Kokomo, Indiana. His Dragster. Trouble here for TJ. Car never left the starting line. He's looking over and hopefully backs up. We'll get a reset if it's something silly. We'll give TJ another shot. Car that's worth watching here. We didn't want to send him back to the pits without watching a wheel stand. Come on. Prove me right, TJ. Ah, boy. Old 30 reaction time. 622, 180 miles per hour. Couple of rear engine dragsters coming up next. Lane Ledford, Charlotte, Michigan. Left-hand lane. And Jordan Crow from Dorchester, Ontario, Canada, in the right lane. Be a 465 and a 464 for that pair. 009 for Jordan Crow. Lane Ledford 028 reaction time. Little cleanup going on behind Lane's Dragster. Jeff Wistinghausen and Justin Harrington. Going to run the little Vega wagon out of Brownstown, Michigan. Justin out of Middletown, Indiana. Backing up with his Dragster. Steve Smith and Dylan Hayes out here. Steve left hand lane 016 green. Dylan's 010 green right hand lane. 469 and 462 for their final time run. Trevor Deeks and Tyler McCurry coming up. Tyler going down the left lane this time, FTI side. Trevor, his American car, be in the Motor State side. Getting concession stands open. You need a cheeseburger, some French fries, Pepsi Cola. Got that at the concession stand over there. Both drivers being real careful, putting them in stage beams here and get their final data before we go racing. They did their job. 003, 007. 451, 153 to a 479, 142.72 miles per hour. Brett Williamson's 57 Bel Air. It's about as cool as they come right there. Then run down the FTI lane in the Jeep of Neil Swain. Neil used to sand drag this Jeep. Switched it over a few years ago. Races in the no box category most of the time. He'll be doubled up. He'll be in the no box 32 to get to eliminations, and then he'll be back around, and pretty sure he's carrying 2 entries. He'll have a box entry as well. .566 in right lane. Looks like we got a little issue here for Brett. He's waving his dad up. I believe we got a little electrical issue, maybe some smoke rolling out of the cockpit here for the 57 Chevy. No, now he says, get out of the way. So got everything all reset. Give Brett another shot here. Not really sure what happened, but probably, thankfully, it was on a time run. Little red light there. And a 579, 119 miles per hour. Gene Reynolds does his burnout across the left-hand lane. Well, I think I just figured out what's going on here. The Gramlich Family Racing Chevy Camaro had car numbers written all over the place. Well, we figured out, put one of them in the computer, and it pops up Aaron McCullough, the only 2-time winner of the World Super Pro Challenge. Aaron has kind of been missing in action since Thursday. He showed up, made a run, and broke his motor in his dragster. And I was assuming he was trying to fix it, and I'm guessing it wasn't fixable. And this is the first we've seen of him since Thursday. Now he's driving the Gramlich Camaro to try to win his third 50 grander. 008 on reaction time and 652, 103. Left-hand lane 470, 146.08 miles per hour. It looks like Aaron will be racing the Gramlich family Camaro going for the 50. John Parks and Tony Flores in right-hand lane, Monroe, Michigan S10 in the Ultratech Dragster for John out of Cadillac, Michigan. Ultratech Race Fab, the title sponsor of the 32nd Annual Rose Pro Challenge, John's company. Dragster runs 4:37, 59. Right-hand lane 7:07, 94 miles per hour for the S10. Tom Gibson and Skylar Drews coming up next. Skylar in the left-hand lane out of DeWitt, Michigan. Tom from Steger, Illinois. .450 for Tom in his 006 green. Left-hand lane 583, 116 for Skylar Drews. Wes May. The left-hand lane to Buick Regal. Gary Fleener, Port Clinton, Ohio, the Z20 Chevrolet Camaro. Gary went to the final first night, Thursday night, day one. Wes, one of the all-time winningest at this big money bracket racing game with his Regal. Right-hand lane, Gary Fleener, 568, 122.95 to 649.9, 102.86 miles per hour. Tom Martinez Jr., the Dakota pickup truck in the left-hand lane, and Craig Skinner in the Trans Am on the right-hand side. 002, 004 on the tree here. 646, 105 to 656, 104 miles per hour. Devin Payton burning across the sideline. The Gulfstar sponsored Dragster. And the Tri-City Fire Protection sponsored Chevrolet Camaro being driven by Rick Laputri over there in left lane. Devin with a 008 red light on 473, 145 miles per hour. Laputri runs 604, 113.47 miles per hour. Is Tom Bueller going to be driving a dragster today, backing up in the right-hand lane, taking on Chris Stein. 1 year ago today, Stein in the left-hand lane went all the way to the final round. It's one of the quickest cars on the property. Silver Lake, Indiana dragster driver. Well, that's not Tom Bueller, by the way, in the right-hand lane. That is Mikey Bloomfield. Stein yesterday was dialed in the 4.0s, 4.08, 4.09. Whereas Mikey Bloomfield, right-hand lane, not sure how much money he's won this year racing, but it is it's over 6 digits. Stein is 0.15 left-hand lane. 4.08 with an 8, 174 miles per hour. Bloomfield lays down a 4.33, 158.98 miles per hour. Looks like Shelby's still driving the Ford Mustang in the right-hand lane. I had to. Fraser, Michigan, racing Kaylee May, left-hand lane, Greentown, Indiana. Like Haley, 442 miles per hour to 615, 109.72 miles per hour. As Troy Stone makes some noise over here in right-hand lane with his blower car, of Elkhart, Indiana. And Mr. Bug McCarty, Hazelhurst, Georgia. The S10 Blazer. Actually, we'll be doing the drawing here in a little bit for the McCarty FTI giveaways. We have 7 different racers getting an envelope with $400 in it, and then a couple racers with $500 gift cards coming from FTI. We will we'll do that here once we get closer right here to the end of time run. Troy went big red there, 429, 162. Bug runs 595, 114 miles per hour. As Matt Gramlich and C.J. Yeager. Oldsmobile Omega out of West Salem, Ohio. Matt in the left-hand lane, Monroe, Michigan, Diamond car. Hole 11 for CJ, Matt's 012, 477, 143 to a 706.7, 96 miles per hour for CJ Yeager. Melissa Burns and Jeff Gilman going to run. Melissa right-hand lane, Kokomo, Indiana, M&M car. Jeff Gilman's brand new 2025 Diamond Dragster was put together by Billy Swain. And piece of art. If you go look at this dragster over here in the left-hand lane, this thing is detailed. Every nut and bolt on this car. Painted, chromed, or detailed in one way or another. It's a beauty. So Dan Davies and James Vanderbroek on the line. Dan actually is our low ET of the entire event so far. Left-hand lane. Davies went 399 in his first run out here Thursday. It's been back down to about a 410 or 12 since then, but 411 here, 171 miles per hour. Right lane 606, 113.15 miles per hour. Ed Nemick, right-hand lane, Chevrolet Corvette, former champ, 2015, and racing up against Mike Ferraro, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Well, we're talking about Texas was a trip. I know where Fort Lauderdale is, and if you make it one day, you're going to be really tired. It's about it's all of 24 hours in a car to get down there. Races down there to Immokalee, does Ferraro. 19 green. Nemick is 17 green. 479, 142 to 527, 133 miles per hour. This will be Eric Anderson coming up right-hand lane. 68 Chevy Camaro. He's racing Tom Bueller, Fort Wayne, Indiana. Chevrolet Camaro. .024 to an 010 reaction time here. Eric in right-hand lane going to run a 604, 114. 621 for Bueller, 109.97. Jeremy Bargo and David Lanning. Going to run here, the S10 out of Coldwater, Michigan. Jeremy, this is his second car in the trailer. Barberville, Kentucky. Wheels way up in the air there for Bargo. Turned at 1 thou red. And runs 597, 113 to a 652 for the truck, 104. Kenny Underwood, left-hand lane, put him up in the air there. Zach Unkson, right-hand lane, the Dragster out of Eagle, Michigan. And Mike Bloomfield Jr. Here's your defending champion from 1 year ago. A little different hot rod this time. He had a red S10 pickup truck he put in the winner's circle last year. Driving for Scotty Taylor in the Dragster this year. Left-hand side. reaction time for Bloomfield and 434, 158 to a 499 for Zach Unks. 137 miles per hour. Kirby McLennan going to make a single here as we getting down to the end of the line here. Got some single runs. And now they're pairing up a little bit back here. The Kirby going to go down by himself. .010 reaction time and a 420 with a 7, 167 miles per hour. Bob Payton and Donnie Hagar and run side by side here on their time run. Scotty Taylor, Jeff Burdess out there in the line. Jeff, big wheel stand. Scotty runs a 474. He's 003 green. Burdess was 011 green, went 576. Appreciate your drivers back there pairing them up. That's kind of nice, as we would rather not run 30 single runs. Tyler Bohannon and Mike Newman next. Mike in the left lane, Dragster out of Ontario. Tyler, you know, he's kind of in a tie right now with Cody Height as far as who's having the best weekend. Well, maybe Tyler's in front. He's been in 2 finals, a win and a runner-up in the first 2 days. Of course, Cody's got a win and a semifinal the first 2 days. Bohannon out of Louisville, Kentucky. .454, yeah, look at that. Bohannon, 000 perfect, and runs a 454.1, 152 miles per hour. Left-hand lane, Mike Newman, 012 reaction time, and a 477.0, 144. Michael Unks coming up in right-hand lane, Eagle, Michigan, Shaheen Chevrolet sponsored Camaro, racing Will Crawford. Driving Brooke Nellis's Dragster, we're in left-hand lane, Westland, Michigan. Double 0-1 for Will in the Dragster, left lane. He's going to run 481.9, 142 to a 559, 127.60 miles per hour. Stacy Bueller coming up in left-hand lane. Chevy 2 and Jeff Serra in the right-hand lane, the S10 pickup truck. 7 reaction times. Sarah in the truck, 562, 122 to a 615, 110.36 miles per hour. Shanna Stone backing up. Her burnout in right lane. Elkhart, Indiana dragster. Double 09 for Shanna. Right lane 448, 54.45 miles per hour. Scott Hornline, Freeland, Michigan. Make a single down the Motor State side. Double 03 reaction time in a 484.0, 143 miles per hour. Greg McCurry, 68 Camaro. McCurry runs 608, 109.21 miles per hour, 018 reaction time. And we're down to the end of the line here, kinda. Some single file time runs here at the end. Ryan Sparks, the Rochester Hills, Michigan. American dragster, 430 car. Sparks is 000 and 435.7, 159.09 miles per hour. So we Brittany Ulmer backing up. Port Glen, Ohio, went all the way to the semifinal round last night. Doug Foley Jr. out of Mooresville, North Carolina, 85 S10 pickup truck, making his final time run. .22 green light for Foley in the truck, and he will run 586, 116.03 miles per hour. Chris Kozlik coming up the S10 right lane. 0:17 reaction time for Kozlik and a 6:04. All right, attention in the pits, attention in pit area. Round number 1, no box 32. Round 1, no box 32 to lanes 3 and 4, please. We do need the folks by the wall down there. That is no man's land, please. Thank you. So we get to the end of the line here. Michelle Taylor in the right-hand lane, Chevrolet Malibu, Portage, Michigan. Russ Sparks coming up, the New York Dragster. Racers, we have drawn the bye run for round number 1, if there is one. It is Dominic Cianciarelli from Laval, Quebec. Car number 580. That will be the bye run for round 1, if there is one. Dominic Cianciarelli from Quebec, number 580. That is the car sitting on the bye run. Sparks putting in the stage beams here for the final timer and get down to the end of the line here. We have asked for the no box 32 to lanes 3 and 4. No box 32 cars to lanes 3 and 4 for round 1 of eliminations, please. Tree on the way down, and Russ didn't go. He waited. 445, 155. Chris Conley from Shirley, New York, his dragster. Run down the motor state side. And looks like the Fleener Racing Dragster Gary in the left-hand lane. Chris is 000 perfect. Little 002 red light left-hand lane for Cleaner. 453 to a 478 here in McCullough. Ryan Lane, the Ohio-based racer, driving the Gramlich family Camaro. Double 06 red light there for McCullough. The Jay Clayton, Chattanooga, Tennessee Mustang, and go down the left-hand lane. And looks like Bailey Ferraro in the right side here. Our final pair of time runs. Got one more car back here behind Clayton and Ferraro. 15 for Ferraro. He runs 468, 156 to a 615, 110.45. This will be the final time run. Chris Fleener, Port Clinton, Ohio, 1986 Chevrolet Camaro. Really nice working car. .018 for Chris, and it runs a 579.7, 119.09 miles per hour. And ladies and gentlemen, time runs are done. Actually, time runs are done for the event. Tomorrow's a go to right round number 1 tomorrow morning. So we are going to do a little of what we do, housekeeping and drag and re-glue, and we will be back with round number 1 of the no-box competitors sitting out in the SATA lanes, 32 drivers in the no-box shootout. Before we start calling what will be up first will be the white run sticker door cars. We'll give you a few minutes yet before we give you a call. But for right now, we got a little of maintenance to do before we go into eliminations. Last night, we mentioned over the PA the McCarty FTI race. Quite honestly, we weren't going to start a race last night at 10 or 11 o'clock. So it turned into a McCarty FTI drawing is what's happened. So we have drawn 7 different names, or 7 different tech cards out of the pile up here, and those 7 racers are going to get an envelope with $400 cash in them. And then we got 2 more that are going to be drawn, or already have been drawn. They're in front of me. That have are going to be winners of the FTI $500 gift certificates. That's kind of a nice little option to have in your pocket. So here we go. These are the winners from the McCarty FTI drawing that just took place here a few minutes ago. These 7 drivers are all going to have $400 cash put in an envelope, and the envelopes aren't ready, so don't run to the office yet. But these are the drivers that are going to be the winners. The first one, Chris Conley, number 118K. Number 2, Chase McKay, car number 5K. Our third winner, Bailey Ferraro, X9T. Our fourth winner, Steve Smith, 3444. Our fifth winner, Josh Cull, K349A. Our fifth winner, Craig Skinner, number 359X. And our last of the cash winners, Emma Helsel, number 3X90. Those 7 drivers will have a $400 cash coming. Now to the FTI giveaway, the gift certificate winners. These 2 racers have won $500 gift certificates from FTI. Terry Stewart, number 4261. You're a $500 gift certificate winner from FTI. And our second one is Zach Unks, number 7X87. Also a $500 gift certificate winner from FTI. So once again, give us a few minutes because the office don't even know who won yet. So we haven't got that list over to them. Or more than a few minutes, I'm not going to lie. But you 9 racers are all either cash or gift certificate winners, and you can pick them up later on in the day in the office. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready to roll into round number 1. Before we do that, we're going to start out with our Canadian national anthem, followed by the national anthem for the United States of America. All right, we are ready to roll in round number 1 of eliminations. Ultra Tech Race Fab, sponsored 32nd annual, don't get ahead of myself, 32nd annual, almost started the 36th annual there. World Super Pro Challenge. No boxers are putting their helmets on. We are going to put out the first call for white run sticker door cars for round 1 of eliminations to the state of lanes, please. So a field of 32 racers, no box competitors that are running for $2,000 to win if you win the no box side, but bigger than that, you get to move into round number 6 of the main event if you come out the no box winner, and that's a big deal. You're within a round or so of talking some serious money there. And here we go. Tom Artigas Jr. and Andy Wingo. Wingo, the Fiero in the right-hand lane out of Gaylord, Michigan. Dialed in at 538, and Tom Artigas Jr., the Dodge Dakota from Ray, Michigan. Artigas, the only driver to ever come through the no box 32 and then finish the job and win the 50 grand. He did it back in 2022. 646 and 538 their dial-ins here. Opening pair of the main event. Wingo's in, waiting on the pickup truck. Now Tom's in. Here we go. Tree on the way down. Green light. Green light. Artigas, Wingo, finish line, win light going. Artigas, 0.24 and dead on the dial-in. Wingo was 0.55 and 100th over. Not good enough. Tom Artigas goes to the round of 16. Kelly Smith and Rich Van Els. Rich in the right-hand lane, the Chevrolet Camaro, driving for the Seabright family. Lowell, Michigan for Rich. He's dialed in at 576. Kelly Smith. White Cloud, Michigan in the left-hand lane. Driving the Chevy S10 truck. Won $10,000 1 week ago today. Trying to go for 50 here this afternoon. Smith will be the winner. A red light by 006 for Rich Van Els. Kelly Smith is 0.27 green and 100th over the dial-in. Our next pair coming up, Warren Smith and Alex Shield. Chevrolet Camaro out of Pontiac, Michigan, going to dial in at a 652. Warren Smith with the Ford Mustang left-hand lane. He made it through the 32 on Thursday night. He won the no box 32. He's dialed in here at 608. Win light going left-hand lane. Warren Smith, 0.33 and 2 over the dial-in, taking 6th thou stripe. Alex Shield was 25 and 4 over. Todd Schmitz and Jeff Alexander in the right-hand lane. The Monza down 6 flat. The Camaro on a 596. And it'll be Jeff Alexander getting the win. Schmitz turning on the red light. Jeff runs a 6:02 after an 0:33 reaction time. We should have white run sticker door cars heading to the lanes. Eric Doobie and Jeff Jaquish. The Doobie Duster in the left-hand lane down in at 716. Jakewish, the world champ out of Racine. Artie Cat down in at 571. Here we go, treeing away down. Red light, Doobie. Jakewish will go to round number 2, the round of 16. Evan Mutchler and Aiden Lutsky coming to the starting line. The Chevrolet Camaro to Langston, Michigan. Down 649. Mutchler, the reigning world champion on the junior dragster side with a WDRA in the left-hand lane, down in at 623. Both drivers in, tree fires, green lights a pair. Evan and Aiden. Finish line winner going. Aiden. Aiden Lutsky, 004 and 1 over for the win. Evan was 29 and 2 over. Lutsky goes to the round of 16. Alyssa Martin and Jason Mikula. G&M Racing Chevy 2 down in at 591. S10 left lane down in at 607. White run stickers have been called for the box cars. White door cars, white door cars, white door cars, white run sticker door cars to the lanes. Jason's in, Alyssa's in, here we go. Green lights a pair, they're both good. Win light here, left lane, Alyssa Martin. 016 and 100th over the dial-in by 003. Alyssa gets the win. Mikula was 008 and may have give it back down there, going 200ths over his dial-in. Emma Helsel and Clint Bailey next. Clint with a Dodge Dart left lane down in at 626. Emma with a Nova. She went to the final round last night in the No Box 32. She'll dial in here at 739. A red light for Clint Bailey here in round number 1. Emma Helsel will be back around in the round of 16. She runs a 746, and she will return. Clint turned the red light on. Jeff Wistinghausen the second, and Brett Williamson. Jeff in the 69 Chevy Camaro left lane down in at 651. Brett with a 57 Chevrolet. Winnebago, Illinois racer down in at 580. Both drivers taking their time. Now they're both in at the same time. Red light, Wistinghausen. Brett Williamson will be back in the next round on the 580. He's holding a little bit of 579 with a 37 green light. Brett Williamson advances. Andrew Heinig and Joel Young are going to match up. Young will be in the 1970 Chevy Camaro. FTI lane down 613, and Andrew Heinig, the Vega 601 out of Harrison, Michigan. Joel Young into the stage beams. Andrews bumping the Vega. Now he's ready to go. Couple green lights this time. Young and Heining. Good race. Finish line. Winner going. Joel Young. 006 winning reaction time. He'll be back. Andrew was 27 and dead on, not good enough. Tom Bray and Danny Angel. Tom in the Camaro dialed 693. The Ford Mustang for Danny dialed in at 618. Red light for Bray. Danny Angel in the wheel standing Mustang advance. Angel is 008 on react, holding about 300s. Bray went dead on the dial and turned it 7 red. Mike Kane and Donnie Hagar going to run. Donnie in the left lane. The Vega down in at 632. Mike right side, the Challenger on a 606. Round 1, no box 32. Win line here, Donnie Hagar. Donnie's 005 in 3 over the dial in. Mike was dead on with a 2, but had an 082. Neil Swain and Stan Jones Jr. Stan in the 69 Chevy Corvette down in at 591. Neil with a Jeep out of Portland down in at 567. A red light for Stan Jones, Neil Swain, 008 reaction time. And he runs dead on with a 9. Neil putting 17 down here in round number 1 of no box with a Jeep. Mark Daniels, Scott Erickson. Chevrolet Camaro Del 582 in the right-hand lane. The Chevrolet Camaro for Erickson left lane. 553 dial in. Both drivers in. Here we go. Green light. Greener light. Finish line. Daniels. Mark with an 0:10 winning reaction time. They are killing the tree here in round number 1 of no box. Daniels advances. Jason Hicks, Kyle Yacko, the Daytona 613 in the left. Jason with the Oldsmobile 687 in the right. Best run of the round here, 003 to an 015. Finish line winner, right lane. Jason Hicks, 003 dead 7. Kyle Yacko in the left lane was 015 dead 1, no good. Brian Kiefer and Bug McCarty. Bug actually posted a little extra bounty we'll talk about here in just a minute. Today's event. The Hazelhurst, Georgia. S10 Blazer in right-hand lane, down in at 598, and Brian Kiefer driving the 55 Chevrolet, down in at 605. Final pair here, round 1, the no box 32. Finish line here, win light going. Bug McCarty dead on the dial in. 598 on a 598. Kiefer a 100th over. McCarty advances. So with that, we're gonna. There's been a little bounty that's been thrown out here this afternoon. Last year's reigning champion, Mikey Bloomfield Jr. has a $500 bounty on him from McCarty Auto Parts. Well, that's cool, but he's doubled. Bug says, okay, we'll double it. Either entry, if you beat Mike Bloomfield Jr., you're going to get $500 no matter which entry he comes up in here early in eliminations. Thanks to McCarty Auto Parts. Kind of adding a little bit as we roll into round number 1 of our door cars. Coming out of the stage lanes, Toby Croning and Keith Grubaugh. Keith in the right-hand lane, the Chevelle out of St. John's dialed 656. Toby's S10, Lowell, Michigan, dialed in at 602. Red light and right-hand lane for Keith Grubaugh, 002. Toby, 007, green light, and 1 thou under. Great run. Toby looking good going to round 2. Craig Eberhardt, the Roadster, left-hand lane. 549. Chantel Lorenz, 69. Chevy Camaro, right lane, down 613. Once again, the buy run that was drawn for round number 1, if there is one, was Dominic Cianciarelli out of Laval, Quebec, the Dan Page Dragster. Stay right to the end of the line. Eberhardt and Lorenz on the starting line now. Camaro Roadster up against the 69 Chevrolet Camaro for Chantel. Green light's a pair. They're both 00. Win light going left lane. Craig Eberhardt, 005, 1 over, beats a 003 and 4 over the dial in. Mike Kozlik and Dave McChesney. McChesney in the Duster dialed 630 in the left. Kozlik right-hand lane dialed 628 with a truck. Dave McChesney, Mike Kozlik, once again, left lane, 004 and 2 over the dial-in. Kozlik was 11, got there first, taking 22 and broke out by 5 thousandths. Needed to make that 17 or less, so McChesney advances. O'Rourke, Mike O'Rourke in the left-hand lane, down 550, and Scott Barron, the New York Roadrunner in the right-hand lane, down in at 647. Scott Barron and Mike O'Rourke, finish line winner going to the New York Mopar. Scott Barron, 023, dead on with a 5. O'Rourke is dead on with a 1, but he had an 048. Austin Bennett going to race Steve Parkett. Steve in right-hand lane down 657 with a Buick Regal. Austin left lane, the Greenville, Michigan. Chevy Nova down 638. Steve Parkett backed out of the stage beam there. The car rocked, and the winner going to be Bennett, running dead on the dial-in. Jeremy Bargo and Ted Barnes heading the line. Barnes out of Casterville, Ontario, Canada with that Datsun in the FTI lane. Jeremy Bargo from Barberville, Kentucky. You talk about two different cultures on the starting line here. Ontario and Barberville, Kentucky. Jeremy Dell 598. Ted in the left lane Dell 664. Yeah, that's right. They both talk funny. That's the difference. We think we talk normal. No? Define normal. It's Ted Barnes. Two very cool hot rods, too. Ted already said he's got the baddest of the bone Datsun on the grounds. Green light. Here comes the Mustang. Bargo. He's 00. Finish line winner. Bargo. There you go. Both of them dead on the dial. Jeremy's 003, dead 9. Ted is 017, dead 0. 5 thou margin of victory for Bargo. Bob Russello, right-hand lane, LaSalle, Michigan, 69 Chevy Camaro. He's dialed in at 558, taking on Travis Mardlin. The Chevy S10 in the left-hand lane dialed in at 704. And Travis is in control because Bob never left on green there. 709 in a wood light for Mardlin. Something going wrong for Bob. He had a reaction that started with a 6. Josh Cole and Blaine Anderson on the line. Blaine left-hand lane dialed in at a 601. Josh right lane is truck dialed in at 623. Both drivers in, tree on the way down. Green light, red light. Cole turned it green. Anderson turned it red by 004. 623 and a 623 for Josh Cole with a 20 green light. He'll be in round 2. Doug Foley Jr. and Andy Wingo on the line. Andy with a Fiero dialed 540. Doug Foley with that S10 out of Mooresville, North Carolina. He dialed in at 588. Wingo and the Fiero in and ready, taking on Doug Foley here. Now he's ready to go with his S10. Tree drops, Foley with a win. 003 green light, Andy turned it red. Foley on an 88, runs an 87 with a 3 after a 003 green light. Troy Stone to race Craig McCurry. Troy driving the pickup truck in the left-hand lane out of Elkhart, Indiana. 605 dial in. McCurry from South Lyon, 68 Chevy Camaro, 610 dial in. Finish line winner going left-hand lane. Troy Stone, 006 and 100th over the dial-in. McCurry with a wheel standing Chevy Camaro was 018, dead on with an 8. Not good enough that time. Kyle Stockwell, the Malibu wagon, and right-hand lane, Kalamazoo, Michigan, 607. Taking on the Chattanooga Choo Choo in the left-hand lane, the Mustang of Jake Clayton out of Chattanooga, Tennessee, dialed in at a 613. Great race here. Both drivers 00. Clayton and Stockwell. Winlight going left lane. Jake Clayton. 005, take 009 strike to be 100th over. Stockwell's 009 and 200ths over his dial in. Clayton with a win. Eden Farrell and Connor Jensen on the line. Jensen left-hand lane down in at 6 seconds flat. The S10 for Eden Farrell, 591. So I need to clarify the bounty that has been placed. The bounty that has been placed on Mike Bloomfield Jr. There's a bounty, $500 starting with round 2, not round 1. Starting with round 2. Make that very clear. Farrell and Jensen, foul, separate them, finish line, left lane. Connor, 030 and 1 over. Aiden, 029 and 3 over. Nolan Blanchard and Dustin Loynes next. Dustin left lane down 579. Right lane Nolan down 624. Dustin Loynes, the Firebird, C-Tech Performance. Bumping forward, Nolan Blanchard, the Monte Carlo from Benzonia. Win light here going, left lane, Dustin, 007. 200's over his dial in, good win. Nolan was in trouble when he went by the tree. As 063, and he was out of it at that point. Stacy Bueller and Will Steckley. Stacy in the right-hand lane, the Chevy 2 out of Fort Wayne down 614, taking on Will Steckley. Charger out of Milverton, Ontario, Canada. Went deep in eliminations last night. Former IHRA World Champion, actually holding the best package of the weekend so far recorded. With a triple O dead 1 or 2. I have to look that up. They're both out on green lights here. Stacy and Will, finish line winner going. Stacy got him by 007. 016 reaction time and 1 over the dial in. Will in the left-hand lane. 020 and 1 over the dial in. Cody Height, Charlie Hama. Wow, here's a big-time matchup here in round number 1. Charlie, right-hand lane, the digital delay, Oldsmobile Cutlass out of Durant, Iowa. 484 dial in, taking on last night's winner, Cody Height, Farmington, Michigan, former winner of the 50 grander. He'll dial in at 632. Here we go. Will driver's entry on the way down. Cody's green. Charlie turned it 007 red. Height with a win here in round 1. He runs dead on with a 1. Charlie's holding a couple hundreds. He'll be in the buyback situation. Fred Squires and Amelia Reed on the line. Fred in the right-hand lane, Defiance, Ohio, Chevy Nova, 623 dial in. Amelia out of Kentucky driving Jared Ledford Chevrolet Camaro down 617. Red light, right-hand lane by 005 for Fred. Winner left lane, Amelia. And she runs a 616 on a 617 dial in. Tony Flores in right-hand lane, the S10, dialed 708, and Terry Stewart. Here's our racer from Midlothian, Texas, with a Chevelle in the left-hand lane. Lives right by the Texas Motorplex. came to the Mid-Michigan Motorplex this weekend. 0:30 and 0:24 lights. Anybody's race. Finish line, win light going. Texas, 5:52 and a 5:52. Tony was 2 over with a truck. Terry Stewart advances. Well, this will be a good photo op. 2 racers that like to pick them up and carry them out there a little ways. TJ Jordan and Wes May. Jordan right-hand lane, the wheel standing Ford Mustang out of Bellevue, Ohio. 626 Island. Taking on Wes May, Greentown, Indiana. The wheel standing Buick Regal. He's out in at 650. Here we go. Good race. Finish line winner, Wes May. 013. Take 007 stripe to be 200s over. TJ was 021 and 2 over his dial-in as well. All right, attention in the pits. We now need purple run sticker door cars. Purple run sticker door cars to the lanes, please. Skylar Drews and Jeff Serra on the line here. S10 in the right-hand lane, 567 dial in. The Oldsmobile Calais for Skylar in the left lane, down 584. Of course, Jeff Serra in the right-hand lane, the $1 million race winner. Skylar Drews, he's been in the 50 grand final round here a few years back. They're both out and they're both green. Winner, right lane, Serra. 005, take 004 stripe for Jeff Serra to be 100th over the dial-in. Drews was dead on the dial-in with an 014. Not a bad run, but not good enough that time. Chris Kozlik and Mike Unks on the starting line. Kozlik, the S10 truck, left lane, down 604. Unks in the Shaheen Chevy sponsored Camaro with a 560 dial-in. A red light in the left-hand lane for Kozlik, so Unks for the win. So once again, white and purple have both been called, and now we're calling red run sticker door cars. Red. All door cars, round one, have now been called for eliminations. All door cars have now been called for eliminations. White, purple, red run stickers. With your first entry. Ken Hansen and Brett McKay on the line. McKay out of Gallatin, Tennessee. 68 Chevrolet Camaro. Dialed in at 588. Ken Hansen left-hand lane. 843 dial in for the Chevrolet Impala convertible. And a red light for Ken Hansen. Brett McKay with a win. He is 23 green, picks up the front end, and see what he runs here, dead on with a 3. 588 on a 588 for McKay. He'll be back around in round number 2. Andrew Sturck and Corey Mikas going to win. Corey in the left-hand lane. This is the car that won the 50 grander 2 years ago. Corey's dad, Steve, sitting behind the wheel. Now Corey doing the wheeling. He's on a 582. Andrew Sturck. Orangeville, Ontario, Canada. Corvette Roadster dialed in at 551. Finish line winner right-hand lane, Andrew Sturck, in what was a great race. 001, dead 3 for the Corvette. 009, dead 7 for Micus. Sturck and the Corvette get the win line. Chuck Bohannon and Tom Bueller on the line. Two very, very, very cool hot rods here. Red Chevrolet Camaro out of Fort Wayne, Indiana, up against the wheel stand and Chevy 2 wagon out of Louisville, Kentucky. 637 and 621 their dial-ins. Win light going, Bohannon. Dead on the dial-in, 015 light. Bueller was 25 on the tree, and then went a couple over. Chuck Bohannon in the wagon advance. Michelle Taylor racing Kelly Smith. Smith with a truck dialed in at 631. Taylor with the Chevrolet Malibu, 541 dial-in. Red light for Kelly Smith. Michelle Taylor with a win. 541 dial-in. She runs a 542. Smith runs dead on the dial-in with a 1, but turn on the red light. Bill Swain and Jeff Jaquish next. Jaquish in the right-hand lane. A Chevrolet truck out of Racine, Wisconsin, down 594, and Billy Swain. Attitude adjustment. Chevrolet Cavalier on a 555. Jaquish had been doing huge wheel stands earlier in the weekend. Came out on a time run, and it was not good, not going to lie. He tamed it down and spun the tire. He's dialed it down. My guess is the wheelie mode is back in effect here. Let's watch the truck. Billy, we know he's going to carry the front end a couple hundred feet with a Cavalier. There you go. 003 red for Jaquish. Swain with a win. 5 thou under the dial-in with an 011 reaction time. Jaquish will be back around that truck. He'll buy back. Frank Piltz and Kurt Harrington. Chevrolet Chevette out of Middletown, Indiana, dialed in at 610. And Cadillac, Michigan for Frank. He's on a 6 flat. Both drivers in, and here we go. Tree on the way down. Green light's a pair. Good one. 5 thou separate them. Wind light here going. Left lane. Chevette. 015 and 1 over. Frank was 010 and 3 over the dial-in. Kurt Harrington with a wind light. Jimmy Johnson, David Lanning going to run next. The S10 out of Coldwater, Michigan, down 652. And the True Burn sponsored 65 Plymouth Belvedere for Jim Johnson, 592 dial-in. You know, I'm thankful for David Lanning here because he takes a long time to stage, and you got a plate full of food in front of you. You can get a whole bunch of bites in before he even gets to the stage beam. It's awesome. Boom. Now he's ready. Swallow your food. Jimmy Johnson and David Lanning. Finish line. Win light going. Lanning. 013, 1 over for the win. Jimmy was 022, about a hundredth and a half under his dial-in. Lanning will be in round number 2. Warren Smith and Andrew Taylor on the line. Andrew right-hand lane down 637. Warren the Ford Mustang down 609. They're both green. About a hundredth better reaction time went to Warren here. See what happens. Win light, Andrew. 023, dead on the dial-in for Andrew. Warren was 014. Went down there, went a hundredth over. 005 finish line. maybe give it back, did Warren. Andrew don't care. He's getting a wind slip, and he'll be in round 2. Will Crawford will be in the right-hand lane. The Westland, Michigan Corvette Roadster down in at 516. Joe Bauman Chevrolet Camaro in the left-hand lane down in at 602. Both drivers in, Bauman out green. Green light for Crawford. 7 thou separate their reaction times. Winner, Bauman. 014 and 2 over the dial-in. Will was 007 and went 900ths over his dial-in. A.J. Buchanan, Ricky Adkins. Buchanan, the right-hand lane. The Mustang out of Vickery, Ohio, dialed in at 584. The Mini in the left-hand lane for Ricky Adkins out of Milan, Michigan, down in at 481. Ricky Adkins, a former winner of this event. He won it back in 1995, 30 years ago. Green light, both 00. Win light here going, Adkins. 002 and 100th over beats a 008 and 100th over, 009 at the finish line. Kenny Underwood and Dave Lawrence matched up here. Dave with a little red in the right-hand lane, Benton Harbor, Michigan, Chevy 2, dialed in at a 549, taking on Kenny Underwood. Kenny from Tampa, Florida, and then Mooresville, North Carolina, then Columbus, Ohio. Now Fortville, Indiana. He's dialed in at 594. Green lights a pair, and a good one here between Underwood and Lawrence. On the finish line, win light going, Lawrence. 003, 1 over the dial-in for Dave Lawrence. And look, Dave's going to church tomorrow, baby. Took out Kenny Underwood here, 011 and 3 over for Underwood, letting him go down there. Terry Bauman and Dan, D2, dime lane, left lane. IROC Z Chevy Camaro down in at 569. Terry Bauman, right-hand lane, down in at 640. Well, something going wrong here for Terry as long as the Camaro don't break out. And for some odd reason, he ran it out the back door to a 571. 004. And, yeah, Terry had an issue with the trans brake or something there, not holding the starting line. She's going to just crawl down the track at 34 miles an hour there. Bug McCarty, Jim Davis on the line here. Jim in the right-hand lane, Berrien Springs, Michigan with a 507 dial-in, and Bug McCarty, the Hazelhurst, Georgia S10 Blazer in the left-hand lane. Here's the guy that posted the bounty on last year's winner, Mikey Bloomfield. Bug dialed in at 597. 9/10 of a second handicap head start here for the Blazer. Wheels up, Bugs out. Here comes Jim Davis in a Chevrolet. Down the finish line, winner going Davis. Dead on the dial-in with a 1. 017, dead 1 for Jim Davis. McCarty, 024 reaction time. Could not win that round. Jeff Burtis and Jeff Wistinghausen. Vega in the left-hand lane, down in at a 565. The Vega wagon. Malibu wagon in the right-hand lane, down in at 576. Both drivers out of the gate green in the 20s on React. Finish line winner, left lane, got it. Wistinghausen, 0.26 and 100th over. Beats an 0.22 and 200ths over for Jeff Burtis. CJ Yeager and Michaela Hemmerline. Michaela left-hand lane, the Oldsmobile Cutlass out of Unionville, Michigan. 19-year-old young lady down in at 6:24, racing CJ Yeager. West Salem, Ohio. Oldsmobile Omega and right-hand lane down in at a 7:08. Both drivers hitting the bottom here. Yeager and Hammerline down the finish line. Wind light going. Yeager dead zero. 0.26 reaction time. Dead on with a 0. Michaela was 0.44 and 4th out under. Chris Fleener going to race Danny Angel. Danny in the Ford Mustang. Here's a couple wheels up launchers here. The Mustang left lane down 617. Fleener in the Camaro down 580. All colors have been called here for round number 1 on the door car side with your first entry. White, purple, and red with your first entry on the door car side. All colors have been called. Round 1 of eliminations. Both drivers out in green lights. Finish line winner, right lane. Fleener dead on. 0.11, dead on with a 7. Chris Fleener in the Camaro. Go to round number 2. Steve Vandersloot racing Kyle Kidder. Chevy Nova for Kyle down 658. Vandersloot, the Corvette Roadster left lane down in at 508. Red light here for Kyle. Vandersloot the win. He runs an 07 on his 08 dial-in. Had an 011 winning reaction time. Kyle just missed, went 2,000 under, but he turned it 9 red. Steve Height and Jeff Sanchez going to run next. Sanchez with a 66 Chevy 2. Grand Ledge, Michigan. Right lane, dialed in at 618. Steve Height, Monte Carlo out of Livonia, dialed in at 581. Round number 1 here. The door cars running. The main event here, Saturday, $50,000 to win. 32nd Annual World Super Pro Challenge. Steve Height and Jeff Sanchez here in first round. Wind light going, left lane. Height, perfect. 000 reaction time for Steve Height. And then he goes 2 over the dial-in for the win. Sanchez was 0.24 and 100th off his dial-in. Height with a win. Kyle Yacko and Pete Brown on the line. Brown Boys Racing, Monte Carlo down 525. The Daytona for Kyle Yacko. 613 dial-in. This will be the final call for the door cars. Final call for the door cars for your first entry. Final call for the door cars for your first entry here in round number 1. You need to be in the lanes. Yacko and Brown, finish line winner, Brown. Dead on with a 1, 525 and a 525. 033 reaction time. Kyle was 023 and 300ths over the dial-in. BJ Bennett and Steve Tennant. Yeah. Bennett and Tennant. 612 and right for the Ford. 642 for the Chevy 2 of BJ Bennett left lane. Left lane Bennett with a 001 red light. Steve Tennant with a win here in opening round, running 3 over the island, 6:15 on a 6:12 with a 54 light. Not a run he'll be proud of, but it don't matter. He'll be in round number 2. Ryan Pachaki and Dan Hyde are going to run. Dad with a Chevy 2, left-hand lane, dialed in at 599. Ryan, right-hand lane, the Maverick from Wayland, dialed in at 597. Ryan in the right, finish line winner, Ryan in the right. 021 and 1 over. Dan was 002 and 3 over. Margin of victory 002 at the finish line for the Maverick. Eddie Hall and Evan Muchler. Eddie in right lane, the Oldsmobile to Vicksburg, Michigan, 605 dial in. Evan, the S10 left-hand lane, 625 dial in. $2,000 separate the reaction times. Win light here going. Left lane got it. 011 dead 3. Eddie was 013 and 8 thou under, taking 9 thou stripe. He had to get there by 1,000th to get his win light to come on. Absolutely incredible race right there. John Erskine and Gary Fleener. 69 Chevy Camaro for Erskine, left lane down 625. Fleener right hand lane, the Ohio Camaro 569. In a red light for Fleener by 001. Running 1 under the dial in. Erskine missed it a little, then went 3 over. He'll be the winner. Scott Allen and Shelby Nelkin. Shelby in the right-hand lane down in at 6:15. Scott with the El Camino left lane down 6:02. Red light, Scott Allen. Shelby with a win in the right-hand lane. She is 002 on the tree and runs 6:17 on a 15. Joe Samelik, the Gia, left-hand lane, Beaverton, Michigan, dialed in here at 566. And Ed Niemiec out of Hampshire, Illinois, 2000 Chevy Corvette. 10 years ago, Ed Niemiec was in the winner's circle holding the check for 50 grand. Would like to do it for a second time here tonight. Joe and Ed head the finish line, win light going. Ed, 004 reaction time for Ed Niemiec and 1 over the dial in. Joe went 563, 3 under with an 044 that time. Toby Croning and Craig Skinner on the line. Toby with the S10 left-hand lane down in at 603. Craig Skinner's Trans Am out of Adrian, Michigan. 656 dial in. Best run of the day on the track. 001, 002. Winner, left lane. 002, dead on with a 7. Beats a 001, 100th over the dial-in for Skinner. Todd Schmitz and Sam Manuel on the line. Chevrolet Camaro dialed in at 597. Sam's Nova on a 703. Win light going Todd Schmitz. 0:15 reaction time. 4 over the dial-in. Todd will advance. Sam way over there. 900s off his dial-in with the Nova. Little Chevrolet Camaro and Chevelle matchup here. John Boston, left-hand lane, dialed in at 632. Kent City, Michigan, Chevrolet Camaro. James Vanderbrook, 18-year-old young man driving the Chevrolet Chevelle out of Fife Lake, Michigan, right lane, dialed in at 607. Both out on green lights here at 9,000. Separate them. Finish line, win light going right-hand lane for James Vanderbrook. Couple over the dial-in. He will advance. Vance Brown and Andy Christopherson. Chevy Nova in the left-hand lane, dialed in at a 609. The Monte Carlo for Vance Brown. He's going to be on a 560 dial-in. Finish line winner going left-hand lane. Christopherson 025 and 1 over the dial-in. Vance right-hand lane, a foul under, and had an 039 reaction time. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. We'll take white, run sticker, dragsters. White, run sticker, dragsters, round 1 of eliminations. White, run sticker, dragsters, round 1. Your first entry to the shade lanes, please. Andrew Heinig and Stan Jones Jr. on the line. Chevrolet Corvette dialed in at 593. The Vega on a 603. Good race going here. Win light going left-hand lane. Stan Jones. 001, dead on with a 6. Stan laying down 7 total. Heinig was 012, trying to take the stripe down there, went 3 under doing it, but Jones with a 7-pack. Clint Bailey and Tyler Clark here. The Lumina right-hand lane dialed in at a 566. Left lane Clint Bailey dialed in at 624. .008 and 007. Finish line. Winner going left lane. 008 dead 5 beats a 007 1 thou under for Clark. Jason Hicks and Tim Stout going to run. 668 for Tim, the Carson City, Michigan S10 pickup. Jason with the Oldsmobile left lane down 687. White run sticker dragsters as well as purple run sticker dragsters. White run sticker dragsters and purple run sticker dragsters to the lanes, please. Too close to call on react here. Finish line winner going right lane. Stout, 016, dead 1. 17 total. Left lane Hicks was 13 on the tree. Went 100th over his dial in. Roy St. Denis, Ted Dunham. Dunham, Forest, Ontario, Canada, Trans Am in the right lane. 569 dial in. Roy St. Denis, Oxford, Michigan. 95 Oldsmobile Cutlass in the left-hand lane. Former winner of this event back in 2004 was Roy St. Denis. 524 and 569 the dial-ins here. Red light for Ted, win light Roy. 012 reaction time, and he's going to run one over the dial-in, 525 and a 524. Jason Jenkins and Louis Taylor in right-hand lane. The Lewisburg, Tennessee Chevrolet Camaro dialed in here at 567. Jason left-hand lane. The Coleman, Michigan Ford Mustang dialed in at 713. Win light here going. Louis Taylor, 570 and a 567. Jason got to the finish line first down there, but went under his 713, running a 711. So Taylor going to get the win light. Jason Hemmerline and Aaron Vale next. Trans Am out of Indiana right-hand lane, down to 617. Jason Hemmerline, Unionville, Michigan, 2013 Chevrolet Camaro on a 506. Green lights a pair here. Aaron Vale, Jason Hammerline. Finish line, win line going. Right lane, Vale. Dead on a dial in. 017 reaction time. Hammerline was 013 and 200s over his dial in. Just a reminder, there's a 50-50 going on. Lisa Gramlich driving around selling 50-50 tickets. Yesterday it paid somewhere almost $800 yesterday. So get those 50-50 tickets from Lisa. You see her driving around in her golf cart. Keith Helsel up against Alyssa Martin. Keith in right-hand lane, the Chevy Nova dialed in at 587. Alyssa left lane, the S10, 607 dial in. We have a parts call. Anybody has a Magna Fuel 500 fuel pump? The Nelken Mustang, the orange Mustang by the back of the seat, Elaine's up there looking for a Magna Fuel 500 fuel pump, electric pump for the Ford Mustang. The Nelkens parked up there, the orange Mustang by the back of the seat, Elaine's. Alyssa Martin get the win there, 023, dead on with an 8. Keith missed it a little bit there with a 47. Thomas Whitaker and Scott Taylor on the line. Camaro Roadster left-hand lane, dialed in at 478. Whitaker right-hand lane, dialed in at 533. Good one here. Wow. 001, 004. Finish line winner. Right lane, Whitaker. 001, dead 3. Beats a 004, dead 5 for Scott Taylor. Thomas Whitaker will go at round 2. Mike Stokes and Rick Laputri. Laputri in the left-hand lane, down in a 604 with a Camaro. Stokes right lane, the Challenger on a 544. Both out in green lights. On the finish line, win light going. Stokes got it. 544 and a 544. with a 15 reaction time. That'll do it. Laputri was 0.33 on react, then a couple over the dial in. Joel Young and Neil Swain going to match up here. Neil, the Jeep in the right-hand lane, down in at 568. Joel's Camaro left lane, 612. Couple no-box racers here running in round number 1 on the box side. Green lights a pair, 9 thou separate them. Slightly better Camaro. Camaro going to get it. 0.23, 2 over the dial-in for Joel Young. Neil was 0.32 and 1 over the dial-in, making the margin of victory at the finish line 6 thousandths of a second for the Camaro. Tom Bray, his Camaro, be over here in the right-hand lane, down into 693, racing Darren McChesney. Duster left lane down 624. Win line in the right-hand lane for Tom Bray, 695 and a 93 with a 35 reaction time. McChesney was 0.36 and 2 over. Aiden Lutsky, Tom Artigas Jr. matchup here. Dodge Dakota left-hand lane down 647. Lutsky with a Camaro down 650. A red light for Aiden Lutsky. Artigas the winner in the left-hand lane. Artigas was 0.19 and 1 under the dial-in. Aiden was 16 red and 5 over. Michael Rourke Jr. and Andrew Mitter. The truck left lane down 645. The Firebird on a 595. Red light for the truck. Michael Rourke the winner. A 002 red light for Andrew Mitter. O'Rourke is 597 on a 595 with a Firebird. 2 over as well for the truck, but turned it 002 red. Andrew Sturk in the left-hand lane. Ford Mustang out of Orangeville, Ontario, dialed 627, taking on Jeff Alexander. Howard City, Michigan, dialed in at 602 with a Monza. Finish line winner going left-hand lane, 6:30 on a 6:27 with a 008 reaction time. Andrew Sturk picking up the win. Jeff had an 040 reaction time. Ballman Racing Chevrolet Corvette Roadster. Joe Ballman right-hand lane. Taking on Brandon Lang in left lane. Langdale 589. Ballman on a 526. Red light over the left-hand lane by 11, so Bauman will get the win. He runs 5:27 on a 5:26. Joe will be around number 2 of that Roadster. Eric Squires and Scott Erickson next. The Undertaker 69 Camaro, 5:54. Right lane Eric Squires is Nova Delled in at 6:27. Both drivers in, tree fires. We got a 007 and an 015. Win light going right lane, 007, dead 0 for Squires. 7 total. Erickson is 015, dead on with a 6. Good run, not good enough. Aaron McCullough, Art Reed. Art coming up in the left-hand lane. Our first dragster racing our last door car here. Reed of the Dragster down 494. The last door car happens to be the only guy that has won this event twice. Aaron McCullough, Tiffin, Ohio, 2-time World Super Pro Challenge winner. He is in a borrowed car. He broke his dragster out here on Thursday, driving the Gramlich family Chevy Camaro. 652 and 494 their dial ends. Aaron with a win light here in opening round. He's 005 green and runs a couple under. Art turned it 8 red in the left-hand lane. So Aaron McCullough will take that entry to round number 2. Just a little touch up to the starting line before we start rolling the dragsters out of the stadium lanes for their first round. I want to remind you the concession stand's open. You want to get something to eat or drink, concession's open. Hand-dipped ice cream available over there. Got cheeseburgers and chicken strips and mozzarella sticks, all kinds of stuff to eat and drink at the concession stand, and also souvenir building open. If you want to grab one of those 32nd annual World Super Pro Challenge t-shirts or sweatshirts, they're available at the souvenir building. And I hear fire in the hole. We got dragsters coming out of the stadium lanes for their round number 1 of eliminations. Here we go into the dragster side. Bob Kelly and Evan Davis. Our first pair out of the stadium lanes. Kelly left-hand lane, dialed in a 506. He's out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. Evan from Charlotte, Michigan, right-hand lane, dialed in at a 492. Green lights a pair here. Bob Kelly, Evan Davis. Winner going left lane, Bob Kelly. 003 reaction time for Bob Kelly, and then 2 over the dial in. Evan was 028 and 3 over the dial in. Casey Kovacs and Courtney Grisez. Courtney in right-hand lane, Vermilion, Ohio, one of the fastest cars on the grounds. She will dial in at 412. Casey left lane out of Waterford, Ontario, Canada. He will dial in at 482. Courtney goes right into the stage beams of the blower car. Left-hand lane, Casey in and ready to go. Here we go, tree fires. Green lights a pair. Courtney in hot pursuit. Finish line, left lane, got it. 0-11, 1 over the dial in for Casey Kovacs. Courtney has 2 over the dial in with an 0-20.
All right, next up, it's Justin Harrington out of Middletown, Indiana, dialed to 497 over there on the left-hand side, alongside Gary Williams, G-Dub out of Bradenton, Florida. The Overkill Motorsports Dragster over here, dialed to 474. Head start to the left side for Justin Harrington by about a half a bulb. .006 for Harrington and a win light, 498 at 136. 1 over with a 1, 006. Gary Williams got there first by 7 thou, broke out by 5 thou, 473.5 at 139. The 5 thou under breakout for GW. Here's Derek Gilman alongside Mikey Bloomfield Jr. Of course, Mikey will have the bounty on him beginning in round number 2. He is last year's winner, the defending champion here in one of his 2 entrants. Derek Gilman dialed to 443. Bloomfield, 437. 600 spot on the starting line goes to Gilman. 2 thou separate them up front, top end of the track. It's a 443.6, dead on 6 at 146 for Derek Gilman. 439 on the 437 for Bloomfield at 144. Good news is Gilman goes on to round 2. The not so good news is he doesn't collect the bounty because that doesn't start till the next round. Dominic Ciancarelli, Laval, Quebec, the Dan Page Dragster 443, alongside Troy Williams Jr. The FTI Road Warrior over here on the right-hand side, 458. Gets the head start. Dominic, his other entry has the wait and see by. 459 for Troy Williams Jr. Oh yeah, he went perfect on the tree. Trip zip for Troy Williams Jr. 1 over, 459 at 153. Dominic turns it red, then goes dead on 7 at 156 to take the L there. And as I said, his other entry has the wait and see by coming up here in round number 1. Steve Williams, Macomb, Michigan, left side, pairs up alongside Rick Needham Jr. The Canadian, Hamilton, Ohio. He's off and running and flips it red. 027 red for Needham. Win light goes to Steve Williams, 494 at 139. Steve Williams gets the bye to go on to the next round. Gene Reynolds and Bailey Ferraro coming up now. Ferraro over here right side, trying to go 471. That's a 200 head start over Gene Reynolds. On the left out of Roseville, Michigan. The Danny Nelson built machine over there on the left with that tall wing in the back. 469 on the dial-in board. As Jeff Ledford had to take care of a little business, he's back after this pair. Let's tell you about the rest of round number one. 1,000 separated at the starting line. How about a dead 3 for the win for Gene Reynolds? 469, 3 at 146. Dead on 3. Bailey is 2 over. 473 on the 471. Jeff Ledford back for the next pair.
Thank you, Warren. Appreciate that. As we look at Troy Stone and Carly Duffy on the starting line here. Carly in the left-hand lane, the Ontario Dragster dialed in at 485. Troy in the right-hand lane, Elkhart, Indiana. The main man from Vintage Trailers. 430 to a 485. We now are putting out the call for our last run sticker color here for Dragsters, which is red. White, purple, and red. White, purple, and red run sticker Dragsters. White, purple, and red run sticker Dragsters have been called. Carly is 024, 2 over, taking 1,000 stripe to get the win down there. Troy is 024 and 2 over in the right-hand lane. So all colors have now been called on the Dragster side for your first entry. Ernie Goodson and Tom Gibson heading to the starting line. Worthy Dragster backing up out of Steger, Illinois in the right-hand lane, dialed in at 451. Ernie in the left-hand lane, he's going to dial in at a 505. Round number one on the Dragster side here on $50,000 Saturday. Tom Gibson, Ernie Goodson trying to get a ticket to round number two. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree fires, green light, green light. Finish line, left lane. Ernie laying one down here in round number one. 002, dead 6, 8 total for Ernie Goodson. Tom was 022, dead on with a 7. Good run, not good enough that time. Ryan Sparks and Jason Preston next. Jason, the left-hand lane, dialed in at a 478. Ryan, right lane, dialed in at 435. Three fires, a red light for Jason Preston here in round one. Sparks is 4 green. 004, dead 3 for Sparks. 7 total for the Dragster in the right-hand lane. Jordan Crow and Mike Ferraro coming up next. To get a map out and measure out how far it is between Fort Lauderdale, Florida and Corchester, Ontario, Canada. Ferraro, the Florida racer in the left-hand lane, dialed in at 479. Jordan Crow from Corchester, Ontario, right lane, dialed 465. Red light for Ferraro in the left-hand lane, so Jordan Crow with a win. 007, 1,000 under. Good run for the Canada car. Ferraro a couple under and a couple hundredths early on React there. Final call for dragsters. Final call for dragsters with your first entry. All run colors for dragsters have been called. Final call to the stage lanes, round 1 of eliminations for your first entry. 1,488 miles from Corchester, Ontario to Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Thanks, Warren. Brittany Ulmer and Dan Davies. Here's a good one. Dan in left lane, White House, Ohio dragster. Chassis Builder taking on Brittany Ulmer. Chassis Builder, American Race Cars versus Diamond Race Cars here. 412 in the left, 472 in the right. Red light, Davies by 004. Brittany with a win. She is 001 dead 2 here in opening round. 3,000 total for Brittany Ulmer. Nick Lakeys, Eric Pavicic going to run. The Polo, Illinois Race Tech car backing up in the right lane. 452 dial in. Nick Lakeys, Race Tech car in the left lane, down in at 477. Green lights, 00, both lanes. Finish line winner, left lane. Eric got there first in the right-hand lane. He had a 008, went 5,000 under the dial-in. Lakeys was 004, went over the dial-in by 100. Nick Lakeys with a win. Eric took 19 stripe down there, needed to be 14 or less. Mike Zendik going to race Lane Ledford. Lane in the left side, down in at 466. Mike Petoskey, Michigan, right lane down 490. Lane led for Mike Zednick. Winner going Mike Zednick. 003 dead 5 for Zednick. 8,000s total. Lane is 200s over and 024 on the tree. Maddie McCormick backing up in the left-hand lane. Dragster dialed in at 440. Taking on Devin Payton in the right-hand lane. Dragster dialed 474. So win light over there for Maddie McCormick, 017, 2 over, taking 2,000 stripes. She will advance. Devin was 045 and dead on with a 2. Trevor Deeks and Jim Hamilton next. Jim left-hand lane dialed in at 443. Trevor right-hand lane dialed 452. Winner right-hand lane, Trevor Deeks. 004, 100th over. Hamilton, 004, 100th over. Finish line 004 for Deeks. Shanna Stone and Richard Briscoe. Richard down 485 in the left. Shanna on a 449. Shauna with a shot at a perfect run here, and she missed it by a thou. Triple O dead one for Shanna Stone in the right-hand lane. It's our best runner, tied for it for the weekend. Briscoe was 4 red in the left-hand lane. She missed a perfect run by a thousandth. Jared Ledford and Steve Smith. Smith in the left-hand lane down in at 465. Jared in the right-hand lane down 445. Red light by 14 for Smith. Jared Ledford with a win. He runs dead on 445 and a 445. He was negative 004. Chase McKay and Tyler McCurry coming next. 480 dialing for McCurry in the left-hand lane. McKay will be on a 440 in the right lane. Both drivers in, here we go. Tree on the way down, a 12 to a 14. Anybody's race, finish line winner, right lane McKay. 014, taking 005 stripe to be 100th over. McCurry is 012 and 100th over in the left lane. Chris Conley, Will Crawford backing up from their burnouts. Will in the left-hand lane out of Westland, Michigan with a 482 dial in. Chris Conley, Shirley, New York racer dialed in at 478. Red light for Crawford. Conley with a win, 006 light, and he runs a couple over the dial in. Jeremy McCormick. The blower car coming up in the FTI lane out of Fountaindale in at 432, racing Russ Sparks. New York Dragster in the right-hand lane, dialed in at 445. Identical reaction times here. Win like going McCormick by 2 thou. 017, 1 over with a 1. Beats an 017, 1 over with a 3. 002 at the finish line. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Door car doubles. Door car doubles. We will call 2 colors here. Find my list. White and purple run stickers. White and purple run stickers for double entered door cars to the lanes, please, for your second entry. Zach Unks, Chris Stein on the line. Unks in right-hand lane, Eagle, Michigan, race that car dialed 498. Chris Stein, last year's runner-up, left-hand lane, dialed in at 411. Stein may be the quickest dial-in we've seen so far at 4.11 seconds here. Red light, he's going to be the winner. 4099 for Stein right there. Unks turned it red and went one over the dial-in. Chris Stein advances. Matt Gramlich and Tyler Bohannon. Matt in the left-hand lane. Dragster dialed in at 477. Tyler right-hand lane. 456 dial-in. Bohannon, the winner on Thursday night. He won the 10 grander. Last night went to the final again, and he was defeated in the final round, so he's got a win and a runner-up so far in 2 days. Facing Matt Gramlich here in round number 1. Finish line here, winner going Bohannon. 005, taking 005 stripe to be 2 over the dial-in. Matt was 021 and 100th over the dial-in in the left lane. Melissa Burns racing Jason Jensen next. Jason left lane dialed in at a 450. Melissa in the right-hand lane will be dialed in at 489. All right, double door cars, we need you. We need you bad. If you're a double enter door car with your second entry, we're going to call all of you, all 3 colors. Double enter door cars, all 3 colors. Your second entry, we need you in the lanes. Red light for Melissa by 003. Jensen with a win. On the 450, runs dead on with a 3 at the end. He's 007 dead, 310 total for Jason Jensen. So once again, double entered door cars. Your second entry will take you to the lanes no matter the color. Paul Wolf and Scott Hornline next. Paul in the left lane. Scott over here in the right-hand side. Motor State lane, dialed 485. Paul the FTI side, dialed in at 5 seconds flat. Finish line, right lane, horn line. 000 perfect and 100th over the dial-in. Wolf was 028 and 100th over his dial-in, so horn line with a win line. Kirby and McLennan and Rob Lutzke match up here. Rob left lane dialed in at 482. Kirby in the right-hand lane with a 422 dial-in. Blower car in the right-hand lane will be given the head start to Rob Lutzke. Down to the finish line. Win light going. Left lane got it. by 1,000 of a second. Rob Lusky, 011, dead 3, beats a 009, dead 6, 001 at the finish line. Great race. Jeff Gilman and Don Vincelli coming up. Down the right-hand lane out of Montreal with a 451 dial-in. Jeff Gilman left-hand lane out of Martin, Michigan, dialed in at 444. Red light for Gilman by 008, so Vincelli with a win. He runs dead on the dial-in, 451 on a 451 after a 13 reaction time. Craig Vandersloot and Mike Newman. Newman in the right-hand lane, the Ontario Dragster dial-in 477. Kalamazoo, Michigan for Craig Vandersloot, 457 dial-in. Identical reaction times here. Finish line winner going left lane. 019 dead 3. Beats an 019 200s over the dial-in. Vandersloot advances around 2. Kirk Cheney in right-hand lane. Hastings, Michigan. Dragster down in at a 490. And Justin Daniels left lane down in at 485. Double O's all over the tree here. A 6 to a 2. Winner going left lane. Daniels. Kurt Cheney right lane was 002 and 2 thou under. Daniels was 006 and 100th over. Daniels with a win line. Bernd Schneider Dragster backing up in the right-hand lane down into the 485, racing John Parks. Ultra Tech Dragster, Cadillac, Michigan, dialed in at 438 in the left side. Parks in the left, Bernsteiner in the right, give it to Parks and a double breakout win. 008 reaction time for John Parks and 2 thou under. 020 for Bernsteiner and 8 thou under the dial-in. Parks with a win. Eric Paterka, Gary Fleener going to run next. Eric in the left-hand lane, the Diamond Dragster down in at 471. Gary, the American Chassis Dragster down 453 in the right lane. Here we go. 00 and a 10. Left lane 009, 1 over. Fleener was 010 and 3 thou under. Paterka with a win light. Ken Hansen and Kyle Kidder going to run. Hansen left-hand lane down 8:43. Kyle Kidder right-hand lane, the Nova down 6:58 as we roll into the door car side. All these racers carrying their second entry here. Finish line, winner going, right lane, Kyle Kidder, 022 and 100th over the dial in. He will advance. Hansen was 027 and 3 over. Mark Daniels going to race Gary Williams. Gary driving the Overkill Motorsports truck. Left lane down 571. Mark in the right-hand lane. Z28 Chevrolet Camaro down 584. Gary Williams, Mark Daniels, finish line. Daniels got him. 025, dead one. Gary's 014, giving it back 004 at the finish line to be 100th over the dial in. Daniels advances. Steve Tennant and Tom Bueller going to run. Chevrolet Camaro in the left-hand lane, dialed in at 622. The Mustang on a 612. Red light by 003 for Tom Bueller. Tennant advances. 012 reaction time, then 800ths over the dial-in. TJ Jordan and Dustin Loines. Dustin left-hand lane dialed in at a 579. TJ on a 626 dial-in. Pretty close on reaction times here. Finish line winner, right-hand lane, TJ Jordan. 032, dead on with the one. Beats an 034, 400ths over. Bob Rossello, Jason Hemmerline. Bring their Camaros up to the starting line. 69 Camaro for Bob. 558, Jason's 2013 Camaro, Dell 507. Win light for Jason Hemmerline, running dead on the dial-in. 036, dead 2. Beats an 013 and 300ths over the dial-in by 005 at the finish line. Craig Eberhardt and Chris Kozlik. Craig dialed 549 with the Roadster. Chris with the S10 dialed in at 605. Winlight here going left-hand lane. Chris Kozlik, 001, take 000 stripe to be 200s over the dial-in. Eberhardt is 014, dead 7 in the right lane. No good. Andrew Taylor and Brett Williamson on the line. Brett dialed 581 with a 57 Chevy. Andrew in the S10 dialed 637. Williamson and Taylor. Finish line winner, Williamson, 002. 100 low to dial in. Andrew is 015 and 2 over the dial in. Keith Elsel, Connor Jensen matchup. Connor left lane dialed 6 flat. Keith in right hand lane dialed in at 587. Wheels up and a perfect light here for Jensen. Connor is 000 in the left-hand lane and 2 over the dial-in. Keith is 022 and then went 700ths over his dial-in. Jeff Sanchez and Dan Ide on the starting line. Dan left-hand lane dialed in at a 602. Jeff in the right-hand lane dialed in at a 619. Well, Keith broke the Chevy too. We'll have to hold him up here and go retrieve him off the top end. Well, Keith ran off the dial-in a little bit there, the Chevy 2. And then he's pulled over down there at the top end, so we'll run down there and get him pulled around the corner. All right, got Keith just about around the corner here is Sanchez and Carver. Dan Ide on the starting line. Hopefully nothing too seriously wrong with the Chevy 2 down there for Keith Helsel as he is clear. Top end. Sanchez on a 619. Hyde on a 602. Get back at it here. Both drivers in, three and away down. Red light, wheels up way out there for Sanchez. Turned to 10 red. Dan Hyde with a win light. He's run on 604. Josh Cole, Jake Clayton going to match up. Jake in left-hand lane, the Chattanooga, Tennessee Mustang with a 620 dial in. Josh with the S10 right lane down 624. Red light for Clayton in the left-hand lane. Josh Cole will win. 624. He will run a 23. Back in round number 2 with that entry. Pete Brown and Kenny Underwood heading to the starting line. Kenny left lane. 591 dial in with the Camaro. Pete will be dialed 525 with a Monte Carlo. Good race going here. 1 thou separate and winner going right-hand lane, Pete Brown. By 9 thousandths at the stripe, 024 and 200ths over the dial in. Underwood is 025 and 300ths over the dial in. Eric Anderson and Wes May on the line here. Wes in the left-hand lane, dialed in at 651. Eric in the right-hand lane at Camaro, 605. Red light by 10 for Eric, so Wes May with a win. He's all up in green, running dead on with a 6. Wes takes that entry to round 2. Steve Parquette and Skylar Drews this time. Skylar 585 in the left. Steve with a Regal down 657 in the right. Win light going left lane, 588 on a 585. Skylar Drews by 100th of a second will advance. AJ Buchanan and David Lanning. S10 down 652. The 68 Mustang, 586. Winner right-hand lane, A.J. Buchanan, 011 and 4 over the dial in. David was 51 on the tree and then 3 over. Aiden Farrell and Ted Barnes next. Barnes left lane, Dal 665. Right-hand lane, Aiden, Dal 595. Ted Barnes, Aiden Farrell down the finish line. Left lane Barnes, 0-10, dead on with a 6, 16 total. Aiden was 0-15 on the let go, had to be dead 1 or dead 0 to have a chance, and he's 100th over. Greg McCurry and Cody Height. Curry on a 6-12 on the right, Cody on a 6-32 on the left. Here we go, treeing away down red light. 002 red light for Cody Height here in round 1 with that entry. McCurry pulls the wheels up and runs 300ths under, 024 light for the win. Dave Lorenz and Doug Foley Jr. Doug in the left-hand lane, 589 dial in, Mooresville, North Carolina. Dave Lorenz right-hand lane, Little Red dialed in at 550 from Benton Harbor, Michigan. Both drivers in. Green lights appear. Foley carrying him out there a ways with the truck. Here comes Dave Lorenz, finish line Foley. 009, 2 over for the win. Doug Foley takes that entry to the next round. Lorenz was a couple hundredths over and 44 in the tree. Mike Stokes racing Ricky Adkins. The Mini in the left-hand lane, down in at a 482. Right lane a Stokes right-hand lane on a 544. Win light here going left lane 484 on a 482 for Adkins. 009 winning reaction time. Stokes was 030, 100th over. Mike O'Rourke and Keith Grubaugh next. Keith with a Chevelle right-hand lane with a 658 dial in, and Mike in the left-hand lane with his Camaro 550 dial in. Mike O'Rourke, 013 and 2 over for the win with a Camaro on the left lane. Keith was just late on the let go there. That what decided that one. Kyle Stockwell, Rick Laputri next. Tri-City Fire Protection Camaro, 606. Stockwell with a Malibu wagon, 610. Rick Laputri and Cal Stockwell. Finish line, win light going, right lane. 038 and 1 over the dial in. Left lane in 020. An 8th out under for Laputri. Scott Barron and Brandon Lang next. Monte Carlo dialed at a 588. 69 Roadrunner in there at a 648. All right, attention to the pits. We'll take double entered dragsters. Double entered dragsters, all colors. Lanes 5 and 6. Lanes 5 and 6. Double entered dragsters, lanes 5 and 6 with your second entry, please. Scott Barron and Brandon Lang. Finish line winner. Right lane. 000 reaction time for Scott Barron. A perfect light. Then runs 100th over the dial in for the win. Brandon was 031 and 13th out under. Steve Height coming up with the Monte Carlo. 580 dial in. And Jim Davis Camaro dialed in at 507. Good one here, 001 to a 008. Finish line, win light going, left lane. 001 and 2 over, beats a 008 and 3 over. Brett McKay and Kurt Harrington next. Kurt in the left lane, 610 dial in. Brett with a Camaro right lane, 589. We have called the double entered dragsters to the Seda lanes. Double entered dragsters for your second entry. All colors to the Seda lanes, please. Win line in the left-hand lane, Kerr Harrington. 002, 100th over the dial in. McKay's 027, dead on. Harrington with a win line. Ed Nemick and Steve Vandersloot. Corvette Roadster in the left lane for Steve, dial 509. Ed in his Corvette in the right-hand lane, 2000 model, 529. Win line here going left-hand lane. Vandersloot, 011 dead, 011 total. Nemick was 006 and 8th out under with his Corvette. So Vandersloot getting a win slip down there. Scott Taylor and CJ Yeager next. CJ in the right-hand lane. The Oldsmobile Omega down on 8709. Taylor left-hand lane down on at 478. Big head start here for C.J. Yeager. Here comes Scotty Taylor. Finish line winner going Taylor. 008 taking 4,000 stripe. 40-mile-an-hour difference down there. More than that. 46 miles per hour difference down there. And Scott Taylor goes down there and scrubs it and takes 4,000 stripe to be 100th over. C.J. Yeager was 008 and 1 over for runner-up on the pair. Jeff Burtis and Donnie Hagar next. Donnie in the left-hand lane, the Vega dialed in at 632. Jeff, the Malibu wagon, 577. Win line here, left-hand lane, Donnie Hagar. 001 reaction time and 3 over the dial in. Burtis was 035 and 1 over. Hagar advances. Tim Stout racing Mike Unks. Mike in left lane dialed 560. Tim in the right lane dialed 667. Win line here going right hand lane. Tim Stout, 041, 100th over the dial in. Stout will advance. Nolan Blanchard, being right hand lane. The Monte Carlo dial in to 625. Taking on the S10 with a 708 dial in FTI side. Red light start for the pickup truck. So Nolan Blanchard with a win. Monte Carlo dialed 625, runs dead on with a 1. 625 on a 625. He'll come back around with that entry. Jared Bennett and Jeremy Bargo going to run. Mustang up against the Chevy 2. Mustang on a 598 dial in. Bennett in the Chevy 2 dialed 638. Jeremy and Jared. Win line here going right lane Jared. 024 and 100th over. Jeremy was 005 and 400ths over the dial in. Stacy Bueller and Bob Payton going to run their Chevy 2s here. The Fowlerville, Michigan Chevy 2 in the left lane down 613. Stacy Bueller out of Indiana, right hand lane down in at 615. Red light for Stacy by 002. Bob Payton with a win. The middle-aged crazy Oldsmobile Kellis in the left-hand lane. Charlie Hammondale in a 484. Racing Michelle Taylor's Malibu, 543. Down to the end of the road here for the door cars. Just about through the double door cars. Red light for Hama. He clicks it off. Michelle to win. She's 007 dead 2, 9 total. Chuck Bohannon with the big wheels up launch, chasing on Craig Skinner here. Finish line win light going. Skinner 008 and 2 over the dial in. Chuck was 3 over, but had an 060 that time. Aaron McCullough back around the red Chevrolet Gramlich Racing Camaro, 651 dial in. Chris Fleener right hand lane Dell 579. I want to remind you there's a 50-50 drawing that will be taking place later today. Lisa Gramlich out selling 50-50 tickets. Raising money for the Motorplex Bracket Finals team as McCullough and Fleener go head-to-head here. Down to the finish line. Win light going right lane. Dead on the dial in 018, dead on with a 1, 19 total. Aaron was 31 on reaction time, making it mathematically impossible to win that round. Fleener takes that entry to the next round. We are rolling into dragsters. This will be the final group coming out here in round number 1. These are the drivers with 2 entries. This is their second entry. Racing head-to-head here in round number 1 is Troy Williams Jr. and the Duffy Girls Racing dragster, Carly Duffy left lane, 487. There's Carly. That's probably Chelsea then. 487 left-hand lane, 462 for Troy on the right side. So Troy Williams Jr., the FTI dragster in the right-hand lane, taking on Chelsea Duffy. Chelsea sharing the Duffy Girls dragster left-hand lane, Carly's car. She actually had an engine issue yesterday. Now they're doubling up on this car, and she turns on the red light. Troy Williams going to be the winner in right-hand lane, 016 reaction time, running dead on with a 1 at the end, 150 miles per hour. Their next pair. Steve Smith and Evan Davis going to line up. Evan backing up in the right-hand lane down into the 492. Diamond car, left lane for Smith on a 465. Evan Davis and Steve Smith. Finish line winner going Steve Smith. 029 and 100th over the dial in. Evan was 018 and 300ths over his dial in. Ryan Sparks in right lane down 435. And Mike Ferraro left lane 477. There was a drawing going on for a quilt. If you were in that drawing, the winning ticket was just brought to the tower. Sasha Masta was the winner from Fowlerville. Sasha, you are the winner of the quilt. You can pick that up in the office. Sasha Masta. Winner here going Ferraro, 015, 100th over the dial in. Sparks is 012 and 200ths over the dial in the right-hand lane. Brittany Ulmer, Brittany Holman, right-hand lane. Portland, Ohio, 473. And KJ Kovacs in left-hand lane. KC Kovacs left lane, 483. Win line here going left lane. KC 007, 200ths over the dial in. 4,000 margin of victory. Brittany 020 and 100th over. Tom Gibson going to race Derek Gilman here. Derek dialed 442 in the left hand lane. Tom in right hand lane dialed 452. Win line here going right lane. Tom Gibson 009 reaction time, dead on with a 5 for Gibson. Gilman 011 and then 200ths over his dial in. Kirby McLennan and Jason Jensen next. Jensen dialed 450 in the left. Kirby on a 422 in the right. A red light by 003 for Kirby McLennan. Win light going left-hand lane, 451 on a 450 for Jensen, 012, 100th over. Kirby 100th over as well, but turned to 003 red. Jordan Crow and Tyler McCurry. Tyler left lane dialed into a 482. Jordan right-hand lane dialed into a 465. Tyler McCurry, Jordan Crow. Finish line, win line coming out of the right-hand lane. Jordan Crow, 009, 100th over the dial-in, good win. Tyler was 027 and 4th out under. Courtney Grizzly in the right-hand lane. Steve Williams left side. Williams on a 494. Courtney dialed in at 413. Finish line, win line going left-hand lane. Steve Williams, 005, dead on with a 6, 11 total. Courtney was 13 on the let go. Was mathematically locked out of that one. Chase McKay and Jason Preston next. Jason left lane down 477. Chase and right lane down 439. Reminder, concessions open. You need some hand-dipped ice cream. They're scooping it up over at the concession stand. Hand-dipped ice cream available. Jason Preston, Chase McKay, winner. Jason Preston, 479 on a 477. Had an 011 reaction time. Chase with an 031 light. And that pretty much did him in. Don Mancelli and John Parks going to run. Parks left lane down 437. Don on a 451 dial in. Rolling through our double entered dragsters right now. That's the last of round number 1. Winlight Parks, 011, 3 over the dial in. Don missed at that time at an 052 and then 100th over. So John Parks will carry that entry to round 2. Matt Gramlich racing Melissa Burns here. Matt dialed in at 478, Melissa on a 489. Finish line, win light going, left hand lane Matt, 012, dead on with a 9. That'll do the job. Right lane Melissa was 031 and dead on with a 7. Shanna Stone in lane Ledford. Shanna dialed 450 in the right, lane on a 467 in the left. red light for Shanna. She let go before it come on. Lane was 007. Clicks it off early. Shanna's a thou under, but may have let go before it come on there. Russ Sparks, Justin Harrington next. Justin left, Lanedale 498. Russ in right hand, Lanedale 446. Final call to the stadium lanes for round number 1. Final call to the stadium lanes for round 1. We went through all our entire list here. So we're down to the double enter dragsters. If you have not yet made it to the lanes, you need to boogity, 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 because they're running out of cars. Harrington and Sparks on the line here. Finish line, wind light going, left lane, Harrington 013, dead on with a 9. Sparks was 009, 2 thou under. Taking 15 stripe, needed to be 13 or less to get the wind light to come on. Corey Conley and Ernie Goodson, 505, 479 dial ins. Wind line the left-hand lane for Goodson, 013 and 1 over. To an 022, 1 over. Margin of victory 007. Ernie will take that entry to the next round. Trevor Deeks and Gene Reynolds next. Gene left lane, 469. Trevor, 453. Some very careful staging going on here in the dragster second entry group here. Deeks and Reynolds, finish line winner, try line Deeks. 014, 3 over. Reynolds 031, 3 over. Scott Hornline and Jim Hamilton on the line. Hamilton left-hand lane, down 445. Hornline right lane down 485. Hornline in control as they head to the finish line there, 487 and 85. Scott Hornline advances. Jim was 100th over. Had a little issue with reaction time there. Dan Davies, Bailey Ferraro. Bailey down 469 in the right-hand lane. Davies in the left-hand lane, down then at 412. Attention to the pits, we'll take Round number 2 of the no box 16. To the back of the lanes for pairings, please. Ferraro and Davies. Finish line winner going Davies. Ferraro had one too many setups in his bag there, and he went 29 hundredths under the dial-in. He forgot the setup. He went 440 on a 469. I think it was supposed to shift early, and I don't think it shifted early. Davies going to get the win, 021 and 4-0 for the dial-in. With that, I'm going to go pretend I'm working in the staging lanes and give it over to the voice of Drag Racer TV, Mr. Warren Evans.
Thank you, Jeff. Enjoy your time outside in the comfort of the wide open spaces out there. Craig Vandersloot, Craig Skinner. My money is on Craig. Skinner for the win. 454 at 146 to take the win there. He was 18 on the tree. Vandersloot was not. 1 over 458 on the 457, but starting line made all the difference. Advantage to Skinner for the win. Here's Chris Stein and Jared Ledford coming up next. Stein left side, 411 there on the dial-in board for that Pro Charge side slinger dragster over there, left side. Silver Lake, Indiana, the home, taking on J-Led over here on the right. Greenville, Michigan. Got it dialed in, a 446 on that multicolored machine. Head start right side. Stein, lowest dial of all competitors here today with that 411. Red light start for Stein. Gives the automatic win to Ledford. 446.3, dead on 3 for Ledford. He was 006. Dead 3.9 total. Would have been tough to beat. Chris Stein, 1 thou too early and then goes 7 thou too quick. 410 with a 3 at 173 on the 411. It's showtime over there on the left side. Nope, I'm wrong. Well, maybe I'm wrong. I'm not sure. That could be Justin Daniels or that could be Kaylee May. One of the two. It's Team Daniels. 486 left side, Zach Ungst. Ungst out of Eagle, Michigan. The Shaheen Chevy Cadillac machine out of Lansing, Michigan. 499 on the dial-in at right side. 486 left. And away we go. Little throttle work down there at the top end. How about dead 9 for Ungst to get the win? 499.9 at 136. The Daniels machine was dead on 3. A little bit behind up front. 13 thou margin of victory down there at the top end for Zach. Mike Newman, Mikey Bloomfield Jr. Coming up now, Bloomfield with a bounty on his head today, beginning in the second round. So Newman could take the win here, but it wouldn't pay off. Newman, the Chromeworks machine, dialed to 478. Headed down track, 438 right behind for Bloomfield. Bloomfield was perfect on the tree and then goes 439 at 151 to take the win. Newman broke it out, 4779 on a 478. Broke it out by 1 thou, 008 on the tree, 1 thou breakout, no good for Newman. Mikey Bloomfield to round number 2 with that entry. Jeff Serra, might have heard of that guy. Serra in one of the Overkill Motorsports dragsters, alongside Tyler Bohannon. Winner Thursday, runner-up yesterday out of Louisville. Bohannon trying to go 457. He'll be chasing down Serra's 472. Bohannon with one of those memorable weekends. Of course, he's had a few of those in his career. Won the Great American Million a couple of years ago. Multi-time big money winner. Went number 3 in the world in NHRA Superstock competition. He's got a chance. He's got a chance here. They're 3 thou apart. But it's Sarah turning on one light by going dead force. 472.4 at 140. Sarah was 15 on the tree. Bohannon better than that, 012. But can't run the number. He's 2 off, 459 on the 457 at 140. Sarah moves on to round number 2. Don't worry, Tyler's got buyback money. We'll see him in round number 2. The no box 16 should be all lined up over there. If you're not, we need you now. The Ultimate Trip Machine over there on the left side, alongside Art Reed out of Kokomo. 484, 494 down there on the scoreboards. Reed will leave first with the nitrous assisted machine over here on the right hand side. We're green and green. How about a 486 winner left side? 486 at 131. He was 16 on the tree. Reed was 10 on the tree. That was better. But goes 15 thou under on the breakout. Final car in category. This is Dominic Ciancarelli out of Laval, Quebec, Canada. With the buy run here in round number 1. And oh yes, buy runs do count, as we're looking for our best buy run to be awarded a prize from Drag Race Solutions. It ain't going to be that one. Ciancarelli, let's go, and the car loses fire right off the starting line. So he'll just need to idle it on down the track. We're not going to back him up and give him a hit. So Dom's going to take the parade lap down through there. Tough break right there. Little traction compound going down right now. Is there no box? Round number 2 coming up. 16 cars left in no box. And it's been my pleasure up here in the tower to spend a little time with Scott Kiefer. Scott been stuck in the back. Well, not really stuck, but been in the staging lanes for the past weekend, and gets the opportunity to jump on the mic here and call round 2. He's done it for the last 2 days. Going to do it again today, and I assume tomorrow as well. So, Scott, we've had a pretty good weekend so far, and round 2 should be just as good.
Thank you, Warren. Good to be up here again. Mike just doing a little quick groom on the racetrack before we get into round number 2 of eliminations. Round number 1 will be the only buyback round that we have, so whatever buybacks there are going to come to us right now. We had a terrific turnout here, great car count, and nice weather. No rain, no issues to deal with as far as high winds or anything like that, so good racing. I got to call a lot of good races here side by side yesterday, a lot of good runs, a lot of good side-by-side runs with very tight margin of victories, and look forward to more of it here as the remaining drivers duke it out in their quest to try to win $50,000 at the original OG50 here at the Mid-Michigan Motorplex today. Round number 2, no boxes in the staging lanes, getting paired up, and they're going to lead us off here in just a moment. Souvenir T-shirts available down there in the trackside apparel Sunoco Race Fuel building. And a concession stand next door if you're looking for something to eat or drink, including ice cream. Shout out to one of our event sponsors here, Drag Race Solutions, and they're offering a 20% off all online orders this weekend for attending racers and online viewers for the World Super Pro Challenge. Use the promo code -world25 to save on your order. This offer is only good to this coming Tuesday. Drag Racing Solutions offers some of the coolest drag racing parts available for your race cars. Drag Race Solutions is racer owned and offers made in the USA premium drag racing components for building and upgrading your race cars. Check out their new Titan Power Glide shifter, Crusher trans brake buttons, along with billet dial-in board brackets, water filler necks, Zeus fasteners, 12-point billet lug nuts, and more online at dragracesolutions.com. Drag Race Solutions was founded by respected NHRA sportsman racers Scott Lehman and Lynn Ellison in 2013 and offers a combined 60 years of drag racing knowledge. Drag Race Solutions is now owned and operated by the Lemon family who live in the Nashville, Tennessee area. White and purple door cars. White and purple door cars. First entry for round number 2 to the staging lanes, please. White and purple door cars, round number 2 to the staging lanes for round number 2. All right, here we go. Round number 2 for $50,000 here at the World Super Pro Challenge Saturday. Neil Swain and Emma Helso will be our first pair. And this is no box. We're down to 16 cars. Second round of competition. Winner after the 5th round will advance into round number 6. Emma dialed 744. She was runner-up last evening. And Neil Swain and the Jeep CJ9. 568 dial on the Motor State side. Breakout for Emma, and Neil's going to go 569 to get the win, and may have got away with one there as he was a little late off the starting line. Emma had a couple of hundreds at the tree. Got down there and took too much straight by 0.05 of a second and run 742 on the 44 dial in. Bug McCarty, 6 seconds flat for the S10 Blazer. And Mark Daniels on the Motor State side, 584. Red light start for Bug McCarty as he fouls out by 7 thou. Daniels dead on, 584, 119. The red Camaro. He was 52 on the starting line, but good enough to get the win after the foul start. Kelly Smith and Aiden Lutsky up next. 632 for Kelly in the truck. Aiden Lutsky's orange Camaro, 651. Red light start for Aiden Lutsky by 17 thou. 634 for Kelly, 2 over for the win at 104, and he was 17 green. Moving on to round number 3. Zayden clicks it early to a 692 at 78 mile per hour after the red light. Danny Angel and Brett Williamson up next. Brett in a 57 Chevy. The first time since I've been sitting up here talking, he takes the right side of the racetrack, the Motor State side, and he will dial 581, a couple hundreds back from where I've noticed him. Danny 621 from the FTI side. Both drivers gunning the throttle and they're away. Great lights for both guys. 007, in fact, for Williamson. And he'll win it dead on. But a 9,000s package and a nice run for Brett. 581, 112 the speed. Maybe out a little early there, playing the finish line. But he was 007 green. Danny, a little over 100th under at 619, 107. He was out of it as well, but he was 015 at the tree. Took the straight by 16 thou, or rather 6,000s. Breaking out. Brett moves on with a great run. Jeff Jakewish, Racine, Wisconsin-based snowmobile. Artie Cat Sled, championship drag racing snowmobile competitor. Knows how to handle that machine. He's dialed 570, and Alyssa Martin 608 in the S10 pickup. Slight advantage. 7th thou to Alyssa. And she's going to get the win light. 609, 113 by 0.04 of a second as both drivers are one over. Jeff a little closer on the little numbers, but Alyssa was 019 to 026 off the starting line, and she'll get the win light. Jason Hicks, I believe he was #1 qualifier on the ladder. It's based on reaction times from round number 1. He will dial 688. He will race from the FTI side of the racetrack for the Oldsmobile. Tom Artakis Jr., winner here at the 50K of the overall class, off the bottom bulb, the only time that that's ever been done in the history of the event. He will dial 647 with a Dakota truck. Oh, red light start for Artakis this time. We've had at least 3 or 4 pairs so far this round decided by red lights. Hicks is moving on. 49 green, he runs 690, 2 over at 99 miles per hour. And Tommy, after the red light start, 14 thousandths. Leaving too soon, runs dead on 6 with a 647 run, 105. All right, Donnie Hagar, the world-famous Green Vega, winner of the $1 million race here a couple of years back. Multi-time track champion at his home track at US 131, and he is taking on Warren Smith. No tough, no easy one here, as he is a tough competitor as well. Warren Smith, 4 thousandths difference in reaction time, and he's going to get the win. 6:10, dead on 6 at 112 for the Mustang. Donnie under by 7 thou. 6:32 at 105, taking 17 thousandths. Stripe. Warren dead on. Donnie a little under. Gets the win. Moves on to round number 3 of no box. Joe Young, 70 Camaro, back here in his own car. Raced his dad's machine here the first day or two, but apparently a broken flex plate. Some problems with that car. Led him to make some quick repairs to get his own machine back out again. He will dial 612, taking on Jeff Alexander, another local racer here. That's a regular at the Motorplex. Jeff's going to get the win. 2 over, 604, 112, and a good race. 18 thousandths margin of victory at the stripe after a double 02 light. Puts it to Joel a little bit. We had 032 reaction time and was 1 over at 613 at 109, bailing at the finish line. Jeff will move on to round number 3. That'll conclude the second round of no box, and that brings us into round number 2 of the rest of the door cars. First entry. 2 colors have been called in the first pair out of the water box. Pontiac Fiero of Andy Wingo from Gaylord, Michigan. 541 Motor State side. Toby Kronig, 603. And he is from Lowell, Michigan, around the Grand Rapids area, and he will dial 603. Wingo 541. Again, first 2 colors have been called for first entry of door cars here in the second round of competition for $50K. Good start for Toby. He's got the better light. And he's going to get the win, though. 542, 129 by an even 100th of a second. Wingo's moving on to round number 3. 1 over with a 5. Toby misses it by 400, 607 at 109. As he may have given up the stripe there. Dave McChesney in his Plymouth, 631 dial-in, takes on the Ford of Jeremy Bargo. Bourbonville, Kentucky, Motor State side of the racetrack. Pretty blue Mustang. When he was on the buy yesterday, I had a chance to eyeball this car a little bit. Nice, tidy little race car. 6 flat dial-in. Jeremy's on the Motor State lane. Dave's got the better light, though. 004. Jeremy's got the win light, though. 605. 500ths over 105 the speed. A 13 thousandths margin of victory. Is might have had another situation here where Dave gave up the stripe, or maybe just the car didn't have enough moxie that time to run the numbers. He goes 639 and 105 and comes out on the short end of the stick. Craig Everhart and Kenny Underwood up. Red light start. Kenny Underwood by 3 thousandths of a second. He fouls out. Everhart, one of our locals here, does good. 007 on a tree, and he's right there on the dial. He's 548, 2 thou under at 127, and we'll move on to round number 3. Underwood, after the foul start, runs a 591 at 117. Right, 2 red Chevrolets pull up to the starting line now as Tom Bueller and Kyle Kidder face off. Kidder on the Motor State side with a Nova from Benzonia, Michigan. 658, Bueller 623 with the Indiana-based Camaro. Couple of hundreds better for Tom. He's going to get the win light. 624, 1 over with a 4 at 109 miles per hour. And another good race at the finish line. Only 16 thousandths the margin of victory for the Camaro. As Kidder runs a 659, he's 1 over 0 at 101. Connor Jensen, Vicksburg, Michigan, 65 Malibu, 6 flat to dial in. Just about a half a second head start here going to Connor against Andrew Sturg. Orangeville, Ontario, Canada with the Corvette Roadster, 551. They're set. Red light start this time for Connor. Fouls out by 100th of a second. Both of them 2 over, 553.0 for Sturk at 125, and he was 29 green for the win. Connor after the red light, cards a 602 at 112. Pair of S10s rolling up to the starting line now as the S10 has become like the new Vega. 590 the dial in. Not saying, they're not cool, but just saying. 590 to a 623. Josh Colby on the Motor State side. Pair of Gen 1 S10s. .625, 2 over at 110. And a 4 thousandths margin of victory for Josh Cole in a good race. Fully 3 off, 593 at 112. They were 021, 034 off the mark. Chris Kozlik, 606, and Chris Fleener in the Camaro. Pair of good-looking leaves there as the 2 drivers make their way to the 8th mile mark. Fleener had a better light, and he'll be the winner. 582, 112 for the win, and a 13 thousandths margin of victory. 009 to 028 for Kozlik as he cards a 609 at 111 with his S10. Troy Stone and TJ Jordan. Jordan in the Mustang, Bellevue, Ohio. Motor State side. 0.2 of a second difference in their dial-ins here. Jordan leaving first. And Troy Stone of Vintage Trailers will give chase. A thou apart and 2 good green lights. 13 to a 14 and a 629 win for Jordan by 0.005 thousandths. The margin of victory. 629, 105. Stone 3 over, 609.9, almost 4 at 113. Pair of classic muscle cars, turn race cars lining up on the starting line now is Scott Erickson, a 69 SS Camaro from East Jordan, Michigan. Auto repair shop and towing company owner. 555 dial in, AJ Buchanan from Vickery, Ohio. Regular down at Summit Motorsports Park in Norwalk and a tough competitor. Won a lot of races over the years with this Mustang. 586, Motor State side. Good lights for both guys. Erickson a little smoky going down the racetrack, but it doesn't seem to affect his performance any. He gets the win. 556, 123 the speed. 200ths of a second margin of victory. He had a little edge to start with a 007 green light. Buchanan was 013, runs 2 over at 588. Had 113. Might have given up the stripe there. Roy St. Dennis, past 50K winner. He will be in the Oldsmobile Cutlass from Oxford, Michigan, 525 FTI side. Ryan Pachaki, 598. He is in the Ford Mustang, or Ford Maverick, rather, 72 Maverick. Green car over here on the Motor State side. Leaves the starting line, and St. Dennis has a slight advantage. A little over 100th of a second, and a win. 100th of a second over his dial as well, 526. 124 the speed. In another race where 2 in a row that have been 21 thousandths, a margin of victory at the stripe. Ryan goes 6 flat, 2 off at 113 with the Ford. All right, Joe Bowman, I believe, is in the wheel of the Chevrolet Camaro on the FTI side. 603, 659 for Steve Farquette. 87 Buick. Joe is 008. He's got 300ths better reaction time. And he'll be the winner. 605, 110 to move on. 019 margin of victory at the stripe. The Steve's one off with a 3, 660 to 106. All right, Evan Muchler taking over the seat of the Orange S10 pickup. For his dad, Tracy, was the no-box winner and no-box runner-up. Had a pretty good couple of days so far here at the Motorplex, and Evan hopes to hold up the family honor as he takes the wheel today. Dial 626. He's up against this Olds Omega from Ohio. From what I understand, this guy's pretty good. CJ Yeager, Motor State Lane, 711 dial-in. Oh, two good lights here. CJ Yeager and Evan Muchler duke it out, and Evan's going to get the win. 626, dead on with a 15 light. CJ 714, he's 3 over. He was 010 off the starting line, had the edge there. 200ths of a second margin of victory going to the Orange S10. And Muchler's moving on. That'll bring up Pete Brown. Race car electronics specialist. Motor State side of the track, 525 dial in for Pete. Gets set to take on Tennessee's Jake Clayton, 616 FTI side with that red Mustang. Oh man, Pete was late. Pete's in trouble. Clayton with the edge. And the win, as he was 004 on the tree. And run 622 at 107 miles per hour. And he will move on to round number 3. Pete missed a tree and goes 526. Went over the dial in at 132 with the Monte Carlo. Wes May and New Yorker Scott Barron with that 69 Roadrunner. 649 dial in for Scott. 200ths of a second behind. Wes May, 651, will get to leave first with the Indiana-based Buick. They're ready. Another big wheel standing launch for May. 100th of a second better at the tree. Oh, Scott Barron is going to sneak in there and get the win. Going dead on. 649.3 for the Roadrunner at 105. A 7 thousandths margin of victory in a good race. And Scott, or rather Wes, 653 at 103. And he may have given it up. All right, here's Little Red. Dave the Runs. 62 Nova. Shelby Hoffmeyer in the Mustang. Dave and Little Red are going to move on. 555, 117. Takes a comfortable, almost 10th and a half margin of victory at the stripe as he was 015 at the tree. Shelby was 044 and was over a 10th off the dial-in. Jeff Sanchez, Grand Ledge, Michigan base, Chevy 2, 620. and Dan Dimmeling, Cincinnati, Ohio-based Chevrolet Camaro. Sanchez a little better light by 100th. Dead on, 620 with a 4 at 109. 024, the margin of victory at the finish line. 571, 1 over at 119 for Dan. Well, before the dragsters come up, I just want to mention the potential buy run for this round. It's car number 3332, and that's Shanna Stone. Shanna, you're the potential buy run here for the second round. Your entry number 3332, the vintage trailer dragster. Dragsters have not been called. We're working on door cars right now, and let's have all colors. I haven't asked Jeff in a while, but all colors second round door cars, first entry. Should be up here. Dustin Loynes, Gary Fleener on the starting line, the battle of Gen 2 F-bodies. 5-7-0, 1 over for Fleener with an 011 light, gets the win at 119. Dustin, 582, he's 1 over at 113. And again, about a couple of hundredths, the margin of victory there for Gary Fleener in the Camaro. All colors, door cars for round number 2, first entry. Should be in the staging lanes. All colors have been called. Door cars, first entry, round number 2. Corey Mikas and Mike Kozlik, 010, 011, 2 good lights. Corey by 4 thou is going to get the win, moving to round number 3 with the Ransom Racer Nova, 585, 115. And Mike Kozlik, 631 on a 28 dial, 110. So Corey moves on, and Todd Schmidt and Clint Bailey come up in a pair of black machines. Schmidt's in the Chevrolet. Clint Bailey with the Mopar over here on the Motor State side, 624. Schmidt's the quicker of the two with a 6 flat dial in. Both of them off the mark with a pair of good green lights. Clint with an advantage by a couple of hundredths. He'll be the winner, 626, 108. 9 thousandths margin of victory. Schmidt, 6 seconds flat at 112. 9 thousandths margin of victory there for Clint, and Skylar Drews and Jim Johnson come up next. Jimmy with the edge off the starting line. The Belvedere made a move to the left. He centers it up and gets the win. 593, 114. 37 thousandths margin of victory there. Skyler was 035 and 5 over the dial. 589 and 112. All right, Eric Squires, Defiance, Ohio, comes up with the Nova. He'll be on the Motor State lane. 627, and Texan Terry Stewart with the 65 Chevelle on the FTI side, 553. Both drivers off and running. One of them sounded like they were leaving flat out on the rev limiter. Red light start for Squires. Stewart 019 gets the win with a 5:55. 2 over at 125. And a 629 and 109 miles per hour for Squires. They're a 2000s red light. Steve Tennant, Jason Hemmerline come up next. 507 for Jason. He'll be in the Camaro. And Steve Tennant's Motor State side, 612. Both of them off the mark. Hemmerline, an almost perfect leave. He's going to be the winner, 5'11", 124. Takes a comfortable margin of victory at the stripe as Tennant was way off his number, 620. Off the 12 dial in at 110. Hemmerline also had over 300ths of a second advantage at the tree, and he'll move on to round number 3. That'll bring up Mike O'Rourke. Senior Mike O'Rourke, or Dad Mike O'Rourke, 550. In the blue Camaro from South Rockwood, Michigan. And Aiden Farrell, 599 with his S10. Foul start for Aiden Farrells. He goes red by 27 thou. And Mike Sr. got away with one here a little bit. He missed it in reaction time and runs one over, 5:51 at 125. But he gets the winning time ticket and will be into round number 3. And Ken Hansen, the Impala, comes up to face the Indiana-based Chevy 2 of Tom and Stacy Jones, Stacy Bueller. Tom Jones and Stacy Bueller kind of taking turns here. I believe Stacy's at the wheel today. And she will dial 616 and she will race from the Motor State side. Hundredth of a second apart reaction time. Hansen's got the better leave. Stacy's got the win though, 616 with a 9. At 109. 15 thou at the stripe. It's going to get the W. 848. Kenny's 3 over at 77. Steve Height and Mike Ungst. 562 for Ungst. Motor State Lane. And Steve Height in the Monte Carlo, 580. All right, Height fouls out by 6 thou. Ungst was actually 7 thou under his green light. We don't have true start. We don't have to worry about that. 563, 1 over for the win, 126 the speed. Ungst for the winner, moving on with a Shaheen Chevrolet Camaro, and a 583, 118 for Steve Height after the red light start. Two Camaros here, Gen 1 version, 68 and 69. Greg McCurry, Motor State Lane, that's the 68, 610 dial-in, 4/10ths quicker than his opponent here, Jeff Wistinghausen. The black machine will dial 650. Good lead for both guys, wheels in the air, 008 and 011. Oh, a breakout for Greg McCurry here by 5 thou. Wistinghausen 1 over the 6, 651. 99 miles per hour. Greg runs a 609, 10 mile an hour faster at 109. Breaks out at the stripe after nearly identical good reaction times. Austin Bennett, Kyle Stockwell. .027, .037, 100th apart. Breakout for Kyle by a thou. 6:11.9 on the 12. 6:42.1 is dead on for Austin Bennett, 106. So Austin's moving on to round number 3. That'll bring up Will Steckley. Canadian racer has won his share. Big time races, and he will come up on the FTI side with a 566 dial. He was hung around late here, I believe, in the latter rounds last evening for the Friday 10K, and will face off with Jeff Serra. So a battle of a couple of titans here as Serra and Steckley will be almost heads up. 566 to a 569. They're ready. 6th thou apart with 2 good lights. Steckley 1 over 567, 121. Serra 1 over 0, 570 at 119. 3 thou margin of victory going to the Canadian. All right, Chuck Bohannon, Blaine Anderson up next. Blaine with a Wisconsin-based Camaro versus Kentucky's Chuck Bohannon with the 66 Chevy 2 wagon. 638 and a 602. Oh, red light start. Blaine Anderson fouls out. Bohannon 007. 638. Dead 2 at 105. Anderson 602. Dead on 0 after the red light. All right, Tennessee-Kentucky battle here is Brett McKay with the Gatlin, Tennessee-based 68 Camaro. 589 takes on Amelia Reed and the Jared Ledford Camaro and the white Mamba car. She is 001. McKay in trouble, and Amelia gets the win light. 617, 1 over 4. Nice run there, 617, 110, 16 thousandths, a margin of victory. McKay was dead on, makes a good run, 589, 117. And he was 22 green, and Amelia gets the win in a good race. BJ Bennett, local here, Greenville, Michigan, 66 Nova, 383 small block Chevrolet for power, and a 645 dial in. Less than a tenth of a second different in the handicap here as he takes on Portage, Michigan's Andrew Taylor. The white S10, 638 dial in. Little better light, motor state side for the truck. And the win, 640, 2 over, 106. And a 643, 12th thou under at 104 for Bennett. All right, David Lanning, another race car electrical wizard. He's from Coldwater, Michigan, and he's in the green S10. Ed Namick with his Corvette 528. Nemec a couple of hundredths better off the start. He'll be your winner. 529, 127 for Ed. David 4 off, 657 and 102. Comes the leader of the Potter Road Mafia from up in northern Michigan, Travis Marlin. For Calva Auto Repair, 705 dial in. He'll take on Ed Hall, veteran drag racer from here in the Michigan area. 604 dial in, Motor State side. Eddie's got the better leave. Eddie's got the win light. 605, one over at 114. Less than 200's the margin of victory there. Travis at respectable light, but goes 707. He's 2 over at 95. Cody Height and Ugly Betty. Tough racer, and this is one of his favorite weekends of the year. Past champion. Started his weekend off here pretty strong so far in his quest for another $50,000 race win and a spot on a t-shirt next year. He'll take on Aaron McCullough at the wheel of the Gramwich door car. Dragster broken here after day number 1. Now borrowing this machine. 011, 018. 650, McCullough's under by 8 thou. And a 634. 1 over for the win for Cody at 105 miles per hour. He was 011 at the tree and had the better light by 7 thousandths. Helped him take the win there. Will Crawford comes up on the Motor State side, 517 dial in. For the 37-year-old service manager from Westland, Michigan. Corvette Roadster, 517 dial. He'll take on past track champion here and $1 million runner-up a few years back, Bill Swain. Another one of our locals, Ionia, Michigan, 555 dial in for the East Texas race cars, Chevrolet Cavalier. Billy bumps her in carefully, and they're off and running. 004 and 018. Slight advantage to Crawford. Billy with the win by 6 thou as the little Chevrolet goes dead on. 555. Dead on a number with an 8, 127. Crawford 2 off, 519, 129. He was 004. Bill was 018. All right, Kyle Yacko, Trenton, Michigan base Mopar, 616 dial in. Canadian Ted Dunham, 569 from the Motor State side. Oh, Kyle with a great light. He's got the better start. And he handles them. 617, 1 over with a 9, 106 the speed. Teddy's 1 over at 570 at 122. It was 50 at the tree. Gave up too much off the starting line reaction time. Bud McCarty. Cool looking Chevrolet Blazer. 4-door variety. He will dial 601. Up with his second entry here as he's also competing in no box this weekend. Another no-box racer here at his second entry, Tom Bray. Bug with a better light, 018 to 036. 604 is 3 off, 106 the speed. He's the winner, though. As Bray is also 3 over the number, 698 at 98 miles per hour the speed. But 018 to 036. Advantage to McCarty in the win. Another regular here at the Mid-Michigan Motorplex, John Erskine, 627 for the green Camaro. He'll take on Indiana's Aaron Vale, auto parts store entrepreneur, 618 dial, Motor State side. A thou apart. 19 to a 20. Vale, 619, 108, 1 over. Erskine, 628, 1 over, 109. 2,000ths margin of victory there in a nice side-by-side race. Here's that crazy little blown Mini Cooper. I don't want to necessarily call it a replica, but let's say purpose-built race car. Yeah. Too long to put on a tech card line, but that's what it is. 483, 606. James Vanderbrook is on the Motor State side of the Chevelle. Ricky Adkins trying to chase down Vanderbrook's Chevelle. Well, Vanderbrook gets there first, but he breaks out. 605, 3 thou under. 485 at 143 for the win for Ricky. For the second time this weekend, I believe during eliminations, and I just happen to be up here to call it, we have Scott Taylor racing his wife, Michelle. And for the second time this weekend, I'm assuming somebody's getting the couch, or maybe the floor, or a bunch of dirty dishes to do. 478 for Scott, 543 for Michelle. One of them's going to round number 3. They're ready. Scott got the better of it last time, but not here. He fouls out by 100th of a second. Michelle, 0-13. Good reaction time and the win. 5:45. 126 the speed. Scott a little under on both ends. 11,000ths red. 477.8 on the 78 dial in. 141. Kurt Harrington, the 87 Chevette, 611. And Jason Mikula, one of the hitters here, one of the regulars at the Mid-Michigan Motorplex. He will dial 594, the 66 Nova on the Motor State side. You're ready. Better start going to Jason by a couple of hun. Jason's going to get it done with a dead-on run. 594.8, 113, 011 at the tree, a 19 thou package. Good win. Takes 14,000s at the finish line to get it done. Harrington was also dead on, 611.3, 111, and was 30 in reaction time. All 3 colors of door cars have been called. Jim Davis, 004, better light against Rick Laputri, and he'll be the winner relatively easily. 515 on the 08 dial, 129. Laputri 6 off, 612 at 115. All colors dragsters. All colors dragsters to the staging lanes for round number 2. All colors dragsters to the staging lanes. Jeff Jaquish, Kelly Smith. 593, 114 after an 024 light for Jeff is going to get the win here on his second entry, the other being the sled. Looking pretty good in the truck right now, too. Moves on to round number 3 as Kelly Smith breaks out by 12,000ths of a second, 632 on the 34 dial in after a 009 reaction time. Brandon Lang, 587. Mike Stokes, 545. Oh, boy. Brandon Lang, Mike Stokes. Red light start for Michael. Lang 003. Lang 590, 122 with the Monte Carlo to get the win. Stokes after the red lights 1 over, 546, 124. Ted Barnes back up with that little Datsun, the golden black car. FTI side, 666 this run. Just a couple of hundredths difference between he and opponent Tim Stout, the white S10, 668. Stout, the better light. Canadian was a little late and a little off on the dial too. 671 on the 68 dial in for Tim. 98 the speed. Barnes 3 off in reaction time and 3 off on the scoreboard. 669 and 99. Another Canuck, Andrew Sturt comes up. 629 dial in. He'll face off with local racer Vance Brown. Blue Monte Carlo with a 559 dial in, Charlotte, Michigan. Big wheels in the air launch for Vance as he's giving chase. He's got the better light. He'll be the winner, 561, 2 over at 121 the speed. Gets it done by 9 thousandths of a second there with the Monte Carlo. Andrew 2 over, 631 at 110 with the Mustang. Dan Eide comes up, 606 dial in on his Chevy 2 to face the Northern Michigan-based Chevrolet Lumina of Tyler Clark. His dad, Mark Clark. Tyler campaigning this Lumina, Motor State side, 565 dial in. Oh, red light start for Tyler as he's 7 thousandths too early. 604 for Dan. He's under the dial, but he's got the win. 113 and a 565. Tyler's dead on after a 007 red light. Nolan Blanchard and Stan Jones Corvette. 100th apart off the starting line. At the stripe, Blanchard 625, dead on 7, 107 the speed. Jones is 4 off, 597 and 115. He was 100th better at the tree, 025 to 035, but no one's going to get the win. Craig Skinner in the Pontiac Trans Am. And Craig Vandersloot, or rather Steve Vandersloot, I should say, 508 on the FTI side with the Corvette Roadster. Pair of teen lights here as the Roadster chases down the Trans Am and gets it done. 510, 2 off at 135, a 13 thousandths margin of victory and another good race. Skinner 3 over, 661 and 103 after being 4th out better in reaction time. Andy Christofferson from Chelsea, Michigan. He's in the 63 Nova to take on Rich Van Els with the Seabright 67 Camaro. 577 dial in for the blue car on the Motor State side. Andy with the 611. Off and running, 7th thou apart. Good race shaping up. Christofferson, 612, 1 over for the win at 107. Van Els falls off to a 584 at 114. 700ths margin of victory going to Christofferson there. Jason Hicks back up again with the Oldsmobile. And Keith Helsall. Christmas tree dealer from Lake City, Michigan. 587's the quicker of the two. Oh, red light start for Keith. Fouls out by a little over 300 here, and Hicks was 016 green. He'll move on with a 691 at 99 with this entry. 588 for Helsall at 118 after the red light. Comes the Martin family racing team back up again. 608 dial, FTI side. And Tom Whittaker from Muskegon, Michigan. And he will dial 533 with his orange Camaro. Oh, the Martin team's gonna get the win here by virtue of the red light start for Whittaker. Fouls out by 2 thou and runs 100th under 532 as the Martin S10 goes 608, dead on 0 after an 021 light. 113 the speed. Joe Bowman comes back up in his Corvette Roadster. Already seen him get the nod earlier with the Camaro. Looking to do it again here against Tom Artakis Jr., past 50K winner, 647 to a 527. Red light start for Joe as he fouls out by 3 thou. Artakis 647, dead on, 104 for the truck after a 25 green light. And that'll bring up his buddy Joel Young. He comes up behind with a 611 dial in on that same FTI lane. He'll get set to face off with Mike O'Rourke Jr. 78 Firebird from Westland, Michigan, dial 597. All right, I just got word from Trackside Apparel that our t-shirt supply is getting low, which is a good thing. If you're interested in getting a souvenir t-shirt for this year's running of the Super Pro Challenge, head down to Trackside Apparel at the Sunoco Race Fuel Station and get yours. Young and O'Rourke on the starting line. And a good leave. 010 to 013. Oh, and Joel's going to get the win. JY goes 613, 111 the speed, 5 thousandths margin of victory. Mike Jr. goes 6 seconds flat on a 97 dial at 113. Danny Angel in the Mustang, 617 to dial in, FTI side, taking on 75-year-old Louis Taylor. Former Michigander living down in Tennessee the last 20 years or so. 569 dial ins, the quicker of the two. Couple of hundredths better light going to Danny, and he'll be the winner. 618, 108 miles per hour. Louis under with a 568, 6 thou under the 69 dial in, 117 his speed. Leave the last pair of door cars here before the dragsters come up. Working our way through round number 2. And on the starting line now, Jeff Wistinghausen, Vega panel wagon. And Darren McChesney, 625 dial in. Oh, we got a problem here with the Westinghausen Vega wagon. Apparently is broke, and they're pushing him off the starting line. Darren McChesney will welcome an opponent broke signal here. .629, 108 miles per hour. As Darren will move on. I believe that the starting line crew is going to do a little touch-up before we get back into dragsters again, but now Jeff has kind of created an actual problem for him to clean up. It happens. Nothing terrible to clean up, but I believe he left a little fuel out there. Again, while it's quiet, shout out to our 2025 sponsors of the 32nd Annual World Super Pro Challenge here at the Mid-Michigan Motorplex. Our friends at Ultratech Race Fab, Motor State Distributing, Drag Racer TV, McCarty Auto Parts, Digital Delay Boxes and Electronics, Pro Systems, Carburetors and Fuel Systems, FTI Performance Transmissions and Torque Converters, Drag Race Solutions, and Sunoco Race Fuels. Thank you all for your support of this great race. Your car is fired up again, and we're about to get back at it. A little touch up on the starting line. And I believe we have dragsters coming. Bob Kelly and Troy Williams Jr. burning out across the starting line. 5:07 dial in for Bob Kelly, a local racer from Grand Rapids, Michigan. And Troy Williams Jr., very accomplished bracket racer and part of the FTI group. 462 dial in, Motor State side of the racetrack. .007 and .005. Another good race. 6 thousandths a margin of victory. Troy Williams Jr. 462-1, 148. Kelly is dead on also. 5:075, 134. Great racing. All right, Gary Williams comes up in the Overkill Motorsports car here in the Motor State side, 475. Another local racer here, Paul Wolf, Olivet, Michigan. He will dial 501 and he'll be on the FTI side. And he'll be the last to stage. Here we go. 009 for Gary Williams has got the edge by a couple of hun. And he will go 478 for the win, 136. 17 thousandths margin of victory and another pretty good race there. 503, Wolf was 2 over, 135. And Carly Duffy comes up on the FTI side this time at 488. Jordan Crow and his dragster dialed 466, Motor State lane. Jordan Crow, 467, 1 over for the win. Carly Duffy was late. Then she runs dead on, 488 at 141. And Jordan Crow will get the nod to move into the third round. Rob Lutzke, Troy Stone. Then the next pair, the Vintage Trailers Blown Car. About a half a second edge going to Rob as he'll be leaving first, and the Vintage Trailer Machine will try to track him down. There goes Rob. There goes Troy. Oh, Troy was late. Oh, my God, that was green. 483, 140 for the win. Stone, after a two-tenths reaction time there, chases him across the finish line, breaks out with a 431 at 161. Lutzke, 483, 1 over after a 002 light. Takes the win, and he will move on to round number 3. Mike Ferrero, 478. Courtney Grisey, 414 to dial in. Another blown entry, chasing down the more conventional, normally aspirated dragster. Ferrero, 478. All right, Courtney, 414, dead on 7. After dialing a 12 and running a couple of 14s, she now has the right window on the right number on the board and runs dead on. 414, 166, takes the win. Ferrero was 1 over, 479 on the 78 dial-in. And they were 010 to 023 in reaction time. Steve Smith, State Farm agent, insurance office owner, dialed 463 on the FTI side of the racetrack. And Ryan Sparks, Rochester Hills, Michigan, is American Race Cars Dragster, 436. Gets the win here. Steve goes red by a thou. Sparks, 436, dead on 7, 158. Steve goes dead on 2. 463 is speed 148, but got the red light by 1 stinking thousandth of a second. Jason Jensen and Brittany Ulmer. 472 for Brittany, Port Clinton, Ohio, and Jason Jensen, 452 for the past 50K winner. 012, 027, advantage Jensen. Finish line Jensen, 454, dead on 3, 147 to speed. 7 thousandths the margin of victory. This Britt was 027 and runs 473, 1 over 5. Another one of our Maple Leaf racers up here in the line now. That's Casey Kovacs from Waterford, Ontario. Dials 485. And Kirby McLennan, not McLennan, as I'm getting my classes mixed up. 423 dial in. Kirby's in. KC moves in. They're set. 002 and 003. 2 great lights. 8 thousandths margin of victory going to Casey Kovacs. 485. 142 the speed. Dead on 1. A 3 thou package. Kirby, 423 with an 8, a 003 light, and 11 thou package. McLennan gets to the short end of the stick on that one, and 8, another very close race. All right, Ernie Goodson, 506. And Zach Ungst. Zach dialed 499, a little quicker. 003 to 004. These guys are in each other's faces off the starting line, and 507 gets the win for Ernie, 1 over at 135. 100th of a second margin of victory. Zach 2 over, 501 at 134, and another very good drag race. All right, Jeremy McCormick, chainsaw. Old exotic dancer. I didn't know if there was a market for that kind of thing. I always thought that he and his dad were in the lumber business, but could be confused. It's 432 dial in, 491 for Mike Zednik, and he goes red. Jeremy with a win. 021, 431 for the win, 161. Mike goes red by 6 thou, and then runs dead on. 491, 140. So Jeremy on to round number 3. Derek Gilman comes up behind him on the FTI side, and he will dial 444. Kirk Cheney, I believe the first appearance for Kirk this weekend. This blue dragster over here on the Motor State Lane, Hastings, Michigan. And he will dial 489. .445 getting the win. Derek Gilman after a 003 reaction time, 147 to speed. Cheney was 032. He runs dead on, 489 for the L. Jeff Gilman comes up 446 on the FTI side. And face off with Chase McKay, 442. Two fast dragsters here. Paired up in the second round. Here we go. 014 009. 443. Chase McKay with the win. 150 miles per hour at the stripe. A 4,000ths margin of victory there. 447. One over with a 2 and 156. 4,000ths margin of victory there. As McKay takes a close one over Gilman. Jason Preston, FTI side. I believe he's in the water irrigation business. And Jason and his dragster will dial 477. Another one of the regulars here at Mid-Michigan and a former track champion. Take on Illinois' Tom Gibson. He's the quicker of the two with a 452 dial in. A Ben Worthy chassis car on the Motor State side. Red light start for Jason. He is 2 thou to the red side. Gibson's 003 green. That's good. 451.7. Pretty close. 154 the speed. He's moving on. 477 with a 3. Jason was dead on after the red light start. Justin Harrington, Middletown, Indiana. I was cruising the staging lanes here a little bit earlier in the weekend. I noticed that's an SB2. Actually injected as well. I Always curious how combinations like that work out. Dialed in the 4-second range. He'll face off with Trevor Deeks here. 454 dial in, Motor State Lane. And Justin with the 499. They're set. Red light start for Harrington. Deeks 454, dead 2, 015 green, 17 thou package there, 152 mile per hour. Harrington after the red light, a 4 thou red light, 499 with a 1, 135. Close, but not quite. Now, I've got Will Crawford as the entry on the FTI side. I'm not sure if that's Will or not, but a 485 dial in FTI side of the racetrack. Chris Conley from Shirley, New York, 51-year-old roofer, Motor State Lane. He will dial a 480. .010, .022, advantage Crawford. Breaking out Crawford, 480 Conley, dead on, 143. Moving on to the next round. And a 44, 5 thou under for Will, even though he had the better reaction time. Lane Ledford, Charlotte, Michigan, 468. And he will face off with the patriarch of the Sparks gang. This is Russell, and he will dial 446. From Motor State side of the racetrack, Lane will be leaving first. Here we go. Oh boy, Lane missed it. Sparks with the advantage, and he'll be the winner. 448 at 149 for Russ Sparks. 2 over at 149. Lane goes 470 on the 68 dial in at $140. All right, final call for first entry dragsters. We need door car doubles. Door car doubles. Need you drivers to the staging lanes for your second entry. Door car doubles. Back to the staging lanes, please. Nicola Keys. And transmission specialist Gary Fleener, 452. Nicholas with a little better light. He'll be the winner, 479, 1 over at 143. Another tight race, 5 thousandths with a margin of victory at the stripe as Fleener cards a 452, dead on 9 at 153. Richard Briscoe, 485. And Shauna Stone, 003 to a 002. Great race. 4 thousandths margin of victory and a good side-by-sider there at the stripe. 486, 1 over, 140 the speed. Again, 004 at the finish line, 451 for Stone at 147 on the 450 dial-in, and a 003 reaction time. Briscoe, 002, moving on. All right, Madison McCormick and Bailey Ferraro. Does this fall into like that same category as the Taylors? No, I guess not. That kind of commitment hasn't been made yet, that I'm aware of anyway. 441, 439. Red light start for Bailey, minus 002. Madison kept her cool. She was 031. That's all it took. 442, 140, 158 to turn wind light on. Bailey was 439 dead on 3, minus 2 thou. This weekend, Tyler Bohannon, Louisville, Kentucky-based 2015 American Dragster, 458 dial-in for Tyler this time from the Motor State lane. And Steve Williams, 494 FTI side. They're set. 006 and 010. Now 458. Tyler's dead on. The 100th package there. 458, 145. 100th of a second margin of victory at the stripe. Williams is 1 over 0. 495 after a 10 light. Another tough race here in round number 2. Chris Stein, Mike Bloomfield Jr. matchup. I believe this is a rematch of maybe the final round last year. Bloomfield was in the red pickup, now in this dragster, 437 dial. And Chris Stein with the blown car, 411. $500 bounty, as I understand, to take Mikey down. Either entry is running this weekend. Buck McCarty put that bounty up. Let's see if Stein can collect. He's not off to a good start. Mikey with a better leave and the win light. 436, 3 thou under for the win, 154. Stein 5 thou under, 410 at 170. Bloomfield had the better light, 010 to 030. Dominic Ciancarelli, Laval, Quebec, Canada. 444 dial-in. And Melissa Burns. 489 from the Motor State lane. Tree comes down. Red light start for Dominic. As he is minus 013. Melissa 039 runs 490 for the win, 140 the speed. And Dominic a little under on both ends with a 443 and a 44 dial-in after the red light. All right, Matt Gramlich, 478. 485 on the Motor State side. Just wanted to mention, too, before the drivers stage up here, Matt's wife, Lisa Gramlich, in charge of the 50-50. The 50-50 pot that's going around that she's collecting for. She will be up on the little dock, the little handicap paddock, on the left side of the racetrack in front of the tower. The little deck out there in front of the tower left side should be selling 50-50 tickets to the end of the round. 019 to 041. Matt's got the better leave. He'll be your winner. 480, 480, 139, 486. Won over at 140 mile per hour, but gave up too much in reaction time. Again, Lisa Gramlich will be up on the handicap paddock, the little deck in front of the left side tower, selling 50-50 tickets for the remainder of round number 2. 50-50 tickets for sale up there on the handicap deck in front of the tower, left side of the racetrack, through the remainder of round number 2 here. Gene Reynolds and Scott Hornline come up. 472 and 485. Double 06 and 025. Gene's got the better leave. Gene's the winner, 473, 142, and he was 006. On time and ready to rock. Scott Hornline, 484.9, breaks out by a thou. Justin Daniels. The Daniels gang from down there around Muncie Dragway, dialed 486. Will be leaving first, or at least the clocks will be. Starting 0.4 of a second, the lights will be 0.4 of a second sooner for Daniels as he squares off against Jared Ledford's 446 dial in from the Motor State side of the racetrack. Both drivers in and away. A thou apart. 22 and 23 green. J-Led gets the win. 447, 154. He's 100th over. And moving on to round number 3. Daniels 485.9 breaks out by a thou and 141 miles per hour. Mike Newman, Oakville, Ontario. The Red Chrome Works Dragster dialed 478. Don Vincelli, his good buddy there, fellow Canuck. Don's on the Motor State side, and he will dial 452. All right, foul start for Vincelli as Don is 2,000ths on the red side. Mike goes 478, dead on 2. He was 028 green for the win, 143 the speed, 453 for Vincelli, one over at 153. Craig Vandersloot, John Parks backing up from their burnouts. Red light for Vandersloot by 100th of a second. John Parks 011, 438, 159. Vandersloot 457, 150. Right, dragster door car matchup as Toby Croden comes up with his S10. He will dial 604, and Eric Paterka from West Bloomfield, Michigan, 469 on the FTI side with a silver dragster. Turco last the stage. He's in. Kroning's off and running. Better start going to the truck, but not by much. Better finish going to Paterka. 471, 137 to speed. Gets the win by 6 thou at the stripe. Kroning 4 off, 608 at 106. And it'll be Warren Smith and Scott Barron in the next pair. 610 FTI side for the Mustang. And Scott Barron, 649 for the Roadrunner. $20 lights on both sides. Slight advantage to Smith. He'll be the winner by 0.002 ten-thousandths. 612, 108 on the 10 dial in. Barron 650 on the 49, and they were 20 and 27 in reaction time. Good race. $12 and 015. Good race, 579. How about Williamson? Dead on 0. 015, 579, 120. Good run for Brent in the 57 Chevy. 548. Everhart under by 8 thou, and he was 012, 3 thou better at the starting line. Dustin Loynes, 581, comes up next with the C-Tech Performance Goonco Firebird. And Josh Call from Romulus, Michigan, 625 with the S10. 625 with the S10. All red light start for Dustin. Teeth clinching 004 red light. 624 for Call. He was 029 green. Gets the win. Moves on. 110 mile per hour at the stripe. Dustin after the red light. Cards a 580. A little under at 118. Two young drivers will absolutely steal the jewelry off your body, off the starting line. Connor Jensen, 603. Kyle Kidder, two very good young drivers. 658 Motor State Lane for Kyle and the Nova. 65 Malibu for Connor. 5 thou apart, two good green lights. Finish line. 604. Jensen 1 over at 106. 11 thousandths margin victory. Kidder 660 at 101. Connor gets the win light, move on. Kyle Yacko, 86 Dodge Daytona. No driver data on the S10, but a sweet burnout there to roll up to the starting line. 708. Motor State Lane. Yacko with a 615. He's off and away. 100th of a second apart in reaction time. 038 to a 48. 618, 107 for the win. 712 on the 08 dial in. 93 for the S10. Jeremy Bargo comes back up with his Mustang, 6 flat, his dial in. To take on Indiana's Tom Bueller, the 67 Camaro, 623, the dial in FTI side. They're ready. And away. Nice picturesque launches there for both guys. Bargo with a better start. He was 008. He'll run 6 flat, dead on for the win. 110 mile per hour at the stripe. Bueller breaks out by 8 thousandths of a second with a 622 at 109. Jason Hemmerline. 507 dial in, FTI lane. Steve Parquette, 660. Parma, Michigan-based, 87 Buick. .026 to .020. 661 for Steve. 105 the speed, gets the win and a 6 thousandths margin of victory at the finish line. Hemmerline, 1 over, 508, 132. Pair of mid-80s Chevrolet Classics on the starting line now. The Monte Carlo, Steve Height, 585. Nearly heads up with Chris Fleener. Z28 with a 579 dial. Fleener with a better light. By about 300ths of a second, he'll be the winner. 580, 117 on the 79 dial in. Height breaking out with a 584 at 117 on the 85 dial in. Greg Skinner back up with his black Trans Am, 660. And I'm assuming Evan Muchler driving today, taking his dad's place at the wheel of the orange S10. 625. Oh, Evan's on it. 012. Skinner right there, though. 024. He breaks out. 627 for Evan. 108 miles per hour. Gets it done. 659 for Skinner on the 60 dial in, 103. Pair of classic Chevys on the line now is the Vanderbrook 69 Chevelle, dial 605. A tenth of a second difference in dial-ins here. We'll face off with Stan Jones Jr., the 69 Corvette, 595. Again, 50-50 tickets for sale through the end of round number 2 here. We're in round number 2. We'll be finishing up here in just a little bit. 50-50 for tickets for sale. See Lisa Gramlich sitting down there in the handicap paddock. Left side of the racetrack in front of the tower. 005 to 025. 200ths of a second going to Jones. And the win light. 597, 113. Another tight race. A little over 100th of a second difference at the stripe. Vanderbrook 606 at 112. Ken Hansen, 66 Impala convertible. TJ Jordan with his Ohio-based Mustang, 626 and an 845. Jordan again gun the throttle a little prematurely there. Not comfortable with a big handicap, but he has the better start. And the winning run. A 9 thousandths margin of victory as he chases Hansen down and steps around him. 627, 1 over at 105. Kenny 1 over at 846, 78 miles per hour. Jordan gets the win ticket into round number 3. There's Wes May. And another tough Michigan racer, Greg McCurry. 609 for the 68 Camaro. West with a 6:53. Oh, red light start for McCurry goes out by 0.04 of a second. He's red. 021 green, 6:52 for the win for West May. 102 miles per hour. Curry dead on with a 6:09 run. Buck 09 after a disappointing 0.04 red light. Skylar Drews in the Olds Calais. Brent McKay in the Camaro. 587 and 590, nearly heads up. Two thou apart, both with 20 lights. McKay with the win. 590, dead on 8 by 2 thou gets the win. 588 for Skylar, 1 over, 115. He had the better start, 26 to a 28 green. But McKay takes the nod at the finish line. Bob Payton, 63 Nova. And Tennessee's Jake Clayton in the red Mustang, 617 and a 616. Ford leaving first. Jake uncorks a 008 light, but Bob's not far behind with no 22. 9,000ths margin of victory. Another great race as both drivers are dead on. 6:17.9, 110 for Jake. Peyton goes 6:16, 110 as well. 9,000ths at the stripe. Doug Foley Jr., Mooresville, North Carolina-based S10, 590. And Ed Nemick in the Corvette back up, 528. .007, 004, another good one. At the stripe. 590 the win to Foley, an 11,000ths package, 112 mile per hour. Nemick 20 mile per hour faster with a 530 run on a 28, and he was 004. AJ Buchanan, 587 this time, Motor State side, and Ricky Adkins with that Mini. 485 dial in. A vehicle of his own design. Double dragsters to 5 and 6. Double dragsters, your second entry, 5 and 6, please. Double dragsters to 5 and 6. 001, 009. Double breakout and a win going to Buchanan. 586, 2 thou under for the win. 116 for the Ford Mustang. Adkins 4 thou under, 484.6 at 140. Jared Bennett and Scott Erickson up next. Red light start for Erickson. Minus 23 on the red side. Bennett got away with one. He had a reaction time in the 60s, and he runs 6:38. It's dead on, though, at 106 mile per hour. Erickson fouls out, runs a 57 on the 56 dial-in. All right, Keith Helsel, Steve Vandersloot, rather, up next. 510 for Steve. He's in the Roadster on the FTI side. Helsel, 588 for the 67 Nova. Oh, 007 015, another good race. 17 thousandths margin of victory that time. 511, one over with a 134. Helsel, 591 at 115 after a 007 light, had the better start. Kurt Harrington, Chevette, 611, and Pete Brown, the Monte Carlo, 526. Double 01 034. 611 8 for Harrington. 9 total, gets the win with the Chevette. 527 for Pete. He's one over, had a reaction time in the 30s. Harrington taking 400ths at the finish line, gets the win. All right, Stacy Bueller, 616. Motor Stateside, and Cody Height, 634. With the Malibu. Red light start for Stacy by 100th. Cody 011. Cody 634, dead 5. 107 mile per hour. Stacy was dead on 2. 616 with a 2 at 110. That'll bring up Kenny Underwood and Chris Kozlik. 10th of a second difference here. 596 for Kenny in the white Camaro. Kozlik 606. And the Doug Smith S10. Right, a 006 light for Kozlik. And a 6060 dead on 0 run. Nice pass. 6th out total. Underwood 594 on the 96 dial in, and he had a 52 light. Brandon Lang 590. Tim Stout 668. All right, another pair of good green lights. 19 and 22 green. 590-109. Getting the win, Brandon Lang. 22 thousandths at the stripe. Stout 670 at 100 mile per hour even. Steve Tennant and Aiden Farrell up next. Tennant and the Mustang. And Aiden Farrell's S10, 598. All right, Steve with a little better light. Steve out of the throttle. Looked like the Mustang got a little loose down there. Just past the 330-foot mark. It didn't look like he was in any danger of coming in contact with a wall, but it definitely looked like it got a little out of the groove, and it might have spooked him a little. He was out of the throttle when he crossed. Aiden saw that. Steve nowhere around the stripe, and he lifts early as well to a 6:30 win at 87 mile per hour to move on to round number 3 with the S10. Scott Taylor back up now. And instead of his wife, he gets to take on Donnie Hagar. Oh, boy. .632 for Donnie. Scott with a 477 for the Roadster. They're ready. And away. 2 thou apart, both in the 20s. Here comes Taylor. Oh, and Donnie gets him. 12 thou at the stripe. 6:33, 1 over at 105. Scott's 2 off, 479 at 138. That'll bring up Mark Daniels. And I believe the Gramwich Camaro being wheeled by Aaron McCullough. Double 03 and 011. McCullough 650 after a double 03 reaction time and even 100th package. Daniels 585.8. He was 011 at the tree and a 9 thousandths margin of victory in another great race. So McCullough moves on. And Mark is gone at least with that entry, and Mike Stokes and Fred Squires come up. Stokes from Beulah, Michigan, up in the northern part of the mitten, 546. And Fred Squires from the northern part of Ohio in a town of Defiance at 628. Red light start, Mike Stokes. 4th thou on the red side that time for the Dodge Challenger, and a 6:28 win for Squires as he's dead on 109 miles per hour. Stokes 546 on the 46.01.24 and a 4 thousandths red light. CJ Yeager. Oldsmo Omega, Andrew Taylor 639 in the white S10. .030 and 014. 713 on the 11 dial in for the win. 92 the speed for CJ. Taylor 3 off, 642 at 105. All right, Kyle Stockwell, Aaron Vale, next pair. Malibu Wagon and the Firebird off the mark and running. 017, 027, 100th apart. Vale gets the win with a dead-on run. 619 at 105, a 2,000ths margin of victory at the stripe. 613, 1 over at 103 for Kyle Stockwell. Another close race. Chuck Bohannon, the 66 Chevy 2 wagon. Michelle Taylor comes up, though, on the FTI side with a 546 dial N with a 65 Malibu from Portage, Michigan. (17 and 33) green. Chuck with the advantage. He gets the win. 200ths of a second at the stripe. 639, 2 over at 103. Michelle was 2 off, 548, 120. Gary Williams and Jason Jensen matched up now. Jensen in the Dragster, a 452. Gary in the Overkill Motorsports GMC Sonoma pickup, 568. Oh, 15, 017, 2 thou apart. 452 dead on run for Jason. Gets a 2,000ths margin of victory at the finish line there at 152 miles per hour. Williams 568. He's dead on. 122 his speed. 2 thou better at the start. 015. Jensen 017. Jordan Crow, a 466. Justin Harrington dials down 1 to a 498. Crow and Harrington fouls out. Big time red. By 500ths of a second, he turns on the red light. 466. Crow is dead on 149. He was 13 green. Harrington clicks it to a 533 run at 99 miles per hour, coasting across the finish line after a 51,000ths foul. Derek Gilman, 444 from the FTI side. Bailey Ferraro back up Motor State Lane, 472. (11 and 23) green. 473 for Bailey, 1 over after a 23 light at 140 miles per hour. That's a 100th of a second at the stripe. Derek Gilman, 447, 3 off, and he was 011 at the tree and a little better. Only 137 mile per hour at the stripe as he bailed. Bailey says, "Thank you, I will take that." Move on to the third round. Ryan Sparks, Matt Hewitt. If that is indeed Matt Hewitt, I believe that's the first time he's been down the track this weekend. Unless he was up there for round 1, but I haven't seen him to this point. Lately, I've seen him run a super stock Oldsmobile Achieva, but that is definitely not on the grounds this weekend. 485 for Matt, 436 for Ryan Sparks. 003, the better light, and a 485 win at 137. So that's KC Kovacs. Kovacs for the win now. 4,000ths of a second margin of victory at the stripe. And Ryan Sparks, 436, was dead on, had a 10 light, 16,000s package, and gets put away. Tough racing out there. Very tough. And Ernest Goodson comes up with a 506 dial in to face off with Brittany Ulmer. 473 for Britt on the Motor State side of the racetrack. Ernie with a 506. Oh, Brittany a little late off the starting line. Ernie with a better start, and it's going to get it done with a 5:08 run at 135 as he was 008 in reaction time. Brittany was in the 40s. Chases him across to the dead-on 473 run at 145. Steve Aces Williams, 494, and Troy Williams Jr., 461. I believe no relation between the two Williams. Troy Jr. over here in the FTI car. Hundredth apart, a 005, Steve Williams with the edge. Oh, but he breaks out by a thou. Taking 17 at the stripe. 461, dead on 6. 152 the speed for Troy Jr. He's going to get the win. Now bring up Chris Stein and Jason Preston. Preston switching lanes. He's over on the Motor State side this time with a 477. Stein going to go with a 410. The blown car on the FTI side. Oh, Preston laid off the starting line big time. 424 for Stein. Keeps the race well in hands. He had a 410 dial in, 138 the stripe. Preston missed it by half a bulb and then breaks out by 2 thou with a 476 run at 144. Ouch. Russ Sparks, 447, getting set to face off with the insurance man from Shelby Township, Michigan, Steve Smith, 464. Russ Sparks, 200ths of a second better in reaction time. He'll be the winner here, 448 at 150. And again, a very close margin of victory. 4th thou at the stripe. 010, Steve was 30 at the tree, and the run's dead on 2, 464 at 147 and a loss. Oh, that's not good. For the second time this weekend, one of the Duffy girls has stopped out on the racetrack, and I believe they were down to one car. Carly Duffy was set to face off with Jared Ledford here, but she is out of the car, and it's being pushed back to the starting line. J-Led's going to be able to take advantage of an opponent broke single here. 446 dial in Motor State lane as they push the Duffy dragster back, and been a tough outing for them this weekend. So Jared fires it back up, and he will take a freebie. Moving around number 3. 447, 155 for Jared Ledford. All right, two loud cars paired up here. Stan Davies. Courtney Grisey and Dan Davies matched up here. All right, attention to the pits. No box 32, round number 3 to the staging lanes, please. No box 32, round number 3 to the staging lanes, please. All right, Courtney and Dan Davies matched up. Two blown cars. 007, 006. 413, 168, Dan Davies. 414, 170 for Courtney. 8 thousandths margin of victory and another good side-by-side run. Jeff Serra and Chase McKay backing up from their burnouts. Chase 441, Jeff Serra 472 on the overkill car. Oh, 14, 019, 440. Chase McKay gets the win on a double breakout. 471 under by 7 thou for Jeff Serra. Double breakout in another close race with two good lights. Mike Ferrero and Scott Horline on the starting line. 485 and 478 the dial ends. Red light start for Ferrero. Minus 001 on the red side. And just like Bailey earlier in the round, he fouls out with one entry. 486 Hornline. 140 gets the win after an 017 light. Greg Vandersloot, 457. Trevor Deeks, 454. They are nearly heads up. Light start Again by a thou. 454.0 after the red light, 152. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man, what could have been? 458, one over with a 2, 045 green. Craig Vandersloot moving on. One thou away from a perfect run there for Deeks. Kirby McLennan, 423. Blown American Race Cars Dragster on the Motor State side. And Justin Daniels, 486. Here we go. McLennan with another great light. 001. 424, 165. Just taking care of business for Kirby McLennan. 424, one over. 11 thou package. 486 dead on 5 and a respectable run there for Daniels. But he gets put away by 14, 10 thou at the stripe. All right, Lane Ledford back up. 468 again will be his dial in, and he'll face Chris Conley from New York. 480 dial in on the Motor State side for Conley. $17 on the red side for Lane Ledford. It's a little bit late and then a little bit early. 498 shutting it off at 108 miles per hour. Corey Conley, 479, breaks out by 3 thou at 144. Gets the win, moves on to round number 3. Don Vincelli. He will dial a 453 for the Motor State side and a 486 FTI lane. Winding down the last few cars here in round number 2 of the 50K. Fourth thou apart, 017 and 021. 486, dead on 7, 133 for the win on the FTI side as Vincelli breaks out by a thou, 452 at 152. Mike Bloomfield Jr., 438, comes up on the FTI side to try to protect himself from that bounty. Melissa Burns is trying to collect 490 on the Motor State side. Bloomfield the last to stage. He's set. 011 and 016. Mike's got the better light. Oh, Melissa Burns, 490, 138 by 3 thousandths of a second. Gets the win. Bloomfield 439, 148. And I believe that Melissa Burns just became $500 richer. So that collects the bounty on one of Mike's entries this weekend. The other one is still up for grabs, thanks to Bug McCarty. John Parks for Ultra Tech and Skaka Dickey Performance Center down in Texas. He comes up on the FTI side, dialed 438. Eric Pavicic, Polo, Illinois, in his race tech chassis car on the Motor State side. Misses the tree. Parks with the better leave and the win, 4-4-0 at 155. Eric goes 453 at 141, but was a little late. Final pair, Shauna Stone. I believe this would have been her by-run number. And she has dialed 451 to try to defend it against Tyler Bohannon, who's had a hot hand so far this weekend. 458. FTI side with a win and a runner-up so far. They're ready. Closing out round number 2, and Tyler Bohannon has a slight advantage. Gets the win by going dead on, 458 at 150. And he was 010 in reaction time. Shauna, 027, 452 on the 51 dial in at 145. So that concludes round number 2 of the 50K here at the World Super Pro Challenge. Heading into round number 3, no box. Should be paired up to start things off. And this will be their round of 8. All right, well, no box is up there, paired up and ready to go. We want to call no box, or I'm sorry, door car, first 2 colors. Door cars, first 2 colors. And that would be white and purple door cars. Need you drivers into the staging lanes to kick off round number 3. White and purple door cars, round number 3. Need you drivers to the staging lanes. Again, souvenir T-shirts for the 32nd Annual World Super Pro Challenge for sale at our trackside apparel building down behind the grandstands on the left side of the racetrack. It's also our Sunoco race fuel station, but get yourself a souvenir T-shirt. All right, potential buy run here for round number 3. Kurt Harrington, car number 582. Kurt Harrington, car number 582. Potential buy run for round number 3. Again, white and purple. White and purple door cars have been called for round number 3. No box should be paired up to start things off here for the 3rd round. Shout out again to our sponsors for the 2025 32nd Annual World Super Pro Challenge. Include Ultratech, Race Fab. Our live video coverage here, thanks to Motor State Distributing and to DragRacerTV.com. McCarty Auto Parts, Digital Delay Racing Electronics, Pro Systems, Carburetors and Fuel Systems, FTI Performance Transmissions and Torque Converters, Drag Race Solutions, and Sunoco Race Fuels. Getting set for round number 3. And we're going to start things off with no box. And the first pair of cars is rolling under the tower and into the water. That'll include Warren Smith and Mark Daniels. .610 to dial in for Warren Smith in a Mustang versus Camaro battle as he takes on the Chevrolet Mark Daniels. 585 on the Motor State side. Off and running. Warren Smith has a couple of hundredths advantage at the starting line. And he'll win at 6'11", 109. Daniels 2,000 under at 584, 118. And Jason Hicks and Brett Williamson come up next. Williamson, Winnebago, Illinois base, 57 Chevrolet Bel Air, 581. Jason Hicks, Oldsmobile, 691. All right, Brett finds the pre-stage beams. Hicks rolling in. He's there as well. Both drivers gathering up, bumping in carefully. Hicks is ready. Here comes Williamson. Red light start. Jason Hicks fouls out by 100th. Brett's actually under his green light by 19th thou, but again without true start. Hicks turns on the red bulb. 690 on the 91, under on both ends. Williamson with a 582 run at 113's moving on. That'll bring up Kelly Smith and Neil Swain. Smith, 632 for the White Cloud, Michigan-based S10. And Neil Swain from Portland, Michigan. He will dial 569 with that Jeep Roadster. Off and running, a thou apart in reaction time. And evens leave, and that gives the win to Kelly Smith as Neil breaks out. 634, 2 over 103. Swain under by a thou, 568 with a 9, 118. All right, Alyssa Martin, Kalamazoo, Michigan. The Martin family S10 pickup. 608, Jeff Alexander, a little quicker on a dial, 602. For the HVAC technician from Howard City, Michigan. 79 Monza. Final pair here in the third round of no box. .006 light for Alyssa, looking good. She's got the advantage at the starting line and the win. 6'11", 111 the speed. Jeff was 053 and runs an 05 on the 02 dial in, 113. All right, continuing on here, third round of regular eliminations in the quest for $50,000 here on Saturday. The 65 Chevelle on the FTI side, Terry Stewart from Midlothian, Texas. And Northern Michigan racer Andy Wingo, 541, Motor State Lane, Stewart. About a tenth of a second. He'll get to leave first with that 553 dial in. Oh, red light for Andy. Big time red. By almost 7/100ths of a second. He fouls out. Stewart 043, and he lined up right here. 555, 125 gets it done. He'll move on to round number 4. Wingo 541 was dead on after the red light. And Tom Bueller, battle at Gen 1 versus Gen 3 Camaros here. The 67 model, 623. We'll face Mike Unks, 563 dial in for the 87 model Camaro here on the Motor State side. Oh, Unks missed the tree by a little bit. Bueller's got the edge. And he'll be your winner, 624, 107 miles per hour. Unks was a little tardy, but goes 563, was dead on, 126 the speed. All right, Evan Muchler, the 94 S10, faced off against the Gen 1 S10 of Josh Cull, 624 and 625, only 100th apart. Off and running. 013 to 022. Advantage going to Evan. Win light to Josh Call, 626. 2 all over at 107 miles per hour and a 15,000 margin of victory at the stripe. 629 for Evan at 109 mile per hour the speed. Ed Hall, Kyle Yacko up next. Ed, the 64-year-old retired insurance agent. Used to have a tire store back when I was a kid and drag race regularly. 605 dial in, living his second childhood here. Kyle Yacko, 616, a tenth of a second back with the Daytona. They're off and running. 008 to 027. Kyle with a little better lead. Eddie's going to get the win, though. 606, 109, a 9,000ths margin of victory going to Ed Hall in the Oldsmobile. 616 for Kyle, 4 over at 106 with the Dodge Daytona. All right, Mike O'Rourke, Jeff Sanchez will be next up. 551 for Mike in the blue Camaro. Sanchez with that Chevy 2, 620. .019, 026. Advantage going to Jeff. And the win light, 0006, the margin of victory. Tough racing here, and it just keeps getting better and better. Here's the quantity of runs. The tighter and tighter it gets to be able to turn on a win light. 622, 107 for Sanchez moves on. O'Rourke was 1 over at 552 on the 51 dial in, 124 the speed. Connor Jensen, Jeremy Bargo. Barberville, Kentucky. I'll take your word for it. 6 flat, 602 for Connor Jensen. They're set. And off and running. 005 for Connor Jensen. He is in control. Gets the win. Dead on 7. Nice run there for Connor. 602 with a 7. 005 at the tree. 110 the speed. 6 seconds flat for Jeremy. Was dead on also. Had 107 for the Mustang. It was 031 at the tree and gave up exactly what the margin of victory at the stripe was. 26 thousandths. Chrysler versus Ford matchup here. Clint Bailey in a 69 Dodge. 625 dial in, almost heads up with TJ Jordan's Mustang, 627. Red light start for Clint. Minus 012 red. Jordan 626 under the dial in, gets the win ticket though, 107 miles per hour. Clint lifts early to a 663 run at only 82. Craig Eberhard up next. He'll be on the FTI side this time, switching back and forth a little bit as the rounds move on. Round number 4 here. He's dialed 548 though. Same as he has been all afternoon. 629 will be the dial in for Darren McChesney, and he and Dave are doubling up in the 73 Duster here. Good light. Another good light. 004, 006. McChesney and Eberhardt. 2,000ths at the stripe. 629, dead on 5. 548, dead on 5. The difference, 004 to 006. And a slight advantage there going to Darren is what made the difference there to get the win. All right, Scott Barron. La Caluna, New York. And his Roadrunner, 650 dial in. And Joel Young, elevator technician. And he has dialed 613 in the silver Camaro. Oh, another pair of great reaction times, 0:11 and 0:12. Oh, and the win's going to go to Scott Vera. The New Yorker runs 6:51. 1 over the 0, 103 the speed, and a 16 thousandths margin of victory. JY's 2 over at 6:15 and 109. 0:11, a thou better in reaction time, but nothing to show for it after this round. Austin Bennett and the white Camaro, Chris Fleener, 5:79. Bennett, 6:42. Going at it here in round number 3. Tree fires, both guys off and running. Bennett with a better start. He is almost perfect. By 0.06 of a second, he takes the stripes. 6:45 for the win, 105 the speed for Austin Bennett. Fleener dead on, 5:79.8, 118, but he was 30 at the tree and behind by almost 300ths. Right, Joe Bowman. Auto parts entrepreneur from Chesaning, Michigan. 6:04 the dial in. Face off with Michelle Taylor, 5:46. Oh, 008 for Joe. He's got the advantage. And it pays off. 6:06, 2 over 115 for the win for Joe Bowman. Michelle 100th under at 5:45, 124. Was 36 to the tree and 3 hun behind. Scott Erickson. The Undertaker Camaro, Aiden Farrell, Motor State Lane, 598 and 557 to dial-ins. Here we go. Slight advantage for Erickson. The Camaro's got 200 to work with at the finish line. Breakout by Farrell. Erickson goes dead on to get the win. 5:57.2, 123. 5:97 breaking out on the 98 dial in for Farrell. All right, all colors for door cars. We need all colors. We've already called white and purple to start the round. We need red door cars for round number 3. Red door cars. If you're not already in the lanes, we need you. Red door cars. White and purple had already been called. Red door cars to the lanes. Amelia Reed in the J-led Camaro. Going to get the win here as Andrew Taylor fouls out with the S10. 620 for the young lady, 109 miles per hour. She was 010 up front, or 012 rather up front. Nice run. 640, 3 thou under on both ends. Andrew Taylor, 2 thou at the start, 3 thou at the finish line. And we'll see Amelia in round number 4. Dave Lorenz. Little Red, 62 Chevy, 551 dial in. To take on 66 Chevy 2 of Tom Jones and Stacy Bueller. I believe, is Tom driving it all today or just Stacy? Just Stacy. Doubled up. 616. Motor State side of the racetrack, and 2 good-looking classic Chevrolets roll to the starting line. They're ready. Oh, Bueller off and running. Nice wheels up launch there for Little Red as Dave lets it go 010. Crosses the finish line first by 16 thou and runs 5:52 to get the win. That's how you do it. 123 the speed. Stacy 1 over at 6:17, 109 after an 0:33 light. Jimmy Johnson and his Belvedere comes up on the Motor State side of the racetrack with a 591 dial in. He will take on fellow Mopar racer Will Steckley, who's back here in the water box. And now burning out and heading towards the starting line. He will dial 566 and is the quicker of the 2. All right. Both guys ready and off. 100th apart. Advantage to Steckley. Oh, Jimmy's going to be the winner, though. 591 is dead on. 115 mile per hour. Steckley 2 over 568 at 121. He made up 100th of that in reaction time, 021 to 031, but an even 100th of a second margin of victory goes to Jimmy Johnson in the Classic Belvedere. We'll see him in round number 4, and that'll bring up Jeff Wistinghausen in the second. 651 dial in. We'll take on Tennessee's Brett McKay and his 68 Camaro. 590 on the Motor State side. Red light start by a foul. Brett McKay fouls out. 0-11 green for Jeffrey. He'll go 650 for the win, 98 miles per hour. McKay 616, lifting early after a 1 foul red light, and we've seen about a half a dozen of them now here this afternoon. Cody Height, 634, FTI side. A.J. Buchanan, the Mustang, Motor State side of the racetrack. Getting set to go. 634 in the Malibu. And Buchanan, Motor State side of the racetrack in the Ford Mustang. Again, all door car callers have been called. Here to start round number 4. Round number 3. Working on getting to round number 4. 002 to 012. Better light went to Cody Height. He'll be the winner, continuing his march towards $50,000 for the second time in his career. 635, 105, 18th out at the stripe. Buchanan 2 over, 589, 114 after an 012 reaction time. Again, working our way through round number 3, and all colors have been called. White, purple, and red door cars all should be in the staging lanes. Working on their first entry. That'll bring up Wes May and Jim Davis. The Cummings and Davis Camaro from Barron Springs, Michigan, 508. Wes May 653 this time for the Buick Regal. All right, wheels up, Wes May, Jim Davis. Kind of a wild little bit of a corkscrew lead there, but he's going to be the winner. 511 on the 08 dial-in, 132. 653 for Wes May. Dead on 5, but Jim Davis with a better reaction time. 005 had 3 hun in reaction time. We'll move on to round number 4 by 0.004 of a second. And Doug Foley and Ed Nemec. 530 dial in. Foley with a 589 with the S10. Here we go. Big wheels in the air launch for Foley, and he's got the better lead by 100th. Nemec gets there first, takes too much, breaks out. Foley, 591 over at 113, moving on. Ed goes 527 with a 9, a little over 200ths under. Took 26 at the stripe. Out of here in round number 3. Foley moving on. Corey Mikas, Tim Stout matched up. Pair of carburetor guys. 583, 669. Off and running. 018. Corey's got the advantage. Corey's got the win. 587, 114. Moving on. Well, he would love to take his dad's car and park in the winner's circle for the second time. He's on his way to round number 4. Stout 2 off, 671 at 100 miles per hour. He had a reaction time in the 40s. No good in that pair. before Donnie Hagar and Gary Fleener get staged up. Attention to pits. Get your 50-50 tickets out. 50-50 tickets. Yellow ticket. Yellow ticket's the winner. 291769. Again, 291769. 291769. $979. A lot of nines there, but almost a G for whoever comes up and claims this ticket. Red light start by a thou. Donnie Hagar turns it R-E-D. Gary Fleener, runner up on opening night, 569 with that Camaro. Goes dead on with an 024 light to move on. Donnie goes red, runs 633 at 106 mile per hour after a 1 thou red light. All right, all color dragsters. We need you drivers to the staging lanes for round number 3. First entry, round number 3, all color dragsters, first entry. We need you drivers to the staging lanes. Jason Hemmerline and Fred Squires come up. 507 and a 627. Again, 50-50 ticket winner. Yellow ticket, 291769. 291769. You got almost $1,000 coming to you. Tree fires and Squires goes red. For about the 10th time, somebody has gone 007 James Bond red. Squires won over at 628 at 108 mile per hour after that red light start. Hammerline goes dead on 0, 507, 136, and he was 23 green. And we'll see Jason back in round number 4 with that Camaro. Chris Koslik. The new to that team, Doug Smith S10, 606 dial-in, 383 small block Chevy, and it's a runner, 606, and it was around late last night. And Aaron Vale, tough competitor over here on the Motor State side with his Pontiac, 619, a little over a tenth of a second. Pontiac will leave first. Off and running. Oh, Koslik misses a tree by a full ball, but Les Vale makes a mistake at the stripe, and he does not. 643, well in control at the finish line. 83 mile per hour the speed. Koslik, after the tardy start and some kind of a miscue there, takes it through with a 666 run. Aaron McCullough, Justin Daniels. McCullough is 000. Perfect light. Daniels is right there, though. McCullough 651, 1 over at 102. After trip zip, perfect in reaction time. Daniels 012, and he runs 620 at 107. All right, congratulations to Bridget and Aiden Lutsky. Bridget just came up here and claimed the winning 50-50 ticket and pocketed that $979 in cool, cold, hard cash. Congratulations to the Lutsky gang as they claim the 50-50 ticket. Tom Martakis Jr., Chuck Bohannon. Tom Martakis, 648. Chuck Bohannon, 639. As I was handing out the 50-50 money, I missed out in that matchup there between Andrew Sturck and his opponent. All right, another good race shaping up. 008 and 017. Bohannon with a better light. Oh, Tommy's going to get the win. No, 6:48 for the trucks moving on. 103 mile per hour by a thou at the finish line. Wow, another good race. 6:40, 1 over after a 008 light for Bohannon. Artakis Jr., though, is moving on. Here's C.J. Yeager. Comes up in the Olds Omega. He will face Jason Mikula. 7:11 to a 5:94. Working our way through round number 3 of the door cars. First entry. Mikula moving in. Bumpity, bumpity, bump. He's set. C.J. Yeager moving in. Moving in. And there they go. 006 to an 023. 7:13. CJ gets the nod. 2 over. 7:13. 93 mile per hour and a 7/1000 finish line. Mikula 1 over 0. 595. 112. And he was 023. All right, Bug McCarty, Jeff Jakewish. Of all the S10s out here, these are 2 of the prettier ones. Checking them out in the staging lanes. The Blazer model, that's Bug, 601. Jeff Jakewish, the snowmobile run. Wow, what a wheels in the air launch, side by side. 009 for Bug, though. He's got the advantage and the win light. 601, 108 miles per hour. Jakewish breaking out, 4th thou under, 593 at 114 after an 027 reaction time. Here's Roy St. Dennis and Vance Brown. Roy is in the Pro Stock Oldsmobile Cutlass. Vance Brown, a Chevrolet Monte Carlo from Charlotte, Michigan. Heavy equipment operator, 22 years of age. Vance was a winner here a few weeks ago. Picked up his first Winner's Circle pick. 4th of July weekend at one of our 3-day events at the Mid-Michigan Motorplex. Brown Boys Racing Team along with his dad Pete. And he'll be on the Motor State side. 5:59 dial in. 5:25 for St. Dennis. 25 and 22. 3 thou apart. At the stripe, St. Dennis 5:26. 1 over 7. 131 the speed. Vance 7th thou under. 5:58. 125. St. Dennis moving on. Ricky Adkins in that home-built 61 Mini Cooper. The blown big block Chevy, Nolan Blanchard. 84 Monty SS, 625, and they're away. Nolan missed it a bit. Adkins 400's better. And he'll win it. 485, 2 over, 141. The big top-end charge, over 30 mile an hour faster at the stripe, went blowing by as Nolan goes to 626 at 108 in a losing effort. Brandon Lang and Bill Swain come up next. Another of the Monte Carlos here, Milan, Michigan-based. Brandon Lang, 589 dial-in, leaving first. Bill Swain from Ionia, Michigan. Billy, for a number of years, spent a long time at the wheel of Dragsters, now back in a door car. The attitude adjustment, name that goes back to his dad, Delbert. And a long line of Mopars for several years. And Billy at the wheel of the Super Stock East Texas Chevrolet. 5:55 dial-in. 004 to 017, slight advantage to Brandon. He's going to get the win by a thou. 591, 119 miles per hour, 556. Billy a little closer on the ET. Brandon with a little bit of a hole shot there. 004 to 017. Allowed him to take a 1,000th margin of victory at the stripe. And what is turning out to be a real duke out with some very tight margins. Deciding these races, and Steve Vandersloot and Stan Jones Jr. come up next. Pair of Western Michigan racers, Vandersloot and the Roadster, 510. And Stan Jones, I guess you could call that the coupe variety, 595 for his Corvette. Off and running, 001 this time for Jones. Had the better light, and he'll get the win. 596.2, 115. And a 509, 2 thou under 136 for Vandersloot. Stan Jones moving on to round number 4. Right, a pair of 63 Chevys move up to the starting line here is Andrew Christofferson and Bob Payton car, dial 612. He'll be on the FTI side. Dan Ide, 604. Pretty close on the handicap, only about 800ths. Both drivers ready. Off and running. 007. Ide missed the tree big time. Christofferson holding over a 10th. Gets it done with a 618. Well in control at the stripe by 0.04 of a second. As Dan is another one of those 3-time losers, unfortunately. Left last. Got there second. Broke out. Not the way to get it done. Jason Hicks comes back up again. The Oldsmobile. 690 dial in. And the Martin gang will be over on the Motor State side this time. 609 dial in for that 2000 Chevy S10 pickup. Oh, Jason's a little late this time, though. The Martin Chevrolet had the advantage at the tree and is going to get the win. Tightened it up to like a 0.02 margin of victory. 614 on the 09 dial-in after an 015 light. Jason ran dead on. 690 at 99 miles per hour, but was 60 on the tree. That allowed the S10 to maintain control of the finish line, but tightened it up pretty close. Derek Gilman, 443. Troy Williams Jr. with a 461. Red light start, Troy Williams Jr. Minus 003 on the red side. Gilman was actually 17 thou under his green light. Runs 442.6 at 155 to move on to round number 4. 461 for Troy Jr., 150. Out of here in round number 3. All right, Rob Lutzke. .482 dial in FTI side. Rob and Kathy probably want to cut of that $979. Just saying. Jordan Crow, 466 Motor State Lane. .20 lights on both sides. As I gather my voice back up, Crow with a win, 020, 466 dead 4. About a 200ths margin of victory there. Another pretty good race, 144 the speed. Rob goes 483, 1 over at 141. He was 29 in reaction time. Casey Kovacs, 485. John Parks back up with the Ultratech car. One of the guys runs up there to retrieve some kind of a piece. Cleared out of John's way as he moves up on the Motor State Lane. All right, Kovacs, 485, a Miller chassis entry. Another Ontario native from across the way. Leaving first here against that fast 20-degree Scott and Dickey Performance Big Block Chevrolet. going to get the win light easy here as Kovacs turns it 2 thou red. John goes 4:38, 158 miles per hour to move on to round number 4 after an 0:11 reaction time. Casey after the red light, 484, a little under on both ends. Tom Gibson, Craig Vandersloot backing up from their burnouts, 458, and a 452. Gibson, the quicker of the two on the Motor State side. Right lane of the racetrack. If you're watching at home on Drag Racer TV, all black machine. If you're just tuning in, we're into round number 3. Dragsters on their first entry. Oh, red light this time for Vandersloot. He fouls out by 100th. Under on both ends. He crosses with a 457 at 149. Gibson the winner, 451.8. He's 2 thou under at 154. And he was 001 green. All right, Ryan Sparks staging up over here on the Motor State lane. He puts on the bottom bulb. He'll carefully back up and reset the pre-stage beam. Dan Davies, White House, Ohio. This is another one of those Diamond versus American Duke outs on the dragster side of things. 436 for Ryan, 413 for the blown car of Davies. Off and running. Those cars are rockets off the starting line. Sub 1 second 60 footers. Davies is under by 1 thou though. 412 the 9 on a 13 dial. Sparks is going to go dead on with a 436.3 at 158 for the win. 033 at the tree. Dan was a little better by a couple of hun. Took it by 24 thou, and well, that was 1 thou too much. So Ryan moves on. Dan is gone. And Mike Newman, the red dragster with the flames, good looking paint. That's a Chromeworks car, which is one of those former John Parks deals we just saw go down the racetrack here just a few pairs ago. Michael Dial 478, and he'll face Tyler Bohannon, who's been in everybody's face here so far the last couple days with a win and a runner-up. Staging up on the Motor State side, and 458 dial in. Oh, Tyler 007's got the better light. 458, he's got the win, 145 miles an hour. By 100th of a second. He takes the stripe and moves on. 478, Newman was dead on 1, but was 25 green and not good enough. All right, Bailey Ferraro, 472. And Ernie Goodson of Wiltsey Fencing, FTI Lane, 507 dial in. Off and running. Ernie's 009. Not showing a lot of rust for not having raced in a long time and just coming back recently. And he tattoos another one. 507, 135 miles per hour for Ernie Goodson. Takes down Bailey Ferraro's entry here, 476, 133 as he bailed. Double entered door cars to the staging lanes, please. Double entered door cars. Need your second entry back to the staging lane, please. First call, double entered door cars. Second entry back to the staging lanes as we continue rolling our way through the dragsters. All 3 callers have been called to the dragsters. If you're not here, you're late. Richard Briscoe and Trevor Deeks, though, on the starting line now. Red light start for Deeks. -5 thou on the red side. 453 under by 7 thou on that end of the racetrack. 487 Briscoe. 1 over at 139 to speed, and he was 011. And we'll see him in round number 4. Eric Paterka comes up next. 2024 Diamond Chassis, Paterka from West Bloomfield, Michigan, 470. And Mike Bloomfield Jr., with his other entry, he's down to 1. And has a bounty still on this second entry here. I believe the Burns Dragster collected on the first entry with the $500 that Bug McCarty took out to see who could take down Mike. He's dial 438. He's on the Motor State side. Eric Paterka wins this round. He could pocket 5 extra bills thanks to Bug McCarty. Oh, and he's got a shot. 002's got the advantage. And the win. Mike Bloomfield taken down with 2 entries. And Bug McCarty will be paying 2 bounties. 1 to Miss Burns, and now Eric Paterka, 471, 141 by 1 thou, gets the win. Bloomfield dead on 2, 438, 150, and was 016. Makes a good run. Who gets taken down here in round number 3. Tough racing out there. Nick Lakeys, Chase McKay up next, 478, 441. Here we go. 024, 029. 479, Nick Lakeys gets the win by 7 thou in that race. 143 the speed. 442, 1 over at 151 for Chase. All right, Jeremy McCormick and Gary Williams. Jeremy McCormick fouls out by 100th of a second. 431 on the 432 dial in for Jeremy Williams with the win. 469 on the 72 dial in. He was 010 at the tree. All right, so Jeremy goes down, and that'll leave it up to Madison McCormick to move on to the next round if possible. And standing in her way, another young lady, Courtney Grisey, Ohioan, Motor State side, 413 dial in. Pair of blown dragsters here. 2 of the young ladies in control, 442 and 413. Both of them off and running. Courtney with a little better lead. Dad was a little early. Maddie was a little late, even though she runs dead on 0, 442, 157 by 7 thousandths of a second. The margin of victory there. Courtney Grisey moving on to round number 4. I didn't catch what happened as I was looking at the numbers here between Courtney and Madison, but our next pair here, Gene Reynolds, did the burnout, and now he's up against the wall. Not sure what happened there, but Gene Reynolds now being pushed back by the starting line crew. And Chris Conley waits patiently on the Motor State side of the racetrack. So Gene pushed back. Tough break for him. And not sure what the situation is, but apparently no fluid. And Chris Conley will roll up the starting line here to take an opponent broke single. We'll set the tree. He'll stage it up, take the green light, and head towards the finish line. 009 reaction time. 4.80, 1 over at 143. And we'll see Chris in round number 4. All right, that's Matt Gramlich. And that's Russ Sparks. All right, the Gramlich family racing team. Regulars here at the Mid-Michigan Motorplex. Matt, a former track champion here. 478 dial in, FTI side of the racetrack. And Russ Sparks from New York, 2023 American chassis dragster, Motor State side. He'll dial 447. Gramlich 003, and he'll be the winner. 479, 1 over at 142 by 6 thousandths of a second. Just keep racking up these close, very, very tight races. 447. Russ Sparks, he was dead on, no 15 at the tree. 22 thousandths total. And 154 mile per hour gets trailered. Jason Jensen, past 50K winner. The 65 Malibu with Son Connor is wheeling. Glad to wheel this black dragster here, 452 dial, and he'll face Chris Stein, runner-up last year, that 410 dial in on the Motor State side. Chris also the 2018 winner of the 50K, looking to do it again this year. Rolling up to find the pre-stage beam, he's there. Jensen bumps it in, he's ready. Now Stein is in, tree fires, and we're away. 009 red, Chris Stein. 009 green, Jason Jensen, 451.7 will be the winner. 152 miles per hour for JJ. He'll move on. Stein with a 409, under on both ends at 174. All right, Melissa Burns, 490, 486 on the FTI side. 21 and 34 green. Burns, 496, 127. Takes the win, 507 off the pace, 122 on the FTI side. All right, Jared Ledford, Scott Hornline, 447, 485 between two Michigan racers here. Red light start Hornline by minus 003. Jared was minus 006, but he's going to be the winner. 446, 155 mile per hour for J-Led. We'll see him in round number 4 with his Dragster. Hornline shuts it off early to a 514 run. We need double entered Dragsters. Double entered Dragsters. I know you just finished the last pair here. It went down the racetrack, but we need Dragster doubles back up for their second entry, as this is the first pair of door cars for their second entry, and that'll bring up Evan Muchler and Steve Parquet. 23 green. Evan's been steady on the tree, but by 0.005 thousandths of a second, 5/10 thousandths. Parquet's going to go dead on, 6:59 and an 0.56 light. Aiden was 23 and had over 3 hundredths there, and I believe gave up the stripe. 6:31 and only 105. Let's Parquet sneak by and get the win with a Buick. Ouch. Brett Williamson now 580. He's going to be heads up with Chris Fleener. Classic 57 Chevy against, well, what now would be a classic 86 Z28 Camaro. Both of them pre-staged. They're ready. Fleener with the wheels in the air. Williamson a better light. Ned's going to get the W. 581, 1/7 at 119. A 17 thousandths margin of victory for Brett. Chris goes 582, 2 over at 116 after an 025 leave. Josh Cole, the Romulus, Michigan-based S10 against Chattanooga, Tennessee's Jake Clayton. Red light start for Josh Cole, and he is minus 007. It's about the 10th time I've seen that here in the last round or two. Clayton, 001 green. Under with a 620 to the 5, but we'll see him in round number 4 at 109 miles per hour with the red Mustang. And speaking of Mustangs, here's TJ Jordan rolling up on the Motor State side, 627. He's an Ohioan, and he'll face Tarmartakis Jr. Left the Cuda parked at home, racing his Dodge Dakota pickup. He has dialed 648, and he's on the FTI side of the track. Again, double-entered Dragsters, double-entered Dragsters. Need you drivers back up for your second entry. Double-entered Dragsters back to the lanes. 21 and 27 green, 6 thou apart. Stripe, dead on again for Ortega, 648. Just kind of hovered around that number here pretty much every time I've been up here in the tower. 105 the speed and takes the win by 4 thousandths of a second. Jordan runs a 627 with a 2. Dead on, and he was 027 at the starting line. Another good race. And that'll bring up Warren Smith and Kyle Yacko. 610 and 617. Pretty even handicap. Kyle Yacko and Warren Smith off and running. Kyle with a lead. He's going to take the stripe. No, he does not. Warren Smith snuck around him and got him by 7 thousandths of a second as I was watching the cars travel down the racetrack. And another great race, though. 612 on the 10, 112 the speed for Warren Smith. And Kyle Yacko 1 over at 618, 110, 7 thou at the finish line. Cody Height back up with Ugly Betty, the 80 Malibu from Farmington Hills, Michigan. 634 dial-in. Jared Bennett from Comstock Park just down the road. Both of them on what would be kind of the west side of the Metro Detroit area. 640 to dial-in, 634 for Cody. And they're off and running. Red light start, this time Cody Height. As he drops an entry here, Jared Bennon will go a 6:38 to get the win. 105 the speed, and he was 008 at the tree. Cody 6:35, 1 over at 106 after the red light start. Steve Vandersloot, Plainwell, Michigan. 509 dial in for the Corvette Roadster. And Aaron Vale's Pontiac, 619 here on the Motor State side. All right, red light start this time for Aaron Vale, but only 4 thousandths of a second. 6:19 with a 1. Got 4 thou away from like a 1 thou package. 5:12, 3 over, 008 reaction time. Vandersloot, the winner. Brandon Lang in the Monte Carlo. Chuck Bohannon, the 66 Chevy wagon. Final call, final call, final call. Double enter Dragsters. Your second entry needed to the staging lanes. Final call, double enter Dragsters. We need your second entry back to the staging lanes. For round number 3. Oh, Bohannon, red light start, and Bohannon doesn't leave the starting line or just kind of creeps out. Not sure if he didn't have it in low, but Lang fouls out, and Chuck Bohannon's going to get handed one here. 13:05, 50 mile per hour. And Bohannon is going to move on. Lang a 4 thousandths red light, and he lifts early as well, just kind of probably wanting to punch a hole in something. And Chuck Bohannon gets a lucky win here. We'll have a final door car first dragster match up here in just a moment. All right, Casey Kovacs burning out across the starting line. Getting set to take on Kentucky's Jeremy Bargo. $5.99 for the Mustang, $4.84 for Kovacs, backing up on the FTI side. Stage and ready. Off and running. 006 and a 017. That's more like it. 486. Kovacs getting the win with the Dragster. 006 in reaction time. 486, 136 by 7 thou. Bargo won over 6 seconds flat at 111 miles per hour, and he was 017. Putting together a pretty good run, but Kovacs is better and moving on to round number 4. Ernie Goodson backing up and pulling forward. 507 dial in for his Dragster. Troy Williams Jr. 462 on the Motor State side. So Ernie here hanging tough, looking to tell. Oh, red light start for Ernie Goodson by 009 on the red side. Williams 024 was giving him room. He goes 462. He's dead on 8, 150 miles per hour the speed. Ernie after the red light, dead on with an 8, 507, 135. Dan Davies, John Parks next up in the battle of chassis shops when it comes to building these dragsters. Davies from White House, Ohio, owner of Diamond Race Cars, and John Parks, the lead man at Ultratech Race Cars. 438 dial-in motor stateside, and that normally aspirated Scoggin Dickey 20-degree headed big block Chevrolet 438. And the Pro Charge machine there of Davies 412 on the FTI side. You're ready. And away. 011 and 018. Good one here. 438. John Parks is dead on at 158 miles per hour. 19 thousandths at the stripe. Davies 3 off. 415, 157. Jordan Crow, Jason Jensen, staged and ready. 003 reaction time for Jason Jensen. 454, 146 miles per hour by 13 thousandths of a second. Jensen's moving on, 465, dead on 6 for Crow, but he had a 38 light and was a little late. Jason Jensen in his second entry moving on. No box semis, no box semifinals. Need you 4 drivers back to the staging lanes. No box semis back to the staging lanes. Chase McKay, 440. Kirby McLennan, 423 on the Motor State side. Red light for McKay by 100th of a second. He fouls out. Kirby was 5 thou under his green light, but he's going to be the winner with a 423. Dead on 5 run at 166 this time. McKay 456 out of it early, 124. After missing it by 100th of a second at the tree. Tyler Bohannon up on the FTI side, the left lane of the racetrack this time. And Russ Sparks back up. He'll be on the Motor State lane again, 447. All right, Bohannon and Sparks. 003 to an 022. Oh, Tyler, 458 again. Just printing tickets. 003 light, 458, dead on one, a 4 thou package, 148 the speed. Sparks breaking out with a 446 run, 3 thou under, 154, and was 22 at the tree. And Melissa Burns and Corey Connolly come up. 490 to a 480. FTI side of the racetrack. That's Melissa. Corey on the Motor State side, 480 the dial in. So Corey pre-stage in the Motor State lane. Melissa Burns moving up carefully on the FTI, the left lane of the racetrack. She finds the pre-stage beams and they'll bump them in. Here we go. 16 and 24 green. Some ripping at the finish line there, and Melissa's going to be the winner, 492, 137. Conley runs 479.5, breaking out by 5 thousandths of a second, 143 the speed. Melissa Burns collected one of those bounties on Mike Bloomfield. Picks up another white ticket there. Kurt Arrington, 6'10". He was sitting on the bye. He needs to defend it against J-Led. Jared Ledford and his dragster. Motor State side, 446 dial in. Harrington, 6'10", the FTI lane with the Chevette. Here we go. Harrington 010. Jared 002. 446 dead to a 4 thou package, 153 miles per hour. Drives around Harrington, 612, 108, and takes down our buy holder. So we'll see Jared back at his dragster entry in round number 4. That concludes round number 3. No box. 4th round, semifinalists. 4 cars up in the staging lanes getting set to go to lead things off. Little spray and a drag taking place on the starting line. And we'll get back at it here with round number 4 in just a few moments.
Potential buy run for the upcoming round number 4. Aaron McCullough, car number 808. Potential buy run. Aaron McCullough, 808. All right, we have any, this is the round. We switch everything around. There will be no extra call at the end of the round for the doubles. So with that said, any door cars holding 2 entries, we need you to the front of lane 7 and 8 before we call the rest of the door cars. If you're driving a door car, still carrying 2 entries, you got a 1-minute head start to get to the front of the lanes. So we got our final of 4 all set to go here in our no box. Started out at 32, down to 4. Double entered door cars. Your head starts down to about 15 seconds. We need you to head to the lanes, please, if you're carrying 2. All right, we're going to open up the safety lanes for round number 4 of door car. Round 4 door car, lane 7 and 8, please. Round 4 door car, lane 7 and 8, please. Once again, there will be no separate call at the end of the round for doubles. This is the round where we switch it. We'll just go no box, door car, then dragster. And we are rolling into the final 4 on the no box side. Pretty big round. Not only do you head to the final in no box, you pick up a win light here, which means you're getting paid. You'll have the opportunity to advance in the main event next round. And we are going to start out with a good one here. Warren Smith in the right-hand lane, the Ford Mustang out of Temperance, Michigan. Thursday night winner. He's going to dial in at a 612 for the Ford. Brett Williamson, Winnebago, Illinois. 57 Chevrolet dialed in at 581. So again, win here, you're in the no box final round. Door cars, we need you in the state lanes, lanes 7 and 8, please, for round number 4. '57 Chevy moving forward here. Now he's into the pre-stage beams. Two really, really good ones here in this matchup. Williamson and Smith, they're both in, and here we go. Tree on the way down. Green lights a pair, and Williamson came to play. Down the finish line, winner going Williamson. 004, dead one. 5 total for Brett Williamson. He's going to the no box final. Smith was 28 green and had no chance on that one. So Brett Williamson takes on the winner of this one. Alyssa Martin and Kelly Smith on the starting line. Kelly in the right-hand lane, White Cloud, Michigan. Chevy S10 dialed in at 634. Alyssa Martin, left-hand lane, Kalamazoo, Michigan. Her S10 dialed in at 608. Smith is in. Alyssa's bumping. She's in. Tree dropping. Green lights a pair, and one of them is perfect. Finish line. Win light going. Kelly Smith, 000, perfect reaction time here in the final 4. Takes 100 stripe to be 3 over. Alyssa is 025, dropping to be 2 over in the left lane. So Kelly Smith and Brett Williamson will be in the no box final round. So the winning reaction times here in the semifinal of no box, 004 and 000. All right, getting ready to roll into the door car side. They're getting in and buckled up. Things start getting a little more serious. All right, here they come. Looks like Tom Artigas and Eddie Hall leading them out of the stadium lanes. And here we go. Tom Artigas Jr., Eddie Hall in the burn box. Eddie in the right-hand lane, Vicksburg, Michigan. Oldsmobile Kellis, 604 to Allen. Artigas, one of the former winners, still in competition here, left-hand lane. The Dakota dials in here at 648. Both drivers into the pre-stage beam. Eddie flickers it on. Tom is in. Tree on the way down. Green lights, a pair of them, and only 3 thou separate both drivers. Finish line, win light going. Eddie Hall dead on the dial in 6:04 and a 6:04. 0:29 winning reaction time. Artigas was 0:32 and 100th over his dial in. Eddie Hall advances to round number 5. Gary Fleener and Tom Bueller on the line. Bueller left-hand lane, 67 Chevy Camaro out of Fort Wayne, Indiana, dialed in here at 6:23, racing Gary Fleener. Port Clinton, Ohio, our runner-up on day number 1. He's dialed 570. Way back on Thursday, Gary Fleener was in the final. Here we go. Red light by 007 for Bueller. Fleener will go to round 5. Camaro on a 570, runs dead on with a 1. Bueller, he's dead on with a 3, but he turned on the red light. TJ Jordan and Connor Jensen going to run next. The Malibu in the left-hand lane, going to dial a 602. The Mustang for TJ Jordan. Bellevue, Ohio racer dialed in at 627. Connor Jensen, TJ Jordan, finish line winner going. Jensen dead on. 602 on a 602. Connor is 014 green. TJ Jordan got there first. He was 016 on the let go. Broke out by 8 thousandths, taking 8 thousand stripe. Jim Johnson and Jake Clayton. The Mustang out of Chattanooga, Tennessee, dialed in at 621 in the left-hand lane. Jim Johnson, Lansing, Michigan. 65 Plymouth Belvedere, dialed in at a 590. Green lights a pair, good race. 009 to a 17. Win light down there. Johnson, 009, dead 6. Jimmy Johnson going to round number 5. Jake Clayton is 017 and 9 thou under the dial-in. Johnson advances for the second year in a row to round number 5. Andrew Sturck. He's going to be in the right-hand lane, a 63 Corvette Roadster, dialed in at 553. And Andy Christofferson, the Nova out of Chelsea, Michigan, in the left-hand lane, dialed in here at 609. Double-entered dragsters. It looks like lanes 3 and 4. Double-entered dragsters, lanes 3 and 4. Andrew Sturck, Andy Christopherson, give it to the Canadian. Andrew Sturck, 0:20 reaction time, 1 over. He will advance. Christopherson missed it a little bit there. He was 42 on the let go. That took him out of that one. Darren McChesney going to race Stan Jones Jr. VP Racing Fuel 69 Chevy Corvette dialed in at $5.95. McChesney, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, 1973 Duster in here at $6.29. Double entered dragsters, lanes 3 and 4. You're carrying 2 entries. If you're carrying 2 entries, get the first one to the front of the line, please. Lanes 3 and 4. Tree on the way down. They're both out and they're both green. Stan Jones Jr., Darren McChesney, winner going Jones. 0:14 reaction time, 3 over the dial-in. He'll advance. McChesney was 0:57 on react, and that cost him right there. Jeff Sanchez and Roy St. Dennis, another former winner, sitting in the left-hand lane. The Oldsmobile Cutlass dialed in at 5:25. Sanchez in the Chevy 2, right-hand lane, dialed in at 6:21. Both drivers in. Green light, green light. 4th out, separate them. Good drag race. Win light here going St. Dennis. By 7th out at the stripe, Roy St. Dennis moves forward. He's 0:17 on the tree. 200ths over his dial-in. Sanchez was 0:13 and 300ths over his dial-in. And margin of victory 0:07. CJ Yeager and Jared Bennett heading to the starting line. 66 Chevy 2 out of Comstock Park, Michigan. He's going to dial in at 6:40, and Yeager from West Salem, Ohio, the Oldsmobile Omega, 7:13 dial in the FTI side. Green lights for both drivers. Yeager in the left, Bennett in the right. Win light here. Left lane. C.J. Yeager running dead on the dial with a 0 with an 0:18 light. Bennett was better on the tree, 0:10, but broke out running a 6:38 on a 6:40. C.J. Yeager advances to round 5. Scott Barron, the Roadrunner out of New York in the right-hand lane, going to dial in at a 6:49, taking on Brandon Lang from Milan, Michigan. Chevy Monte Carlo dialed in at 589. Brandon Lang, Chevy Monte Carlo, Michigan car, taking on the New York 1969 Roadrunner. Both drivers in, tree drops. Green light, green light. Lang holding the advantage. They go by the tree. Finish line, win light going Lang. 0:11 light, 1 over the island. Brandon Lang moves around number 5. Scott Barron was 2 over with an 0:30 reaction time. Aaron Vale and Ricky Atkins on the line. Vale with a Trans Am in the right-hand lane out of Fortville, Indiana. He's going to dial 619. Atkins, Milan, Michigan, the Mini. He's dialed in at 484. Green lights for both drivers. 3 thou separate them. Finish line, win light going left lane in a double breakout. Adkins is 0:17 and 1 thou under. Vale is 0:20 and 5 thou under. 0:04 margin of victory for Adkins. Jeff Wistinghauser coming up with a 69 Camaro in the FTI lane. Dialed in here at 650, taking on Jim Davis. Cummings and Davis, Chevrolet Camaro out of Berrien Springs, dialed in at 509. Couple of Camaros here in round number 4. Wistinghauser and Davis. Finish line here, wind light going. Right lane down on the dial in. 5:09.9 on a 5:09. Jim Davis was behind on React. An 0:22 for Wistinghauser. A 37 for Davis. But Davis run the dial in down there, turning on the wind light. Steve Parquette and Joe Bauman. That's not Justin Daniels. Joe Bauman in the left-hand lane. Chevrolet Camaro dialed in at a 6:05. Steve Parquette, the Buick Regal, in there at 6:58. Finish line here, wind light going, Joe Bauman. 0:23 went down there and took 7 thou stripe to be 4 over the dial-in. Steve was 0:41 and 3 over with the Regal. Chuck Bohannon and Amelia Reed on the line. The Camaro left-hand lane out of Kentucky, down in at 6:18, and Chuck Bohannon, Louisville, Kentucky in the right-hand lane. Chevy wagon dialed 6:40. A red light for Amelia in the left-hand lane. Chuck is going to round 5 with a wagon. He runs a 6:39 on a 40. He'll be back. Brett Williamson and Jason Hemmerline up next. Jason in the left-hand lane, Unionville, Michigan, 2013 Camaro dialed in at 5:07. Williamson out of Winnebago, Illinois. 57 Chevy Bel Air. This is his second entry. Don't forget he's going to the no-box final round. So trying to get this entry into round number 5. He's on a 582 dial-in. Finish line here, wind light going. Williamson got it, dead on the dial, and he's 0:20, dead 4. Brett Williamson carries 2 entries to round number 5. Jason Hemmerline was 0:13, 2 over at only 132 miles per hour. Josh Cole will be in the right-hand lane. Scott Erickson left side. Erickson in the Camaro dialed in at 5:57. Josh Cole, the pickup truck in the right-hand lane, dialed in at 6:25. Seven thou separate them here between the truck and the Camaro. Wind light going, Camaro. Double breakout winner. Erickson got there first, went 17 thou under the dial-in. Cole in the right-hand lane is 3 thou under, and he advances. Alyssa Martin and Dave Lorenz on the starting line. Little Red Chevy 2, left-hand lane dialed in here at 5:51. Alyssa in the truck, right-hand lane dialed in here at 6:09. All right, we'll take the rest of the dragsters for round number 4 to the lanes, please. Lanes 3 and 4. Green light, Lorenz and Alyssa Martin here. Finish line winner going, Alyssa Martin. Alyssa's tightening things up. 006, dead 2. 8-pack for Alyssa. Lorenz is 19 and 100th over. Corey Mikas and Doug Foley Jr. S10 out of Mooresville, North Carolina in the left-hand lane, down in at 592. Mikas with the Ransom Racer, the Rally Nova in the right-hand lane, 585. Foley and Micus on the 8th mile, win light going. Micus 0:13, 100th over the dial, and Corey Micus will go to round 5. Foley was 0:24, 2 thou under. He took 3 thou stripe. It needed to be 1 thou stripe to get his win light to come on. Micus will advance. Bug McCarty and Cody Height on the line. Cody in the left-hand lane, the Malibu. 6:35 dialing, winner from last night. Bug McCarty, Hazelhurst, Georgia, the S10 Blazer, dialed in at 6:01. Dragsters for round 4 to the stadium lanes, please. Dragsters for round 4 to the lanes. Bug brings him up, picks him out. Identical reaction times here. Finish line winner going. Left-hand lane, Cody Height on a double breakout. 2 thou under for the left lane and 6 thou under for McCarty. Cody Height continues to mow him down here. He's going to round 5. See Vandersloot and Austin Bennett. Vandersloot in the Roadster in the left-hand lane, dialed in at 5:10. Bennett with a Nova. Greenville, Michigan, dialed in here at 6:44. Red light start for Austin Bennett. Steve Vandersloot will move forward. Vandersloot is 008, clicks it off, running a 5:41. He'll be back. Austin was 002 red. Comes Tom Artikas with his second entry here in the right-hand lane. The Dakota Sport dialed in at 6:49. And Terry Stewart, the Texas car in the left lane. Chevelle dialed in at 5:54. Final call for Dragsters to the lanes for round 4. Final call, Dragsters, round 4. Tough break here for the Texas racer. Rolled it all the way through. Right-hand lane, a dead-on run for Artikas. The Chevelle with a starting line malfunction there, and that'll take him out here in round number 4, and Artikas will advance. Melissa Burns and Warren Smith. First dragster out of the stadium lanes. She'll be in the right lane, dialed in at 490. Warren Smith, left-hand lane. The Mustang dialed in at 611. Warren Smith, Melissa Burns on the line. Dragster door car matchup here. Warren, our final door car before we roll into the dragster line. Both drivers in, tree and away down. Warren's out green. Melissa's green. Finish line winner going, Melissa. 491 on a 490 with a 006 reaction time. Good run. Melissa Burns advances with that entry. It's John Parks and Jared Ledford. Going to run them side by side. Jared in left lane down 446. John will be on a 438 in the right lane. Jared and John, finish line winner going. Parks doing some aggressive finish line driving down there. 008 and 100th over. Left lane Jared was 027 and 3 over the dial and letting him go down there. Parks advances. Troy Williams Jr. and Jason Jensen. Jensen in the left-hand lane dialed in here at 452. Troy in the FTI Dragster in the right-hand lane dialed 461. A red light by 002 for Troy Williams will take him out. Jensen with a gift here in round 4. He was negative 004 for the win. And then he runs dead on with an 8. Tyler Bohannon and Matt Gramlich going to match up. Matt in the left-hand lane going to dial in at a 478. Bohannon right-hand lane. Louisville, Kentucky. Dragster dialed 458. Bohannon, the winner from Thursday night. Runner-up Friday night. Trying to get to round 5 here on Saturday night. Tree on the way down. Green lights a pair. 3 thou separate them. Anybody's race. Finish line winner going. Right lane Bohannon. 4 thou stripe. He is dead on with a 5. He was 020. Gramlich was 017 and 100th over in the left-hand lane. So Tyler Bohannon takes that entry to round number 5. Nick Lakeys and Gary Williams going to match up. Bradenton, Florida driver in the right-hand lane down in at 473. Nick Lakeys, left-hand lane from Bellevue, Michigan. He's dialed in at 478. Williams, Lakeys, finish line winner, Williams. 009 and 100th over the dial-in. Nick was 018 and 100th over the dial-in. Gary Williams takes an entry to round number 5. Tom Gibson and Richard Briscoe. Couple Illinois dragsters here. Richard left-hand lane, Oakley, Illinois. He's dialed in at 487. Gibson out of Steger, Illinois, in the right-hand lane dialed 451. Little staging battle here. Briscoe goes in first. Gibson's right behind. Here we go. Tree and away down. Green lights a pair. Slight advantage left lane. Winner left lane. 015 dead on with a 1. Tom was dead on with a 2, but had an 026 reaction time. Briscoe with a win. Kirby McLennan, Derek Gilman matchup. Gilman in the left lane. Grand Rapids, Michigan, Diamond Car dialed 442. Kirby McLennan, Temperance, Michigan, in the right-hand lane, dialed in at 423. Gilman and McLennan, finish line winner, Gilman. 007, dead 8, 15 total for Derek Gilman. Kirby was 19 on the let go, could not win the round. He went dead on with an 8 as well. Gilman advances to round number 5. Ryan Sparks, Eric Paterka coming up next. Eric in the left-hand lane dialed in at a 469. Ryan in the right side dialed in at 435. Sparks is in, Paterka's bumping, flickers it, now he's ready to go. Tree on the way down. Both out and they're both green. Winlight here going, Ryan Sparks. 014, dead 5. Eric was 021 and 6th thou under. It was reaction time, that was the entire deal there. A 14 beats a 21. Sparks advances. Courtney Grisey and Casey Kovac in the left-hand lane. Casey down 484. Courtney on a 413. Courtney in the blower, carrying and ready. Now Casey's ready. Tree on the way down. Green light, green light. Finish line, wind light going. Left lane. 484 and a 484 with a 16 light. Courtney broke out a thou, but it didn't matter. She was behind on reaction time. Left lane got there first by 002. Jordan Crow in the right-hand lane. American Dragster dialed in at 465. Ernie Goodson left-hand side dialed in at 507. Dorchester, Ontario in the right-hand lane. Goodson out of Hartford, Michigan. 507 and 465 dial-ins. Trying to get to round number 5. Finish line winner, left lane, Ernie Goodson. 0-11 reaction time, 3 thou under. Jordan is 0-19 and 5 thou under. 0-0-2 the margin of victory. Chris Conley and Jared Ledford lining up. Jared in the left-hand lane going to dial 448. Chris in the right-hand lane. New York Dragster dialed in at 479. Green lights a pair and 5 thou separate them. 8-mile finish line, wind light going down. Left-hand lane, Jared Ledford dead on with a 1. Conley is 1 thou under, but it was Ledford getting there first by 0-0-3, laying down 11 total. So Conley's 15 react wasn't going to work out there. Waiting for a couple of doubles to get back, and we'll finish up round number 4. There's a couple minutes here. We will get the Remaining drivers back and in and buckled up. We'll finish up round number 4. The concession stand, the fuel building, and the souvenir stand. It'll be open till 8:30 tonight. The pair coming out of the state lanes here. Jason Jensen going to be over there in the left-hand lane, down 453. And Melissa Burns, the Kokomo, Indiana dragster, is going to dial 491 the Motor State side. .453 dial in here for Jason Jensen. Melissa Burns on a 491. Second entry here for both drivers. Good one. Both 00 on the tree. Winner left lane, Jensen. 003, dead 5. 8 total. Melissa was 8 on the let go. Had to be dead 0 to win the round, and she goes dead 5. Great race. Jensen advances with that entry. One more pair here and a bye run to finish up round number 4. So our final pair getting in and buckled up. Final pair. If you thought that took an extra minute, it did. Tyler Bohannon was back changing a starter on the Dragster. Apparently the last 3 days he's wore it out. Bohannon left-hand lane got it all changed. John Parks said, we'll wait, no problem. And here we go. Final pair of round number 4. 438 dial in for Parks. He'll be in the right-hand lane. Bohannon left-hand lane will be dialed 458. Both drivers carrying 2 at this point, so one of them will be down to 1 after this run. No box final round to the stadium lanes. No box final round to the stadium lanes. Double door cars to lane 7, 8, please. Double door cars, lane 7 and 8. For round number 5. John's in. Tyler flickers the bulb. He's in. Tree and away down. Green lights a pair. Finish line winner going. Bohannon. 014. Take 002 stripe to be 100th over the dial in. John is dead on with a 3, but he had an 029. He's down to 1 entry. Bohannon carrying 2 going to round 5. The bye run of the round. Aaron McCullough. Tiffin, Ohio, Chevy Camaro, going to dial 651. Our only 2-time winner of this event, still in here, going to round 5. Aaron is negative 004 right there on the 51. It runs a 50 with a 9. 104 miles per hour. He will be back for round 5. We have called our no box final round to the stadium lanes. Double entered door cars. You're carrying 2. We need you to the front of the line, lanes 7 and 8, please. No box final, we need you in the lanes. No box final to the lanes. Double entered door cars, lane 7 and 8, as we start round number 5. About 20 minutes remaining on the concession. Need some ice or something to eat or drink. 20 minutes. Also the souvenir building, 20 minutes remaining. We will take door cars for round 5 to lane 7 and 8. Door cars, round 5. Lane 7 and 8, please. Door cars, round 5, lane 7 and 8. Here we go. Getting ready to roll into the no box final round. $2,000 to win, plus you are still in the 50 grander. You advance to round number 6, and they're coming out of the stadium lanes. And here we go. Kelly Smith, Brett Williamson. Two no boxers. Started out at 32. We are down to 2. Smith in the left-hand lane. The S10 truck dialed in at 634. Williamson, the 57 Chevy, 582 dial in. Forget the semifinal round. Smith was 000. Williamson was 004. Smith in and ready. Williamson's ready. Here we go. Final round, and we got a good one. 005 to a 10. Finish line winner, right lane, Williamson. Laying down 7 total in the no box final. 005 dead 2. Smith was 010 and 100th over his dial in. Brett Williamson, the no box 32 winner, and he takes that entry to round 6 of the main event. Getting ready to roll into the door car side here of round number 5. Double dragsters, lanes 3 and 4. Double dragsters, lanes 3 and 4, please. And here we go. Brandon Lang, Gary Fleener. First pair out, round 5. Milan, Michigan, Chevy Monte Carlo going to dial in at a 588. And Fleener, the Z28. Port Clinton, Ohio on the right-hand lane, dialed 570. Buy run eligible. Buy run this round is JX5 Jason Jensen. You are sitting on the buy run with JX5. Finish line here, Brandon Lang, 0:05 reaction time, 4 over for the win. Gary was 0:54 and 2 over. Brandon Lang is going to round number 6. Roy St. Dennis and Jim Davis. Jim in the right lane, the Camaro down in at a 5:09. The colors for Roy down 5:25. Red light for Jim Davis by 004. St. Dennis running a dead on with a 4. 15 reaction time, 19 total there for St. Dennis. He will move to round 6. Chuck Bohannon and Ricky Adkins. Adkins in the left-hand lane. The Mini down in at 482. Bohannon, the Chevy wagon out of Louisville, down in at 638. A win left lane for Ricky Atkins, 0:20. Bohannon has rolled off the starting line. Tom Artikas, the Dakota in the left-hand lane, down in at a 650. And Jim Johnson, Lansing, Michigan, Belvedere down 590. Green lights a pair here. 6 south separate them. Artikas and Johnson. Win light going. Left lane. Dead 0. Tom Artikas advances with an 0:26 reaction time. Johnson was 0:32 and 100th over his dial-in. Eddie Hall and Stan Jones Jr. Corvette in the left-hand lane down in at 595. Oldsmobile Cutlass in there at 604. We will take the rest of the dragsters for round number 5, please. Green lights a pair here. Stan Jones and Eddie Hall. Finish line, win light going. Left lane, Stan Jones by 9 thousandths. 0:22 reaction time and 2 over. Eddie was 0:18 and 3 over his dial-in. Jones advances to the next round. Connor Jensen and Alyssa Martin next. Alyssa dialed in at 609. Connor on a 602. Red light by 10 for Alyssa. Jensen advances. He's 12 green. On an 0-2, runs dead on with an 8. He'll be in round 6. Joe Bauman and Andrew Sturck. Andrew in the right lane, the Corvette Roadster down in at 553. Bauman's Camaro on a 605. We've called all dragsters for round number 5 to the lanes. All dragsters have been called for round number 5. Good race going here. Winner going Andrew. 013. Take 3 thou stripe to be a couple hundredths over the dial in. Left lane Bauman was 017 and 2 over his prediction there. And Andrew Sturck will take an entry to round 6. Josh Cole and Corey Mikas. The Nova in the left-hand lane dialed in here at 586. Cole in the pickup truck right lane dialed in at 624. Final call for the Dragsters. Final call for the Dragsters back. Josh Cole, Corey Mikas on the finish line. Give it to Corey Mikas. 587 on a 586 with a 005 winning reaction time. Josh was 035 on react. Aaron McCullough and Cody Height. Here's 2 past winners of this event running side by side here in round 5. Height in the left-hand lane, last night's winner, dialed in at 633. Aaron McCullough, the only 2-time champion of this event, out of Tiffin, Ohio, driving the red Chevrolet Camaro, 650 dial in. Cody Height, Aaron McCullough going. Cody Height, 028, taking 7 thou stripe to be 2 over the dial in. McCullough just missed it that time. He was 044. Brett Williamson and CJ Yeager on the starting line. CJ left-hand lane, the Omega out of West Salem, Ohio. 713 dial in. Brett Williamson's 57 Chevy in the right lane dialed in at 581. A red light for Brett Williamson. C.J. Yeager is going to round 6, and he runs a 7:10. He was 008 on the Christmas tree. Comes our first dragster out of the state lanes, taking on Steve Vandersloot's Corvette Roadster. Left lane dialed in at 509. Tyler Bohannon's dragster dialed 456. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree fires. Green light. Green light. 2 thou separate them. Anybody's race. 8th mile stripe winner. Right lane. Bohannon. 012 dead 7. Beats an 010 2 over. Vandersloot locked him up and let him go down there at 132. Didn't work out. Bohannon takes that entry to round number 6. Jason Jensen and Melissa Burns coming out. Melissa right-hand lane, down to 491. Jensen left-hand lane down 452. These two were both doubled last round, and they were matched up at the end of the round. Now come round number 5. Melissa's down to this entry here. Jason's still holding 2. Actually, his other entry sitting on the bye run right now. Jensen a past winner of this event. Jensen in and stage up. Melissa's bumping forward to the Indiana car. She's in, treeing away down. Green light. Green light. Melissa has him where she wants him, and she breaks out. Melissa took 46 stripe down there to go 7 thou under. Need to take 39 or less to get the win light to come on. She was 005. Jensen was 037 and dead on. Jensen takes that entry to round number 6. Richard Briscoe and Gary Williams. Gary, Overkill Motorsport Dragster, Bradenton, Florida in the right lane. Dialed in at 473. Briscoe, Oakley, Illinois Dragster, left lane, dialed in at 487. Gary and Richard, tree down, green lights a pair. Gary holding 9 thou. Finish line, Gary holding the win light. 0-10 dead 4 for Gary Williams, 14 total. Locking out Briscoe's 19 reaction time and dead on with an 8. Gary Williams will take an entry to round number 6. Ryan Sparks in Jared Ledford. Ryan in the right-hand lane, Rochester Hills, Michigan, going to dial 435. Jared Ledford, left-hand lane, Greenville, Michigan, dialed 446. Both of them missing a little bit here, and it'll be Sparks in right-hand lane. Kind of getting away with an 030. 030 and 7 thou under. Jared was 022 and 8 thou under. Margin of victory down there, 001. John Parks and Ernie Goodson on the line. Goodson left-hand lane dialed in at a 506. Parks in the right-hand lane with a 438 dial in. John Parks and Ernie Goodson, winner Ernie Goodson. 016, 2 over, beats an 011 and 3 over the dial in. Goodson advancing. See, we're looking at the next pair here. Casey Kovac did not hardly make a burnout back here. He's dialed 484. Derek Gilman in the left-hand lane dialed 442. Not sure what's going to happen here in the right-hand lane. Casey's in there in stage. Derek's in. Here we go. Tree fires. Well, maybe he was playing possum. 1 thou separate him. Winner. Gilman got it on a double breakout. 2 thou over there in the left. 3 thou over here in the right. Margin of victory 001 for Derek Gilman. We got one pair to go of doubles. Bohannon coming back around. And Jason Jensen coming back around. want to welcome those that are online on Drag Racer TV as the numbers start going up a little later in the evening. Folks tuning in. We are about to finish up round number 5. Also, the crowd starts to grow down there at the finish line in the grandstands, as it does every year here at the 50. We need those 2 dragsters back to the stadium lanes, please. Both of our drivers back, getting in and ready, which will complete round number 5. So Jason Jensen and Tyler Bohannon. It's again the same deal as the end of last round. Bohannon and Jensen here, both carrying 2 entries. One of them will be down to 1. Jensen left-hand lane going to dial 452. Tyler Bohannon right-hand lane dialed 457. Jensen, Bohannon. Really big run here. If you can take 2 entries to round 6, certainly feel good about your chances going deep in this race. Jensen 452, Bohannon 457. Win light here, Bohannon. 016 in 5, or dead on with a 5. 028 in dead on with a 4. Jensen missed it just a smidgen there, and that cost him. Bohannon will be the driver taking 2 entries on the dragster side to round number 6. With that said, double door cars, lane 7 and 8, please. All right, round 6, all door cars. Round 6, all door cars. Lane 7 and 8, please. Round 6, all door cars. Lane 7 and 8. Corey Mikas, car MX90, you're sitting on the bye run. Corey Mikas, car MX90, you are sitting on the bye run. So looks like we have all of our door cars back. We will start rolling into the start of round number 6 of eliminations. 18 total entries still in competition for the 50. Double dragsters, we need you in the lanes. Double dragsters. We need you in lanes 3 and 4. Double dragsters. We're getting ready to roll into the door car side. All right, we got fire in the hole. Start of round number 6. So 18 drivers. We are going to narrow this field down to 9. Tom Artigas Jr. Dodge Dakota, left-hand lane here. Racing Andrew Sturck. Orangeville, Ontario, Canada, 63 Corvette Roadster. 553 dial in the right-hand lane, 649 dial in the left. Both drivers into the pre-stage beam. Opening pair here, round 6. Tom Artigas Jr., a former winner of this event. Andrew Sturck in the Roadster in the right-hand lane. Both drivers in and stage. Tree fires. Green light. Green light. 100 separated on reaction time. Advantage Corvette. Winner Corvette. 0-11 and 1 over. Andrew Sturck goes to the round of 9. Roy St. Dennis, Ricky Adkins. Here's another big matchup. Both drivers are former champions of this event. Adkins in the left-hand lane, the Mini, dialed in here at 482. Roy St. Dennis, the Olds Cutlass in the right-hand lane, dialed in at 525. One former champion will be out of here. Red light for St. Dennis. Adkins in the Mini, advance on a 482 dial in. He runs dead on with a 2. He had an 016 winning reaction time. Here comes another former champion of the event. Cody Height, right-hand lane, driving Ugly Betty, dialed in at 635, racing Brandon Lang. Chevy Monte Carlo running down FTI side with a 588. Brandon Lang, Cody Height. Height in the right-hand lane. Car affectionately known as Ugly Betty. He won the event with this one in 2020. Racing Brandon Lang in the Monte Carlo. Brandon got some serious work to do here. Winner, Height. 014, dead on with a 4. Cody Height goes to round number 7. Brett Williamson and Connor Jensen. Connor in the right-hand lane, the Malibu. 603 dial in, taking on the 57 Bel Air for Williamson on a 580 dial in. Couple second-generation racers on the start line here. Williamson and Jensen. Green light's a pair. Brett Williamson looking for a rabbit to pull out of his hat, and he will not do it. Jensen getting the win. 029 and 5 thou under the dial-in. Williamson missed it a little bit there with a 42, and then he runs 17 thou under. Connor Jensen goes to the round of 9. C.J. Yeager and Stan Jones Jr. Two no boxers here. Yeager in the right-hand lane, West Salem, Ohio. Oldsmobile Omega dialed in at 712. Stan Jones Jr., the 69 Chevy Corvette left lane, dialed in at 595. Final pair of the door cars on the starting line. Yeager and Jones. Both in. Green light. Greener light. Down the finish line, wind light going. Yeager. 009 dead 2. CJ Yeager laying down 11 here in round number 6. Jones missed it with a 51 on the left side. CJ Yeager advances. Dragsters, we need you back to the lanes. Dragsters, round 6, need you in the lanes, please. Dragsters, we need you in the stage lanes, please. First pair in and ready to come out of the lanes here. Ernie Goodson, Tyler Bohannon match up. Ernie Goodson and Tyler Bohannon. Start of our dragsters, round number 6. Bohannon right-hand lane, 457 dial in. Ernie Goodson left-hand lane dialed in at 508. Bohannon, the only driver in competition holding 2 entries at this point. Ernie goes in first. Tyler's right behind him. Here we go. Both out and they're both green. Ernie and Tyler, finish line winner, Tyler. 006, take 2,000 stripe to be 200s over the dial in. Goodson is 026, dead 3, not good enough. Bohannon takes that entry to round number 7. He'll be back around the end of the line. Ryan Sparks and Derek Gilman. Gilman left-hand lane, Grand Rapids, Michigan, dialed in at a 442. Sparks, Rochester Hills American car, dialed in at 434. Sparks is in. Derek's bumping, flickers it in. Here we go, tree down, red light. Ryan let go early. Derek with a win, 0-11, dead 7. 18 there for Derek. Ryan let go, 21 red, way early. Gilman goes to round number 7. Jason Jensen and Gary Williams. Gary in the right-hand lane, dialed in at a 472, Bradenton, Florida driver. Left-hand lane, Jason Jensen. He's dialed in at 452. Two-tenths of a second here going to Gary Williams. Gary, a former winner of this race. He won it in 2012. See, both drivers, former champions. 452 on the left, 472 on the right. Here we go. Tree fires, green light, red light. Jensen turned it red. Williams will advance. 008 winning reaction time. The Overkill team sending one entry. to round number 7. So Tyler Bohannon will return to the seed lanes and race Corey Mikas. And here we roll into the final pair. Round number 6. Corey Mikas sitting on the bye run. Chevrolet Nova that his father won this event with 2 years ago. He's dialed in at 586, taking on Tyler Bohannon, Louisville, Kentucky. 455 in the right-hand lane. Corey Mikas seeing Tyler Bohannon. Tyler trying to take 2 to round 7. Green light, green light. Finish line, win light going. Bohannon. Mikas 024. Bohannon 040. Corey goes down and broke out 6th thou. Tyler's 1 over for the win. Tyler Bohannon will take 2 entries to the next round, and we need our door cars. Door cars, we need you for round number 7 to the shaded lanes, please. So the bye run going into round number 7. Car number 337B, Tyler Bohannon sitting on the bye run. 337B with one of his entries sitting on the bye run. Take our double enter dragster back to 3 and 4. We are now putting out the call for all dragsters. All dragsters to the lanes, please. Round 7, all dragsters. Final call for our dragsters to the stadium lanes. Final call. All right, looks like we got all of our racers back. I believe they have negotiated a new contract, and we hopefully will get some race cars come out of stadium lanes here real quickly. Here we go. Start of round number 7. 9 entries still in the ladder setting round. Ricky Adkins and Andrew Sturck first coming out of the stadium lanes. Adkins with the Mini in the left-hand lane. Milan, Michigan, going to dial in at a 482. Andrew Sturck out of Orangeville, Ontario, Canada. 63 Corvette will be on a 553 dial-in. 3 former champions still in competition, trying to repeat. Adkins is one of them here in the left lane. Both drivers in. Here we go. Start round 7. Red light by 001 for Andrew Sturck. Sturck is 1 red. Adkins was 12 green, clicked it off to a 506. 1 red and 2 thou under for Sturck. Adkins advances. CJ Yeager and Connor Jensen. Yeager right-hand lane west, Salem, Ohio. He's dialed in at a 710. Connor Jensen left-hand lane, Vicksburg, Michigan, dialed in at a 602. Yeager lights up the stage bulb first. Connor Jensen's in. Tree and away down. Green light. Greener light. Yeager holding the advantage. Finish line winner going Yeager. 003. Dead on with an 8 for CJ Yeager, laying down 11 total here in round number 7. Jensen was 37 in 8 thou under. CJ Yeager goes to the quarterfinal. Gary Williams and Cody Height. Here's two former winners of this race running side by side here in round 7. Height in the left-hand lane. Also last night's winner, 6:35 dial-in, racing Gary Williams. Bradenton, Florida, dialed in here at 469. Nobody in a hurry here. Sitting into the pre-stage beams. Cody goes in first. Now Gary Williams ready. Tree fires. Green light. Green light. 5 thou separate them. Finish line. Wind light going. Left lane. Height. 016 dead 4 for Cody Height. It is 20 total. Williams was 21 on the let go. Could not win the round. Cody Height will be back in the ladder round. Derek Gilman and Tyler Bohannon. Bohannon right-hand lane. Louisville, Kentucky, 457. Grand Rapids, Michigan for Derek Gilman. Derek dialed 443. This is Tyler's first entry. He also gets the bye run this round. Great race, best race of the round. Finish line winner, left lane, Derek Gilman. 006, 2 thou under. Bohannon 002, 4 thou under. Margin of victory 2 thou to Derek Gilman. Tyler will be back around. He's down to 1 entry. He's not done yet. He has the bye run. He's going to bring it right back to the stage lanes and take a hit at the tree to get himself placed on the ladder.